just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it. I mean it, need the kind of love you give. I mean it, need it. I just really wanna know if you want.
Smile on your face. In death there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. There's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Struggle free. It's nothing personal. It's you, not me. You, not me. Oh, oh. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? Promise you, you had to come in. There's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Ooh. coming.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we both head into hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last that long if I'm around. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. You're watching me, you know I love a crowd. You better run, run, run before I take you down. I won't hold back, I'm on the prowl. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. Just burn. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. There is no escape. I'm back with a vengeance. I hit like a plague. All sin, no repentance. This place is never gonna last that long if I'm around. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. Woo! You're watching me, you know I love a crowd. You better run, run, run before I take you down. I won't
cross my heart, hope you die. An eye for an eye. So when you discover that there's no one to hold me back, but that time is going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge, and I won't see it coming. I swear I'm just gonna go out and get my revenge on you. They say that revenge is sweet, and I'm pretty hungry. Been waiting to set me free. I cannot resist this perfect little kill. So when you discover that there's no one to hold me back, by that time it's going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge, and I won't see it coming. Get my heart beating up so much more than you thought you could chew. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge, and I won't see it coming. I swear I'm just gonna go out and get my revenge on you. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope without a chase. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end.
love.
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life, unsure where we going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky, watching the stars collide, watching them watching the stars collide, watching them with every shooting star in this universe so far, I'm getting closer to you. In this endless space and time, you're the brightest star to shine. I sink into your light, watching the stars collide, watching them watching the stars collide, watching them staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say? Coming across the line. You got me caged like an animal, sinking like a cannonball, living in hell on this earth every day, feeling the test of the tide I repair. Oh, look what they done to me, I'm half the man I used to be. Lined up in silence and lonely walls, stench of the bleachers, I'm knocked down the hole. No, I wish I had never been born. I'm sick of all these shackles and chains. You got me sleeping on the smoke floor. There's miles and lots of every thought. And I think that I got what it takes. 4 hours in and I'm ready to break. Mama couldn't bear to see, couldn't even look at me. Stuck in the middle of killers of blame. But how can I judge if I'm clearly the same? Oh, I wish I had never been cold. I'm sick of all these shackles and chains.
I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little?
你没事吧？你没事吧？你没事吧？没事吧？你没事吧？没事吧？ OK，各位召唤师，全体目光向我看齐，看我啊！我宣布个事儿，可能因为4强的比赛太精彩，我不得不身披复活甲，重新归来。我保证，这真的是本赛季最后一期观赛指南。不得不说 ，JDG 和69哥这个赛季的表现真可谓是极力拉扯。关键局的圣枪洗礼滑步定生死，决胜局把The Shy 的剑魔打到天神下班。在4强复活甲之争中，虽然憾负 RNG， 但还有背水一战的机会。不管你当时是想帮我说话，还是想踩我2脚，我九某人落子无悔，黑白说话。OK， 反正不关我事儿，我怕吃到 AOE 要避开强势期，何况那晚我早睡了。话分两头 ，RNG 在4强第2轮和理想型打野肯纳贝的鏖战中，以王者之姿拿下比赛，又一次精彩的让2追3。其实目前局势已经很明朗了，剩下的比赛无非就是 TES 围剿 RNG， 收手吧组，外面都是滔博哥。让我们把目光聚焦 V5 和 TES， 仔细想想，369、卡萨、左手和阿水全部挺进4强，他们组个战队应该很不错吧？感觉世界赛至少4强。如果拥有他们的战队，仅能在下系赛1轮游，那么主教练的含金量是……玩笑归玩笑，在4强的第1轮交手中，复仇者联盟 V5 气势如虹，拿下2把。复活甲近在咫尺，最后一把的胜利可谓探囊。发生什么事了？我复活甲呢？我不知道啊！我复活甲呢？打哪着啊 ？TES 凭借 Wayward 聪明的墨菲特，成功帮助乔丹戒网瘾，天不仅亮了，而且午时已到。总之，这个春天的一切悬念都将悉数揭晓。作为本赛季最后一期观赛指南，请允许我为各位召唤师献上真诚的祝愿。你们要开心，你们要幸福，好不好？开心啊，幸福。这个赛季没有我了没关系，你们要幸福。召唤师没有你们我怎么活呀？召唤师。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL Analyst Couch. What's more, was it coffee table?
Coffee desk. Analyst coffee desk.
I can't remember what they called it yesterday. I'm Munchwills. I'm joined by Dagda and Ox. These guys are veterans of the coffee desk at this point. How are you feeling? Had a good night's sleep, ready for another banger?
Very caffeinated with, being on the coffee desk. But yeah, no, good to go.
Yeah, I'm hyped. We had a banger series. Yes, we've just had such good series since we got to the later end of the playoffs, man. It's been so good.
I'm not going to lie. Watching yesterday's series, I thought we were going to have another 5-game series. I thought it was just going to be pure 5 games for all of the double elimination. Unfortunately, not the case in the end. Let's start off by looking at our bracket. If you missed it yesterday, we've already begun our lower bracket elimination. JDG were knocked out of the tournament by V5. You can see that right at the bottom of the screen, which means V5 move forward up the lower bracket. But crucially, we're looking at the upper bracket today. It's Top Esports against RNG.
Yeah, and it's kind of insane to see Top Esports making that run and now facing off against RNG. And I mean, look, at least for both these teams, whoever loses today still has that chance against V5. But both squads want to make sure they're avoiding that chance to go into the bottom half of the bracket.
Especially with how V5 performed yesterday, definitely looked like they sort of sort out some issues with the gameplay against JDG. And the thing is, it was so close in those first 2 matches between V5 and Top Esports, RNG and JDG. It felt like there wasn't much between it, so I expect the series to be similarly scrappy.
Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping the series will be similarly scrappy as well, but I feel like both of these teams are teams that it's kind of difficult to pinpoint exactly what we're going to see from them today. We'll dig into the ins and outs of that a little bit later on. First, I want to do a recap of what happened yesterday, right? JDG have now been eliminated from playoffs. The first team to be knocked out of our double elimination, meaning they finish in 4th place. V5 moving forwards as well. And I feel like yesterday's series, it started super close, but the longer it went on, the more dominant V5 looked.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, look, JDG, at least from the get-go, came out swinging, and we saw Yagao get these 2 kills quickly in these early skirmishes against V5, and it kind of looked like JDG were setting themselves up well in the series, but you could see that was a hard-fought battle in Game 1 with Yagao going up against Photic and seeing if they were able to kind of take over in that game. Now, it kind of got to the point where, unfortunately for V5, JDG were just amassing too much power in in that mid lane and through the jungle of Kanavi as well, and they're able to take the game.
And that's the thing, you know, V5 came out with the Volleyball Blanc, and I expected them to be winning out in those early skirmishes, but Yagao, despite being on the victor, was holding up. And I feel like ultimately this game was such a tight one, it kind of gave the expectation that we'd have a tight series. But really, as the series went on, you know, it started to become a lot more V5 favored.
Yeah, it really did, and it felt like the big factor for a lot of it was like working through kind of Carson Rookie, how well they were going to be able to work together. Once we saw, like, look, Yagao again going for this Victor pick, it's something myself and yourself, Box, have been pretty vocal about not being a big fan of. Like, it worked in game 1, but as we rotated in towards game 2 and we started to see the Twisted Fate coming out, that's where you started to see the problems with this Victor. Felt like JDG felt the pressure to try and make plays in the bottom half of the map, but you can see V5 as on your screens responded well to that pressure. Votic and PP got absorbing a lot of it, not actually giving those kills across, and then Rookie was able to play up towards the top side, make sure Rich was able to get a lead, and then also making sure that he was able to turn around a lot of these JDG plays on the bottom side. And this was really where the game blew open with this quick pick, and V5 could move into the mid game with a lot of success.
And that's the thing, similarly we had the Rise coming out again, and it's just these picks enabled Rookie to have that presence on the map. And even if you feel like you're going to come out stronger in the later scaling areas of the game, it doesn't matter if the enemy team's able to snowball. And on top of that, I mean, this game 369 had such a banger performance on Kennen, the entire team of V5 atomized into MR, and then Karsa had, I mean, the best Viego performance we've seen this entire year. And
honestly, it's kind of sad to see JDG knocked out in 4th place. Like, this for me felt like it was very much kind of the redemption moment for them. Maybe not now, looking at 369, if this play is Rich absolutely destroys them. But this for me was kind of like the redemption split for JDG, right? Like, you can see them having troubles at the start of the split. Then as we start to move on, after Chinese New Year, all starts to come together. 369 showing that he was capable of growing beyond top esports. We got Hope coming back after he was dropped to the LDL, having Viper replace him in EDG. But I mean, look, 4th place for the roster that was there and how much they struggled at the start of the split. It's good to see, but it was just sad to see that they couldn't go the full distance.
It's a shame, isn't it? Because that massive win streak during the regular season, and also the 369 versus Karsa storyline has come to its conclusion for spring. But that's enough about what happened yesterday. We need to talk about what happens today, because on one side we've got top esports stepping on up, and if you look at the bracket run that they have had so far, they are dominating. They have made it through 3 rounds so far, beating BLG, beating LNG, and now beating V5 as well. Feels like they're arguably a tournament favorite at this stage.
Yeah, and I feel like it's been such a long time since we've been able to talk about them as a tournament favorite, right? Like 2 years since we last saw, you know, Top Esports as potentially being the front runner for the LPL, and then they had that unfortunate Worlds where they ended up getting beaten out by Suning, which...
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that. But, you know, I feel like... Again,
another reverse sweep, though. Just
the start of the season, I felt like Top Esports, you know, they still had some kinks to work out. They really found so much momentum, particularly in playoffs, right? Beating BLG and beating LNG. I don't think there were big shocks to anyone, but V5, everyone was looking at them as being a favorite, and for them to be taken down in such a manner, which is outstanding.
Yeah, especially when you look at this team and like the big rebuild they've gone through, right? Like, you look up to, or you look into the jungle, you got TN who's coming in, you look at their bot side of the map, they've had like Mark, Joe trying to flip out back and forth between them. Even you look at Zoom at the very beginning of the year, not working out in the top lane. It feels like everyone's kind of forgotten about Zoom, but still, like, you got Wayward who's come in, he's like absolutely incredible. So it really does feel like this team has come together. And although you have like some guys that are growing up on this team, like Joe, you've got like Wayward now making a name for himself, joining alongside old veterans. It feels like that kind of capability, the young and old working together, has made such a fresh new start for Top Esports.
And I feel like Mark as well is kind of a veteran voice on the team, where obviously not a veteran of Top Esports, but people kind of underestimate how long Mark has been in the league a lot of the time. But we need to talk about RNG as well, because coming in today, you know, they've made it to the upper bracket final. This is a team that wants to make it back to MSI. This is a team that wants to defend their MSI title. And it feels like, you know, the journey is not over yet. They'd still have to win at least 2 series remaining, but it's possible for them to make it.
Yeah, and I mean, look, 2021 was where we saw them like go up against FPX. They lose 3-0 in the upper bracket, get knocked down into the bottom half of the bracket, and still manage to come back to beat have the revenge story against FPX in that final. And it was great to see them then move on to MSI, taking down Damwon. Like, this was where we kind of looked and went, man, this like Xiaohu moving up towards the top side of the map has worked out super well for him, but now he's back in the mid lane, and we have to see if we have to do it again.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, with Cryan, they had a very straightforward game plan. We even saw that in the 5th game against JDG. It kind of returned to that roaming mid who heads top to snowball that. But I feel like if you look at the roster as a whole, Xiaohu coming mid gives them a real strong powerhouse that is vital in this current meta when you're going up against Knight and Rookie. And Bin hasn't had the best performance this split, but if they can get the pieces all working together like they have in occasional games here and there, I think it's a roster with more potential. And looking towards MSI, that's an important factor. I
will say, in the taxi on the way here, you had stronger words than Bin hasn't had the greatest performance this split.
Yeah, he runs it down a little bit here and there, but I'm going to be real. Name a top laner who hasn't.
Right, the top 4 top laners in this split, it's very like one behind and carry or just run the game.
I mean, even look at the series yesterday, like it was literally back to back. J69, best cannon game we've seen all split. And then the Jace, we don't talk about.
You have to power up. You can't just have it at all points in time. You know, one game of rest, one game on.
Literally feast or famine all the time. But I want to take a look at the previous series for both of these two teams, right? Because they both had to battle on the brink to get here. We're talking about them as favorites. We're talking about them as these super strong teams. But ultimately, they both reverse swept to be here in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing when you look across at both of them is like how they kind of like mix things up within their series to try and like get to the point where they could actually bring it back. And we think for top esports, looking at them, a lot of the eyes are on Knight, and it always kind of has been the Knight story, especially even when you look at the rebuild. It's kind of been around Jackie Love and Knight, but certainly Knight has been the big benefactor where he's been able to work with TN, get these roaming picks, and like move into the opposite side of the map alongside TN. And I think that's where, like, when you look at their series against V5, the fact that you could have, like, Knight picking up these things like the Akali into Rookie's Victor, trying to take over from that regard. Then you've got him making picks like with the Rise and moving in with the to try and support TN across the map. These were the big things that kind of solidified top esports in that series.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with a jungle like TN. You need someone who's going to be able to match his aggression, who's going to be able to provide for him, because otherwise a lot of these plays that end up going successfully just end up flubbing.
Yeah, I believe we have some clips of those series as well. So we can kind of see the evolution, because it did feel like across the course of this series, V5 started to figure out how Top Esports figured out how they wanted to play the game. And it felt like a very different team at the end of the series to where we saw them start. Yeah,
it really felt like if you could get Rodin in the early stage for Top Esports, you were fine. Like when Karsa and Rookie were playing this like strong mid jungle with the Hecarim and the Orianna in game 1, you can see that they hit 6, deliberate game plan, find skirmishes, make sure picks can happen. But as we started to progress into the game and you saw like that strong mid targeted in the ban phase, now Rookie's falling back to the Victor, which unlocked Knight on the Akali to kind of go and pod these pop-off performances, hard carry Top Esports to the win. And then when he had things like the Rise that he was able to bring out in game 3 and game 4, it was much more about finding these scraps, finding these early skirmishes where they could find success.
And you can even look in this game, right? 1-4 for Jackie Love, but you look at the mid jungle, 7-0-1 for Chan, 1-0-6 for Knight. It's like I set up my jungle and Chan had a fantastic Lee Sin performance, just completely crushed the game, and that's really what we need from Top Esports in this series.
Which is hilarious, because as you rightly pointed out earlier on, it was like night and day from the game before. He absolutely hit it in the game before, and then pops off in the second one. But again, I think Ox has kind of hit on like how we can see the origins of Top Esports. And as we start to look over at RNG on your screens as well, it felt like for this, a very deliberate game plan to play around JDG's bot lane, shut down Hope and Missing, but they didn't really feel too comfortable trying to, at least in my eyes, play through that bot side of the map until they rotated Bin onto Gragas and found these big team fights.
That's the thing, they put Hope so far behind. Game 1, half the CS compared to Gala, 0-2 coming on lane in phase, didn't die again, had a monster performance, and it was really when we got to that game 3, as you said, Bin on the Gragas provided that reliable front line, peel for the back line, and then things like the Viego in particular in those team fights just allowed them to continue to find momentum. That pick has been so instrumental for Way's success.
Yeah, and it kind of felt like when we got to game 5, it got to back to like old school RNG, nearly the Cryan-esque RNG, right? Where we see the Galio come out for Xiaohu and he's roaming all over the map, he's playing with Wei, he's making sure that his team is set up for success in the early stages. And that was kind of the first time, at least for me, where I got to see like at least what I originally think of for RNG, which is like Ming playing towards mid, unlocking Xiaohu from that lane, then working with him to take over the game. It felt like kind of RNG had this game plan for JDG that at least by game 5 they're like, look, let's just play our style.
Yeah, I want to dig further into that as well, because you're talking about Ming playing towards that mid lane, and I feel like it's a similar story on the opposite side of the ball with top esports, where Tien very much likes to play around Knight in the mid lane, I feel like ultimately we'd be remiss not to talk about those two mid laners going head to head and the support that they'll have in that mid lane matchup, because Knight versus Xiaohu, it's always going to be an insane matchup individually, but it's not necessarily going to be a 1v1.
Yeah, and I think it's super important because I feel like Xiaohu provides so much for Wei, ensuring that he doesn't get punished early, he can continue to play for neutrals, right? Herald and Dragon, a massive factor of the game plan. For Tian, it is a bit more aggressive, but the concept is still the same. Having Knight being able to follow him up on these heavy invades. And you can see the picks as well for both of them. A lot of shared champions, a lot of those ones that if you find a roam timing early, if you have the pressure, you can make such a massive impact in the side lanes.
Yeah, and that's why I really think picks like the Ahri, the Ryze, these kind of things are going to be super big picks for this mid lane matchup. And as like Ox has just said, like for Knight, it's very much a case of, cool, can I get priority mid to then help Tien invade, especially when Tien's on like good matchups, like he loves, say, the Lee Sin into the Viego, just consistently invading onto the Viego, making sure he can use that strong jungler. Whereas then when you look across a Xiaohu, it feels much more about, okay, can I get priority to then stop people from interacting with Wei, let Wei find some ganks, especially since Wei has had a little bit of I'll say a lackluster split, like a lot less proactive than we've seen from him in splits past. Definitely having that help from Xiaohu is key to Wei's success.
And that's why I think what's going to be really interesting is how the teams unlock their mids, because, you know, could it be an early jungle gank that sets enemy mid behind? Could it be in the draft phase where they ensure they have a good matchup to get prior early? Could it be those supports moving up that are allowed to set up control in the area? All these things could come down to it, but ultimately I feel like in this matchup, whoever wins mid wins jungle, whoever wins jungle wins the game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel Champ Select is going to be so interesting to watch for this entire series, because it's not only the fact that you're looking at mid, it's not only the fact that you're looking at jungle, it's like, hey, look, does Ming get some of his big picks? Like, is he able to then come and play, like, you know, an extra hand in this mid lane matchup? There's a huge amount that is kind of at stake when you look at just how these drafts have gone, even when we look at, like, the back half of our playoffs, like how important some of the strong early jungle picks are to influence this mid lane matchup, how important the mid lane picks are, particularly as we said, like the Ryze and these things, they can make such a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually have a couple of clips of the mid laners as well that we can run through quickly, but I think one of the most interesting things to me, because obviously this kind of eye candy, these clips, but as you guys were talking about, the way that the mid laners interact with the jungles, I think will be crucial, especially for Knight and Tien. Like, I think quite a lot of the time Tien will go for the invades, even if Knight isn't there to support him. So it's crucial that Knight finds the way to get in the jungle with him.
I feel like there's been a discussion at some point where Chan goes for a very aggressive invade, whether it's in a competitive game or in scrims, and it's been like, you could just not invade. And he's like, nope, I don't. You have to be there to follow me.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's gonna work. And it's like, okay, I guess that's how we're playing now.
There are times where I just wish Tien would look to see if it's possible for people to follow him.
No. It's always happening. It's about his team making it possible.
I just remember that IG series where it's like Knight is pushed underneath his tower game 1 and Tien is like, I'm going for the invade, and it's just like you just get the Yukai even just moving in towards that mid lane to help out. But as you can see in your screens, when Knight is able to support that, when he's able to pop off, they can have these absolutely insane performances from top esports, and it's super impressive. Like having those two people invading you early, especially if you got a good jungle matchup, it's so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we get to watch a clip of Knight just popping off on Akali as well. Just so much fun to watch every single time. Let's quickly talk about some of the picks we are expecting, because we talked pretty extensively there about the mid lane. But I know, Rob, you're excited about the top lane. Orcs, I know you're excited about the support role. We can have a look at some of our picks to watch for this series. The left one's likely for RNG, middle contested, the right one's likely for top.
Yeah, and these are picks that, like, obviously both sides play, but it's something that at least myself and Ox kind of agree is, like, more likely to happen on each of the teams. So I think for me, it's like, obviously the Gnar for Bin has been his most played. You look at Wayward, the Graves has been such a crucial pick for him and kind of something that he likes to go for as a blind pick. But the one thing that actually stands out to me with these top laners is how over playoffs, we've actually seen them bringing out things like the Gragas, much more of these tank-orientated picks. We've seen the Malphite for Wayward as well. It feels like as playoffs have gone on, teams have started to go intend more towards these tanks in the top lane so they can set up for their strong mids, their strong AD carries. And I think it's made for a super interesting draft where you're not really sure if you are going to be going up against the carry, even with two carry players, or if you're looking more towards those tanks.
For me, I'm looking towards the support role because, obviously pretty much every support in the entire league, and especially Mark, does play the Nautilus. But for Ming, in that series against JDG, it was consistently banned away from him. And if we're talking about him unlocking mid lane, Nautilus is such a great pick to do so. So good at setting up the skirmishes. But on the other side, we have the Renata. And as much as it's not as good at roaming compared to the Nautilus, this pick, I feel like, is the best support in the game if you have Jackie Love as an AD carry. He will go in super aggressive and try and trade kills, irrespective. If you have Renata, though, that's like the play style you should be going for, right? If he's on a Felios, you press W, he runs forward. If he dies, he'll surely get a kill to trade back. And I feel like for the style of play, that aggressive AD carry gameplay is so enabled.
Yeah, especially as you can see, like bringing out picks like the Zaya, we know he's a big Draven player. These things that can go super, super aggressive, like that's the kind of style that you want to be looking for with Jackie Love, and it's something I think Gala and Ming are going to have to be very careful of in that bot side of the map, especially when we know that Ming does like to roam. There's always the potential for Jackie Love and Mark to make some of those 2v1 plays happen the bot side.
Definitely is. But with all of the conversation about the teams, the styles, the drafts out of the way, I think it's about time we put our money on the line here. We need to talk predictions. And this is one of the most divided predictions I think we've had in the whole of playoffs so far. Our talent team is completely split. I am obviously on the side of the sane people going for top esports.
The Mojo Jojo.
But Rob, you've picked the wrong team there. Can you talk me through the thought process?
So look, at least for me, right? We have just highlighted that TN has had some questionable moments in these games, all right? And I think as well, I think that's kind of the story a lot for me with top esports is they have super high highs and they can be incredibly effective. But when you look at like their lows, it can be really, really inconsistent. When I look at RNG, I just think they're more consistent across the board. I also think that they come in very well prepared for playoff series, especially when we've seen from them in the past, like with dedicated ideas of how they want to play games like against JDG, hyper-focused bot, focused dragons more. So I definitely think coming into this, RNG, just the consistency will lend itself towards that win.
See, and my friend Rob here will present all this analysis towards you, right? But realistically, Wayward's going to come in, he'll solo kill Bin, he'll pop the question mark frog emote, and that will be it. Bin's mental will be shattered for the series. That's what I have faith in, right? So I feel like you can use your brain. I'm just like, I'm using my heart here.
Yeah, you got to predict with your heart when it comes to LPL playoffs because logic doesn't necessarily apply here. I think it's going to go the way of the Mojo, but I believe we are running out of time
Who's
here.
first in predictions again? I can't remember. Is it? Yeah. All right.
Well,
yeah.
I think
All right,
you
I
and
think-
Lyric.
sorry, no, we're running out of time.
Today.
Let's
You
go.
and Lyric until today.
You and Lyric both said to me, you're thinking too much about your predictions. So now
Yeah.
I'm not using my brain anymore.
That's
This is
us
off.
out of time. That's us out of time, unfortunately. So we're going to pass it up to our casters and get this series underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know where you are. You're back here at what we called the casting desk yesterday. My name's Hysterix. I'm joined by Lyric again. Back-to-back, sir.
2 days in a row.
Dude, who cares? We love it. Yesterday was V5 JDG in a 4-game banging series. Not to overuse that word, but today, hoping more of the same from RNG and Top Esports, especially since the guys highlighted it so much on the desk. We're split. We're all split with our predictions for a good reason. It's crazy to think that this could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, even coming in today with the prep, talking to Dagda, talking to Ox, even the drafts, just thinking it could go all over the place. Both teams having, I'd say, confidence playing a lot of the meta picks, not the same storyline as yesterday, which is why we see a lot of target bans coming out across the board. The Camille taken away, the Graves off the board, and leaving tons of prio picks. RNG going to go straight towards the Zaya. My eyes still on picks like the Ari being left open, which Knight has loved.
Very true, especially when we're looking at a Xiaohu Knight matchup here today. I know the fans want to see something a little bit more exciting in the lane. Now, you mentioned the Ari. Really good pick up there, Lyric. The other 80 carry on the board when they were talking about shared champion pools. The Aphelios, a no-brainer.
Yeah, the other thing that stands out to me is the Volibear being left open with the Lee Sin off the table. Viego as well has really been a go-to for both junglers. And we've seen the story of playoffs so far has really been early aggression coming out from mid-jungle. So if RNG opt to lock in the LeBlanc here, go for that heavy trading, kind of back-and-forth matchup, you pair it with the Volibear, you have what should be the stronger mid-jungle 2v2 with the fact that the Lee Sin's off the board, and then the ball being top esports court with, hey, where do you go? Do you opt into something like a Hecarim, which hasn't really had the most success in playoffs and play more for team fights, or do they have something a bit more unique prepared?
When you were telling me that, like, TN always invades, without a doubt. We see him after his first clear. Well, TN's going in. I'm more curious about that champion pool, about that jungle pool, especially since you already layered down the LeBlanc, the Volibear that comes through from RNG. So Three really strong picks right now in the meta. Walk me again through top esports. What options they could go for if it is a jungle hit?
So if you want to answer like a stronger jungle champion in the 1v1, the Trundle is available.
Okay.
I won't really set them up, again, for more like early ganking style, but they will still have that strong skirmishing able to come through. The Hecarim was something else we hit on, which sets up more for team fights.
Yep.
The only other way they can go, in my opinion, would be if they wanted to pick support, which doesn't look like they will, because the Nautilus has been something that the AD was hitting on, especially for Ming. I feel like is a go-to pick where he can just completely take over the map.
I was saying in the last series, I mean, it was completely banned against RNG, so for Ming, it's open for now, but as we get the Trundle, you're also highlighting, let's see if it's taken away. First one is the Rakan going with Desire, a natural 2v2 pairing. We'll just have to see if they keep targeting away support. RNG, what do you want to see?
For RNG, I mean, maybe just keep going with it as well. Yeah, taking with Renata, I think a good call. Mark is probably the best, is the best Renata left in playoffs with Chris being out. I think Chris, solid argument for him, but sadly BLG out, so Mark taking that title. For RNG, again, I think it really is just about getting on and engage support. We saw in their last series bringing up the Karma in Game 1 where they were completely dominating in their first round up against JDG in the bot lane, but didn't really work out if Ming's not able to just face check and try and find that vision.
Again, one of the best roaming supports, by the way, I feel like as well. Ming is a god tier jungler, god tier support. Imagine jungler. We get a Jace ban. Okay, so RNG targeting a solo lane just like top esports. The Nautilus you mentioned is still open. Things like the Leona as well.
Yeah, and I kind of expect it to be a bit of a handshake on that front. You take the Leona, he'll probably go with the Nautilus, and you save that counter pick for top, where Wayward can find himself a good matchup, try and tilt Bin, spam those emotes. So I'm a little bit curious to see where Bin will want to go with this one. He has been one of our players who has still kind of leaned towards something like the Gnar pick, even though it really has fallen off with other players. And yeah, I think not too many safe blind picks left open with the fact that Jace is off the board. The Cannon's gone, the Graves is there, but
when you said safe blinds, I'm like, but is Bin safe? Like, is Bin a safe kind of player? We know he can flip up and down. I'm so curious about this because we get the Akali. All right. On the other side, we know Wayward as that Graves player. That's fanned away. Wayward is also the kind of player that I know has been exploding onto the scene.
Yeah, I was going to say, I want to see if he goes with something that is that lane dominant. He was hovering the Lucian in terms of that 1v1 and how strong he is in these matchups, but looks like Wayward in the end.
Oh, no, dude.
Just going to go for a bit of a safer option to play with the team. So I don't think Bin should be as heavily punished in this matchup. Like Akali will find time just getting through the lane.
Right.
And then you are going to be useful at the level 6 mark, putting a lot of threat onto JackeyLove, especially once we get to that mid game. And RNG just clear as day, right? Flanks, playing through sides, the 1-3-1 able to come out and just putting pressure on Knight and JackeyLove.
But I'm really curious about the early lane, right? Akali, LeBlanc, we know that lanes that really want to snowball and take over the game, especially when we have a Volibear jungle.
And that's the key thing, right? Because I feel like LeBlanc brings setup. She has the chain to set up the CC herself, has the burst, but playing with the Akali, it takes something like Volibear, who is, in my opinion, the strongest early skirmishing 2v2 jungler. Just, again, the Sky Splitter, how strong it is, AoE damage, the shield that you get, the sustain you get off of just constant Ws. So the fact that they have the Volibear, I think, sets them in a really good spot to look for some of these really early ganks, even for champions like Akali, which maybe typically wouldn't get them.
True. I mean, if you were going back a couple of years, maybe you'd say that's a very top esports kind of comp, right? We're having a conversation offline about how top esports have changed, as a slower team coming through, not the explosives, I guess the lane dominant that we've seen in the past. Still great players, though, to mention. Walk me through a little bit about this because we have easy setup here. The Trundle as well coming in for top esports.
I think for top esports, you'd like lanes to be a bit more isolated, like Gnar playing up against Akali, abusing that range advantage early on. Trundle able to win out in the 1v1 duels against the Volibear, which haven't exactly worked out in playoffs like they should. But, I mean, you have more sustained damage. You should just be able to run him down. He shouldn't really be able to do anything against you. And, I mean, go into the mid-game strong, where you have the Aphelios, you have Trundle, who provides an incredible amount of peel. You'll be able to take away some of the tank stats on the enemy team coming out from the support role and just be set up for these 5v5s later on.
Get yourself in a calm position here for top esports. Again, Akali, LeBlanc solo lanes. And again, we were talking a lot about mid versus mid. Downstairs, which is our analyst desk, they were highlighting Xiaohu versus Knight. That's what we've come to see. Although RNG top esports are in the upper bracket, we're in the upper bracket final to lead into the grand finals. First, we got to see how they get there. And we've all been talking about it. Xiaohu versus Knight. There's a lot on the line here. There's a lot of old versus new. And I feel like Xiaohu has so many more accolades that Knight is rightly intimidated by.
100%. I feel like if you look at this matchup, to me, it's like the battle of two of the best domestic mid laners in the LPL. And I'd say the two people vying for that title, right? Xiaohu, I think, has the accolades, has the longevity, has pretty much everything to have that right now. But, I mean, if we just look at the past few years and how good Knight's been, we're just waiting to see if Top Esports can pick up more than the one LPL title they have, the MSC title, which doesn't mean a lot to most people, but that tournament was still a banger.
It was still a banger, and, Top Esports rightfully earned it. I think, furthermore, the world's performance of Knight in 2020 didn't leave many people happy and saying, why are you hyping up this mid laner? You all remember it. It was a 2020 Worlds that LPL was a little bit sad about because it was suiting that made it all the way to the end. Top Esports and JDG fell short. They need to make it to MSI and start proving a point that Knight is one of the best, if not the best mid laner domestically too. Because I've been talking up people like Rookie, even Xiaohu too. People that have been around for much longer and deserve the accolades they've got. I mean, Xiaohu's got 2 MSI titles now and has been to Worlds more times than I can think in my head.
Yeah, and even just thinking about, like, the stakes of losing this. Like, sure, if you lose the series, you're not out, and Top Esports have already beaten V5, but V5 is still not a team I would want to play, especially when they're having one of their good days, having to go against someone like Rookie, seeing the clutch series of cards I had the other day. So make your way straight to the final, avoid that as long as you can, and then, at the end of the day, we're either going to get RNG able to go, maybe defend their MSI title, or a team like Top Esports or V5 who've never been to an MSI.
That's right. I mean, V5 never won a domestic championship. I know it's not about them, but still, there's a lot of fun narratives, a lot of fun talking points running into this series. We seem to be experiencing a delay, so we'll see how we go getting into game for you and starting off the series. And
do you think we jump in at 2 minutes again?
Yeah, maybe we do.
Go straight into a bot gank?
A bit of a surprise with the 20-second gank from Garza.
Yeah.
Didn't get to watch that one play out. Hopefully not. You actually predicted Top Esports for this one, by the way, didn't you?
I did. I think this one's actually harder to predict than yesterday's, and I predicted yesterday's wrong. But I think Top Esports, I feel like both teams are so heavily dependent on their mid laners and don't have like tons of distinguishable habits that they look and go back to, like JDG with playing around 369 and setting up Kanavi, or how heavily V5 plays for Rookie and invading enemy jungle and getting vision down. I feel like both these teams are a bit more flexible. We've seen like games with Top Esports where Wayward can pop off and you put a lot into that top side. If Mark and Jaculov can find an early 2v2, again, TN can be flexible, start playing around them. So I think a lot's going to be dictated based on how the drafts pan out for how these teams play, and then just seeing who's able to execute. Because another thing Ox was hitting on, going to the opposite side, was Bin. Bin's form this split has just not really been good. Even in their last series, which they won, he was like heavily struggling in the early game laning phase against 369.
I mean, we've seen a lot of the early split of RNG where Bin was left on a bit of an island, right? He was isolated, and RNG didn't really play towards him, and the rest of the map was doing just fine. Bin was struggling, and I feel like RNG have made some changes this split, but overall, it's been a very different team with a very different top laner, right? Before we had Xiaohu up there, and Xiaohu was the focus. We started the split. Xiaohu again moving to mid, also the focus. He's playing really well and feels like the glue at the moment. So really curious when he's going up against Wayward, because Bin versus Wayward is a fun matchup where Wayward got Rookie of the split.
Yeah.
And he deserved like MVP of the split, honestly, or at least one of them, because Wayward has come in his debut split and absolutely smashed some of the top laners.
And he just tilts them off the face of the earth with his emo usage. And any of you guys who listen to Ox, that is all he can go off about. And it's not just about him spamming emotes. He uses them at the perfect times. The white flags, the crying Amumus, the question mark frog. They're all there.
Wayward's got emote game, and look, that's what you want to see as a top esports fan. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we're on to the Rift, our upper bracket finals. Top esports versus RNG. In recent years, it has been a heavy matchup, but RNG is a storied organization. Top Esports are the recent successors. One domestic title here for TES in 2020 spring. And then on the other side, RNG, we've got so many domestic titles to count. 2018, their golden road denied in the quarterfinals by G2 of the Worlds of the same year. There's a lot of history here, a lot to unpack. And Lyric, welcome to the game. I see you pointing at the screen going, hey, that's an airy nah.
Yeah, I mean, Wayward going to be looking to play this lane as aggressive as possible, right? Taking airy, just wanting to constantly proc that rune by looking for the auto attack traits, knowing he has a range advantage, whittle him down. So makes me wonder if Knight and TN are going to put a lot of pressure up towards that lane. On the opposite side, though, Bin going with the Ignite, so showing he also is going to want to look for these all-in. So both teams setting up so far that they're going to be playing heavily around their top laners. That was how we always speculated that RNG would play with this iteration of the roster. Like you were just saying, we haven't exactly seen it all too much. And for Tien and Knight, that's kind of like their bread and butter. You think back to when 369 was on the roster, it was just gank and protect top all day long.
That's true. I mean, again, Knight has been playing so well, and when we talked about Xiaohu being the glue for RNG, Top Esports, you could say the same thing. And Lyric, coming into this game, I wanted to talk a little bit more about TES because we defined that RNG, building about Snowball, about what the individual laners can do. I want to come back to TES and how they can give more space to Wayward and how they can kind of cruise through this game as Jackulove doing Jackulove things. Hang on a minute, folks. We'll talk about that in a second. Because RNG's bottom lane close to hitting two, but
my God.
how did that dredge line get through the support? Gala gets first blood. Ming is a Nautilus genius.
I don't even know if that's fair. It went right. It went straight through the Leona. Jackie Love, I feel for you, brother. What was that?
What the hell was that lollipopping?
I need that replay.
Oh my God. Well, we've started in an absolute fashion again, haven't we? First blood over to RNG. The 2v2 smacks on Jackie Love and Mark, and that is such a big lead. Look at the CS difference. Jackie Love's the one that died, Lyric. 4 CS coming back to lane. Gala's on 18.
And they were just able to crash the wave as well. He's going to be able to get a nice reset, come back to lane with a bit of an item advantage. And this is what we were hitting on for both sides, right? Being flexible in terms of where you're able to play around it. If Wei wanted to start putting attention more towards the bottom side, that's what we saw them do in their previous series. Both junglers, though, are on opposite sides of the map right now. It is Tian who is hovered down towards that bottom side. Wei will be looking to go top instead, and maybe stick to the plan of, again, having the Akali with the Ignite, looking for that volatility to find the kill, to set Wayward behind, and maybe tilt this guy out of the game.
I mean, that's what you want to see because the wave is pushing up against him, but Wayward's playing it safe. Backing in the middle of the wave, there's no way Wei can get in. Oh no, I just realized we're going to be doing this dance, Lyric, with the names of the RNG jungler and Top Esports top laner. Wayward was able to back away and able to walk back to his lane as well, while Wei continues jungling up towards the top side with Scuttle.
You know, it might not be as bad as Wei and Wei in the same game, but Wei and Wayward is also...
It's so close.
It hits the same.
Now look at bot for a second though. Mark's actually flashed on in. Instant cleanse here from Gala, getting revenge. Jackulove and Mark are upset, and rightfully so. Now finally getting a good trade back.
I mean, the wave was on their side of the lane, right, because it crashed, so they were slow pushing it into RNG while they were coming off their resets, able to hit level 3 first, and they abused that window to get that fantastic trade.
Well, Gala and Ming still having a wave pushing up against them, playing very defensively here. As the wave crashes on in, remember that Mark has Ignite. Jackulove without his own summoners, but Ming is the only one who has Flash in this lane. However, Top Esports are going to back away. The dive will not continue, especially good since Wei has made his way down to the bottom lane. So, Lyric, we are going to be starting off with a Hextech Dragon as well, 30 seconds in. And coming back to the question before we saw the ridiculous hook, I wanted you to explain Top Esports comp a little bit more to me and how simple it can be for them.
For TS, I think it's a lot about finding stability in the early laning phase and trying to go into mid-game strong.
Okay.
It's going to be quite rough, I think, from the fact you're playing against these two assassins that can look for backline flanks. It's going to be very important that Top Esports clear vision behind them. I think you're setting up for a bit of a front-to-back, right? You have the Gnar who can play in Mega, be a frontliner. You have the Leona Trundle there to sit in front of your Aphelios as well. And Knight will be the one playing off to the side, trying to put some threat onto Gala himself, to where, you know, RNG's threats are going to be coming from flanks, from sides.
Yeah.
That will be all of their damage.
And their solo laners we talked about, Xiaohu and Bin, a lot of emphasis here on them. Xiaohu already with a massive wave to the mid wave, but feels like he is at a bit of a CS advantage up against Knight. When we're talking about these mids going head to head, I mean, Xiaohu has just had a banger of a split once again. Reverting back to mid, he won MSI last year as a top laner, dude, and he's also won MSI before as a mid laner. But enough of the story, because we're going to fight right down towards bottom side river. RNG converging on Tien, who flashes away, but now Mark's in the thick of it. On top of Gala, who regrets being there. Jackulove getting the kill, but Xiaohu's joining in as well. This feels like yesterday, Lyric, as RNG are isolated, and Top Esports bringing the pain train to net themselves 3 kills to 2 in this first game.
And it was just so critical that they were able to get on the enemy AD carry, taking away one of the big damage dealers to be able to come out ahead. Now for TS, they're the team that gets to turn onto the Drake and take that first objective.
Meanwhile, while Bin ulting up in the top side, so Top Esports ending up being a trade. Wayward's going to have to back away. Just teleport, but I love seeing Bin going for the all-in on the top side. Tien, he's okay. He's got the smite, so first Dragon to Top Esports up for a nice little skirmish here, Lyric.
And yeah, we're going to go straight into the replay. RNG trying to start the Dragon, trying to instantly turn onto Tien. He gets away, but the key thing is Mark fighting the Zenith Blade onto Gala. One of your big damage dealers already taken out of the fight. Sure, it is the early game, But then RNG being cut off into two sides is what allowed Top Esports to just pincer on one side of the fight, and LeBlanc not really able to find any impact whatsoever.
Cheeky little pillar as well from Tien. Wei's just isolated, and part of the splitting occurred as Ming angling for a hook here once again. You can never be too careful after what we've seen in the bottom lane, but Lyric, after that little skirmish, note that Knight was able to pick up a kill. One for Tien as well. Jackulov got a bit of revenge, and considering he's so far down in farm after that early level 1 kill, evening up the gold a little bit here for Top Esports.
And I mean, being on the serrated Dirk, going to be a much stronger, bit of a spike than what Jackulov is on. We know Xayah coming extremely strong into the mid game. Once he does pick up that Eclipse, how much damage your feathers will do, the range coming out from your Q, pull that into the E, makes it very hard from anyone on Top Esports to run into you. The thing I want to highlight more of is the position that Wayward's in, because Bin has actually been controlling the wave pretty much the whole time. Wayward's wave in a bit of an awkward spot right now, forced to recall and TP back. Bin still holding on to his TP, hasn't reset yet, has just been having his time in this laning phase.
I mean, you talked about stability for Top Esports, but for an Akali getting through the lane as well, not being able to get hit by Wayward's range, feels pretty nice.
And you don't really have anyone who could deal with the Akali on the side of TS. When we come to team fights and skirmishes, who can really peel him off? I mean, like Tien, you can try and mark the back, play with pillars around that area, but still, you just have so much mobility from Bin, and you're only guaranteed to see pretty much being on Mark, Knight having to land a charm, Wayward having to be Mega. I feel like Bin can be the one to just completely take over this game.
Which I hope is the case, right, for the fans' sake, but also for Bin's sake. Because Bin has been someone we've criticized. We talked about his split. It's a real rough around the edges moment. And against Wayward, when Wayward, for fans who've been watching the LPL, has been pretty favored.
Right there.
Nice little dodge. Ult comes through, Wayward tagged up, but nothing more than that. And Bin needs to have a good performance for fans of RNG to be confident in their progression in this series.
Top Esports going to try and use this to just start the Herald, but RNG are already here.
Ways level
Mark's
6.
here first.
I want to see if they kill Tien, but he smites up, healed up. Subjugate is so OP. Wayward gets the kill, and now that Bin's joined in, he wants to ult through as well, but Bin needs to get the damage down now. Cut across the enemy team, but RNG, low health bars of Xiao, who jumps on him. Bin snipes down, assassinates onto Wayward. Next ignite is not enough. Solar Flare flashed away from, and Top Esports are bringing the skirmish party to game 1.
And I just have no idea why Wei went in so early. They saw Mark was there. Mark was jumping on top of him. Ming still wasn't. And now both teams going to walk away from the brawl. Top Esports able to secure themselves that Herald. And yeah, I think just really, really confusing execution coming out from RNG, because look at the minimap right now. Ming's still on his way. All the members of TES are here. So he heavily commits into 4 members. That was a 4v1 that Wei took. So now numbers advantage for the side of TS. Knight, amazing charm to be able to distract Xiaohu, chunk him down quite low. Bin is able to be a bit of a hero, find a kill himself when Xiaohu gets the damage down, because they don't really have ways to deal with this mobility, but still just purely off numbers advantage, Top Esports able to walk away the winner in the end.
It's the same as last fight. They keep picking off the pieces, right? And for Top Esports, when you talked about them having stable lanes, conditioning themselves to a front-to-back later on, this is such a good early game, considering they're now in about a 500 gold lead, but also Wayward's got himself a nice condition to play through on the top side.
Yeah, like it feels good for TS, but I'm still scared.
Okay.
I'm never not going to be afraid of this Akali or LeBlanc going up against the composition that TES has, because we saw even there how much they were able to get done with the fact that Wei just ran in and gave his life for free to TES. So imagine once we get to the mid game and the fights are a bit on even footing to what they're able to do. So now with Top Esports having a bit of an advantage, we need to see what they can do with it. Can they start snowballing this lead, bring Knight up towards the top lane, use this Herald, break down a turret early on, and then use that pressure to choke RNG out of the game?
Depends what Wei can get done first of all. Wayward is in Mega Gnar. No summoners available, but the Gnar ulti is against Bin. Wants to take him, but Wei about to turn the turret off in 5 seconds. The ulti is almost there. Bin for the dive on top of that. He has the ulti himself, but Wei still holding on. Under turret, Wayward's fine. They need Xiaohu. He's in the top side brush, but Tien is also on his way. And just like that, in an enhanced recall, a dive a bit too early.
I'm surprised that RNG weren't a bit more confident to go with the aggression there, considering that Bin did have his ultimate.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe you could have gotten the kill, scared of any follow-up, able to come through from the side of TS. Knight does have teleport, could be there, you know, match the play and maybe look to return some kills, but now not able to work out. Top Esports going to be the ones who have a window on the bottom side of the map, already getting deep vision down and going for this Drake.
Well, Double Dragon is going to start the game off. I mean, this is good for Top Esports. Xiaohu on the edge, but he's spotted on a ward, and now that Knight's moved as well. Looks a bit more precarious. Charm actually hits as well. Hang on a minute. Soulflare comes down. Xiaohu just caught out. He's the LeBlanc, though, but against the wall. Double distortion. Knight follows up. A flash over. Knight burns at his own. Xiaohu! Bit of the do-si-do there, Lyric. It's almost choking. Way's turned the turret on the top side off. He's going golden. Wayward spams an emote as he should, because Way has screwed up. Lyric top esports are just having the time of their lives.
And that's the tilter right there. They not only make mistakes, you not only maybe outplay them, but using the sad mummy, getting the kill yourselves. You're right, Top Esports, I think just taking advantage a lot of RNG's mistakes coming out so far in the first 12 minutes.
I mean, this is a savage way to open up the series. Way has been caught out a couple of times now, 0-3-2. And Top Esports, their top laner, who we talked about having a much better performance to split than Bin, has just picked up 3 kills in the first 12 minutes of the game.
And a lot of them just, like I'm saying, that not to be too harsh on RNG, but it feels like they were just handed to him on a silver platter. Not really able to find any pressure with the matchup, with the fact that he did go for the Airy on the Gnar. We still saw Bin, even in CS, ahead at points, forcing Wayward to be the one to reset. But Wayward now getting pretty big. Merc treads with Hexdrinker. I mean, similar situation as we saw yesterday, right? You have two of your massive carries heavily indexed into AP. Your Volibear, who portionally also having lots of magic damage in the kit, especially early on. That's where a lot of your damage does come from. And it feels like pretty easy for Top Esports just to get a bit of MR under their belts. And then you're really only having to deal with the Xayah.
So at this point in the game, when it's progressing nicely for Top Esports, you got Double Dragon, 1.5k gold lead. At what point do you feel more confident? Because I know you talked about the threat of Bin, Xiaohu, always kind of being there. But Top Esports are ramping up, and we do have a lot of the first mythics coming through. There is a clear advantage for them in this first game.
I want to see Top Esports start ramping it up now.
Okay.
The fact that you have these mythics coming out, that, Knight's feeling pretty good 1-0 and 3, already having that mythic advantage over Xiaohu. You can start finding these opportunities to move and use a small lead to, again, move to a side lane turret, look to maybe find a gank onto bot lane, have bot lane roam into enemy jungle, and just really start stacking up this gold lead to where we get to, let's say, 25 minutes, and you're looking at a 3 to 5k gold lead for Top Esports, and they can look to use things like the RA Charm to find picks and just keep stacking these Drakes for what could be a very early soul.
An Ocean Soul is that as well, so always very valuable. Top Esports, I like that though. Let's see how deep they can get with control wards, with vision, build up this advantage that we're talking about, because right now there's a nice little vision line towards the bottom side, setting up for the next dragon, but also Lyric feels like setting up towards the potential of bot. Jackie Love has had attention towards him. Gala still with the CS lead, and it feels like the one lane that is on par, I would say. Well, I guess I look towards mid as well, Lyric. We have Xiaohu in a good position here on the LeBlanc, but he won't have a turret very soon, so it means that Top Esports will be unlocked from mid. So.
And this is where it all starts. You finally have a turret. Knight now having the mobility and the freedom to move around the map. They can start getting deep vision, as it looks like TN wants to do now. Is Bin. I find a nice trade. Also, want to highlight Wayward. First buying the Maw, I think, is super weird, considering that the shield scales off bonus AD, and being your first item, not really having anything for that to take advantage of, but just wanting to get the extra safety down. I guess really fearing for his life, despite having the 3-0 start.
Yeah, well, I guess the 3 AP you talked about is definitely in his brain right now.
Safety first.
That's right, kids. Hold hands when crossing the road, and that's what the Maw is in League of Legends.
The Maw is holding hands?
It's holding hands. It's the lollipop man for the school crossing. As Jackie Love Soulflare comes through, okay, missing the hook here from Ming. Jackie Love survives for now, and kind of optimistically looking towards Way to get in, but he doesn't find an angle. This jungler, who is now very behind, considering he doesn't have kills, he's dead a couple of times, and is just hoping to set up some of his lanes again.
We really haven't seen the Volibear work out too well for either of these junglers.
Nope.
It feels like they really have just drifted towards their specific picks as more engages.
There's a depth charge on Jackie Love now. He's getting sent back with the 7 from me. Flashes away. The rest of Top Esports coming in with a massive flank from Wayward, from Knight. The angle, beautiful. They wanted Jackie Love so bad, but they forgot about Mark.
It was great to see the rest of the members there. Just, if you're not looking at the minimap, what Jack Love's doing, you're like, oh my god, flashing aggressive, trying to trade because he knows if he's just sitting under turret, he dies anyway. But the rest of Top Esports there to capitalize, and they turn it into another objective. Picking up now their second turret. Bin is looking to answer on the opposite side, but Wayward should be able to get here to defend.
I just love how you said, I want to see Top Esports bring the pace and really envelop it into a 3.5k gold lead, or more than that. We are at that point now already after one exceptional play after exceptional play. Knight now as well is a very serious threat, 3-0 and 4. Hextech Alternator has been joined in with the Everfrost, and it's just looking so good with an open map now. Another Dragon Lyric right after those kills. Packed a punch.
I mean, it just feels so easy once you do start finding these early advantages to use the fact that you now have prio to start setting up these traps in enemy jungle, get the deep vision down. You'll always have first move. You can look for these plays on sides. If the enemy team ever does opt into doing it, unless you're really egregiously far away and need to look for a cross-map play, you always have the ability to answer like Top Esports just did. They are going to give over the Rift Herald to the side of RNG, but hell, you're on Soul Point. I don't think you care very much at all. For RNG, I mean, you can try and use this somehow to inject a bit of gold back into your pockets. There's no more turret plating, though, so not even that same value there is what you could get with the first Herald. So now we're going to be looking at RNG, I think really looking at Bin and Xiaohu once again to be able to find any sort of play. But without having that mid-tier 1 turret, it feels very easy for TES to just push Xiaohu in and leave him in a place where he has to respond close to his tier 2.
True. I mean, hasn't been able to move too much this game, right? And Xiaohu has been one of the well-fed members of RNG, the focus member of RNG. Remember, it's all about Minas. Hey, we were just talking about him. And Xiaohu steps up in front of our eyes.
So I actually really like what Top Esports did here because we're getting to the point where your lane allocations are changing with the map opening up. Xiaohu says, screw bot wave, I don't need that. Sits in brush. They don't know he's there because typically bot lane would just come to match, and they go for this play.
I mean, finally, something from RNG here. It's great to see the Herald's looking for a tier 2 as well. They're stacking up, and as Knight takes a bit of poke, Tien off to the side, he's getting zoned. Herald looking for the charge. Ming goes in under turret. There's a depth charge. RNG going deep here. Is it too far? As Knight tags him on the way out, the answer lyric will shock you. As we get a charm here from Knight chasing up Way once again. The jungler not doing too much. Stormbringer on the outside, but Wayward's here in without a Mega Gnar. He is strong. As Wave flashes away from the charm, Top Esports continue onwards.
What is Wayward doing?
A bit of chaos, but Wayward's just having a ballpark day.
Yes, Mini Gnar with a mod, just thinking I can run straight into the Xayah. Wayward does not care whatsoever. And now Top Esports just going to be trying to guarantee themselves a Scuttle Crab. I'm sure we're going to get a replay of that one. That was messy and a bit all over the place. A lot of question marks as feels like at this point we're really just waiting for that 3-minute mark to count down for Top Esports to be able to try and guarantee themselves a soul. They do still have the ability with the fact that they can try and get pressure through mid still to look for the same picks that we were talking about before, but you aren't really too pressed into doing anything. I think if you made some kind of game-threatening mistake with the fact it's about to be the 20-minute mark when you are only 2 minutes away from Dragon, would be pretty not pog, to put it in the words of Twitch chat.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. I want to say that this game has been the opposite of not pog.
I agree.
Which is actually just pog.
It's been Pogarinos.
It's been Pogarinos. It's been Pog Champ. It's been Komodo Hype, which is now Pog. It's been Poggy Woggy. So, honestly, in the words, I think that's the words of Medic, is ignore me. Let's see. Ben has used a Shuriken Flip already to get out. And there's nothing more to say except opening up more of the map.
It just goes back to what we said earlier, right? You don't really have a great way of locking him down. I mean, you have the Leona, but still, I mean, he just has so many ways to dodge out on any tools. They still just do send numbers advantage up towards topside, which allows him to get the to get that top lane turret, but leaving RNG to be an answer in mid. Okay. And they have the wave in bot, so their bot lane can instantly transfer down to bot lane, allow Xiaohu to do this. You're able to take away camps in the bottom side jungle and start having more of this vision around for when both teams are going to be fighting for bot side vision in the minute and 40 seconds.
A really positive trade considering that RNG made the mistake mid before, that RNG have been falling behind. Gold shrinks to 2,000. And the most important part I want to bring back to the audience is, remember Lyric talked to us a lot about the angles from RNG. In front of this next Dragon, a minute and a half time, we're going to see close to 2 items here on Bin, on Xiaohu. And yes, they are behind in comparison to their counterparts, but
especially these angles with the fact that if you look at the minimap, we see deep wards in their jungle. Bin having his TP, if a fight breaks out, he can very easily find himself behind Knight and Jacula to start getting these picks. Top Esports haven't been able to sweep out that jungle just yet. Looks like there's actually 2 wards in their jungle, so RNG going to have a lot of options.
So it feels like there's a chance, is what I want to finish with there as well. That Xiaohu and Bin are still strong enough to make impact here. And Lyric, we don't have a second item on Xiaohu, but Bin, as I was talking, picks up the Void Star.
Yeah, so having the penetration there already for the fact that you do have a lot of MR starting to come out on the opposite side, the Maw, the Negatron cloak in the Trundle inventory as well, on top of him already having the Ice Board. So the team's looking for right now.
Solar Flare Charm comes through now. They weren't just looking, they were hoping. Top Esports use an ultimate there from Mark. As the Solar Flare has a bit longer to go up, RNG hold the river strong for now, clearing out most of the vision. Bin is off to the wayside, as you can see on the right side of your screen, but Top Esports threatening towards Baron for now, hoping RNG step in their general direction and aiming for that pick.
Yeah, Top Esports know that, they're not really on a timer in terms of the Dragons. RNG would need to try and force this. They don't want to funnel in because they don't see Bin. They know that Bin is waiting off towards the flank, trying to find an angle to be able to get in here. And Top Esports so far trying to do their due diligence, walking in as a 5-man, clearing out vision, checking these brushes to make sure he can't find that massive setup. But Wayward, already in Mega, going to time out, seems like before any action's able to come through.
That's right, the Stride Breaker Nah. As this times out, he tries to extend it a little bit, but RNG have done their timing perfectly. And now Dragon begin. Xiaohu jumping on in as Tien is front running this, but again, Bin has not been spotted. Only suspecting where he could be. As RNG want to deny Soul. Top Esports get this steal. It'd be Ocean Soul and potentially the game. As the ulti comes through from Jackulove. Knight on the back end as well at 2.8k. It's a slow one. No one's touching the Dragon for now. Top Esports walk on in. They want to bring the fight. Ming goes in so early, though, and he's taken down. Xiao at half HP as it is stolen by Wei. He denies the Ocean Soul crucially as Bin jumps on in. Is looking for Knight, but it's a stretch too far. It's denying the Soul, but it's more gold for Top Esports again.
And now Top Esports can instantly pivot over towards the Baron. They weren't the one who were stressed out. They were not on a timer.
Yep.
They could wait for RNG to make a move. They could wait for RNG to make a mistake. And now they capitalize.
And that Baron completely uncontested for now. You can see Xiaohu moving on up, but it's going down so quick. For RNG, a numbers disadvantage. This is going to provide a miracle.
They do have Xiao, who can look to try and get some heavy burst into that pit with the W into the ult.
Yeah, Wayward has seen Wei, and we once again know the Wei is in front of the pit. They turn, try to burn Xiaohu back into the pit at 1.5k, looking for the jungler, but he's already dead. It's sealed by Tien, and even Gala after the fact who flashed on in. Top Esports have everything in their basket for a successful game one.
I think really nice try by Gala there. He was actually doing a ton of damage to Tien, almost like chunking him out solo, having to run back behind the Baron. But at the end of the day, it was all for naught as Top Esports still able to pick up that objective, and they have been able to just keep running with their advantages forward. It's sad we don't get the first team fight replays. We do get to see here Gala chunking out Tien, feels huge, but still just not really having a way of taking other members down. Wayward able to take down Wei early on, and then for TS still able to secure that Baron, even though Gala doing his best to try to find the steal.
It's so funny, he's a 603 Gnar, and it hasn't been a Mega Gnar game, right? As nice little pick here through the mid lane, but Ming and Xiaohu get out. Wayward has just been a nuisance, to say the least. The early maul, the Stride Breaker coming through, the mini Gnar that decides to take on the world. Wayward's been so cheeky.
It also just feels great that a lot of the kills I think in the early game were handed to him,
Yep.
but he's used them well to now find his own pressure, find his own kills, and having a huge impact in this game so far. So for TES, I mean, Wayward's been massive. I feel like Knight also, despite the fact he's only had 3 kills, has really been a huge performer in the way he's been moving around the map, setting up for TES. And now TES just keep going forward. Moonlight Vigil.
That's all they can do, yeah. Gala going to be hit out pretty hard and going forward in Top Esports. Old school nature is heading towards mid. They can't break the inhibitor turret for now, but it's only a couple of knocks away. Baron goes for another minute 30. Top Esports already with a 3.6k Baron power play, knocking over these turrets, breaking down the base. Seems like it's only a matter of time.
And they can just keep playing over the walls with those charms like we see Knight doing right now. They're playing out through 2 lanes, waiting for that wave to come in mid. Should be able to take this inhibitor as well. For RNG, you're just going to have to find a time when you want to pull the trigger if someone like Wayward is showing down in bot. Right now, Top Esports all hovering around mid. So it seems like RNG still a bit hesitant to look for the engage.
Okay, well, they got a charm, though, onto Ming once again. He's caught out. Top Esports want to end it right here as Mark has to flash away, but the rest of the team nice and healthy. Another kill to bite the dust. It's Wayward who picks it up. 7-0-3 now. Bin jumping in. The Akali has had no impact this game. Ooh. And as Gala with a quick cleanse tries to clutch it out, it's Jackulove who survives in the end. Top Esports in 26 minutes in the upper bracket final have opened up with a wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. And that's all you could ask for as a TES fan, as game one and the step towards the grand final begins with TES.
And you love to see it. Top Esports never let the game get to the point where they really had to worry about coming into mid-game on even footing, worrying about these Akali flanks, worrying about the LeBlanc trying to come off onto the side to set them up. In the one fight where they did have to worry about it, Top Esports were doing their due diligence. They weren't just blindly walking into River. They were saying, hey, no, we can pull up to Baron. You have to be afraid of us. And then they just postured for a while, were constantly checking brushes, and brought Ming into them, made RNG get impatient because they didn't want to flip the dragon. They wanted to find the engage. And that was all Top Esports needed to do, really playing around those assassins beautifully.
It really clean, and, you know, we saw the early play. We saw the early skirmish down the bottom side. And for RNG, split up nicely. Like, the Trundle pick feels like it paid dividends.
It was huge.
Here.
Even in that fight, that's why I'm sad we didn't get a replay, because Ming hooked in and instantly Trundle pillar right behind him, so the rest of the team can't follow up.
And Wei was on the other side as well, so he's isolated. The best moment from RNG in that game, you have to say, is the level 1 hook coming through from Ming. Like, we didn't get a replay of that one.
that one was not fair. If you missed that, that was the most unfair hook I've ever seen in my life.
It literally, Mark was in front of Jackula.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
What was that?
Yeah, unfortunate no replay, but that is why Twitch exists, so we can get that one back a little bit later. But for Top Esports, you know, 26 minutes, it's a very controlled stomp, right? There was never a point in that game when we thought RNG had full control. It was either even or it was Top Esports holding the reins quite firmly.
I feel like the first about 5-10 minutes of the game felt pretty good for both sides.
That's true.
But just because of the way that, as we saw, no one really having ways to lock down the Akali, we saw that a few times, was what was scary. But once Top Esports were able to punish some of the mistakes coming out from RNG, especially when we saw them trying to dive top, Wayward gets a kill onto the Volley Bear, and Top Esports at the same time winning a play on bot. It felt like from there, Top Esports were like, hey, we have an advantage. Yeah. We just need to hammer it home with the fact that Knight can now constantly move on this Ahri pick.
I mean, it's brilliant to see that, you know, for Top Esports, we talked a lot about conditions like Tien's aggression, right, coming through. I'm not sure if we saw an early invade come through from Tien that game on the Trundle, but I feel like we already got the skirmish, so it enhanced our recognition of his aggression. And for, you know, Tien versus Wei in this first game, it's very obvious to see that, you know, Wei tried for the top side. Wei tried bot. Didn't really get much going.
He tried really hard for that top side play.
Yeah.
We even saw one gank where I was just really surprised he didn't pull it off. The fact that they had both the Kali and Volley Bear ultimates. Wayward he was nowhere near to Meganar. And yeah, just not having the confidence to go for it. Again, maybe expecting that someone else in Top Esports can follow through on the play. We are going to see the graph here. Gala doing a massive amount of damage. Again, even around the Baron, I feel like Gala was trying to do his best, but at the end of the day, TS might not be huge damage numbers from one individual member. Everyone having a part in this win. Wayward, of course, just able to constantly auto-attack onto the Akali and lane. His damage numbers are huge. Knight, I think, really was a standout. His charms.
Yep.
His charms are huge. You cannot let him have this champion.
It's hilarious because it wasn't like a, oh my god, Knight's popping off this game, but he's playing really well. Because we were watching a lot of Tien. Wayward was just laughing at the 1v2 dives that didn't find success for RNG. But Knight was just solid all
like choking
around.
them out. You know, he's not doing the flashy moves like Wayward's coming, jumping off the octagon, doing the Superman punch. Knight's just strangling you out, and you don't know what's going on.
Like Xiaohu was doing a bit of Supermaning because
he was.
You know, that one solo kill onto Jackie that was pretty hype. And unfortunately, though, we didn't get any of that. We got Bin in some of the skirmishes, piloting his way into the back line, but he always sacrificed him and the rest of RNG.
I think the problem for RNG is, like, we saw with that play, RNG are versatile, and, like, they can, like, think of, like, hey, well, how do we get back in the game?
Yeah.
The problem was with the fact that Top Esports were on sell point, that you just really don't have as many options as Top Esports do in terms of how they can play out the game.
I mean, that was early stuff from Top Esports, right? You know, we also saw in the 2v2, RNG got the early kill, and then things switched around there from TES. So, unfortunate for RNG, but hey, it's only game number 1. And in Top Esports, RNG, when we're in the upper bracket final, looking to see who goes to the grand final. It's Top Esports who make the first move in game 1. So we go to a break. We find out if RNG have something to say.
You got to be even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of, and the Shy's on a flank.
Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the factor now.
Oh, the ult! There it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening.
Gang kinda full of hoodies out, circle full of actors. Y'all should put a movie out. Night Rider, King Kong, shoulders, I'm a monster.
Going down here, Escape still has the flash, still has the ult. Target comes to wild, goes to himself. Yankos looking for it! Yankos gets it!
Yankos will always find a way, and he steals the Baron.
They do not know that Selfmade's their control ward now going down as the dragon is started up. They're going to start it on it. Yankos looking for the steal. Oh, Way does Cap steal that from over the wall? He gets the Hextech Soul for G2.
First it's Yankos, and then it's the mid lane man, Caps.
To the top of that mountain, I was everything that they wanted. Been loyal, a rider, Viking, a fighter, but I've been further with my home.
These two birds, he's trying to get one scout, but no, not quite able to find one bomb. The flash is good. Angel is here as he tries to get a flash away. Doesn't land the charm. Scout versus the world is Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one. They're doing it! The other, and Scout will stay alive, keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't, and that's another one. Scout is popping off, and then fight, and EDG won't go down.
Os reinos chegando, não veio com ninguém, ficou pra trás agora o Jojo, a pela lateral, o Gui vai saindo também, o Barão foi abandonado por enquanto, Marcos gastou, que belo ultimate! No combo! Inflamatilha foi a caça!
And Blabber just gets cold from the Freljord, and he's still frozen solid. We're going to find a bit more now as Fudge walks away. Just barely staying alive and in the win some. It's going to be closer. Diving in for more. Kill number 2. Kill number 3. 100 Thieves is walking over Cloud9. Jovi takes 2 of them out. There's a 3v2 fight on the top side that T1 are getting close on, but it's not quite enough. Gumayusi, though, he's looking to angle over. He might be able to get some damage in. Ruler is in a bit of trouble, has to flash away. The stab gets him on the backside. Gumayusi gets excited, and he's going to be the one that carries the fight in the end. That should be enough for T1, that they will clean up the fight just like that.
You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me.
I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. Welcome back to the Caster Coffee Couch. We're here to break down game number 1, which for Top Esports is a nice, smooth, comfortable ride, kind of like we're having today here on the sofa.
How you feeling, Joe? I'm feeling
I'm
pretty
feeling
good.
fantastic.
How you, Rob? Feeling a little bit uncomfortable?
Look, every team that has won game 1 in their double elimination bracket has lost the rest of the series. Honestly, I'm feeling more comfortable than anyone else.
There is one factor that you're missing, though. All of those teams that won game 1 and then lost, they didn't have mojo. You know, they didn't have the mojo. The top is okay. I'm not going to go too far on that one just yet. It's only one game. Let's talk about Wayward though to start this one off, because he gets our MVP for game number 1. Phenomenal game coming out from him. But you know, I'm not necessarily sure he was the impetus for a lot of those early plays.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the dive coming out from Way. The Cry to Moo Moo emote popped as he stopwatched, even though his fate was already secured. We would handle the pressure well, and for the most part in team fights was a really solid force. But yeah, I feel like his main role was just mitigating that pressure, and he did a great job of it.
Yeah, and I think even when you look at his itemization, right, early pickup of the Maul Mortis was like, look, whether he ends up against LeBlanc, he ends up against the Akali, he's going to be perfectly all right. And even though, like, as we say, it kind of felt like there was a lot more kind of the whole team working together on top esports to find these early skirmishes, it was Wayward who was picking up a lot of the success from that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wayward doing a really good job early on, but also leveraging. I don't know which version it is. Leveraging. I can't remember which nationality I am. Leveraging that pressure, that strength that he got early on in the team fights. But I want to talk early skirmishes, because for top esports, it felt like there was a lot of early skirmishes that were pretty close, but ended up going their way and ended up snowballing.
Yeah, it felt like because Knight had a lot of the pressure made with this Ari pick, it meant that he was able to rotate first to a lot of these fights, and it meant that by the time you actually had RNG showing up to those plays, the fights were already done. And we saw it once here at the 5-minute mark where we had it over towards Dragon, and again at this 8-minute Herald scuttle or kerfuffle where you end up seeing top esports just getting to the play first because of that power.
And I feel like one of the issues as well is in a lot of these skirmishes, there was one before this where a similar thing happened. The initial focus from RNG was onto Tian, but I mean the Trundle's tanky, and on top of that, as long as he's still in the skirmish, he heals whenever you take down a target, so not the easiest focus. And I think the target selection in general was pretty excellent from top esports, but also you have a LeBlanc, you have an Akali. I feel like they should have been more threatening towards Jackie Love. I feel like there's so many flank angles you can find an approach, and it never really came to fruition.
Yeah, and that was the big thing that Alex highlighted, like, as we were going into these fights, was like, not actually getting to those objectives first meant you couldn't really find those flank angles, right? You don't have the vision control set up, you haven't been able to get yourself into a spot where you can actually, like, look to try and pick off Jackie Love in the back. We even saw it at a lot of occasions when Wayward is approaching these, like, big team fights, say, like Fort Dragon, that actually have already been in position to try and cover anyone who's looking for those sort of their flanks. So honestly, I think just great job from top esports, both in those early skirmishes, but also setting themselves up for those later fights.
Yeah, and I want to say something. I feel like Volibear for Wei does not work. The game he won, Game 5 against JDG, was literally because Xiaohu dropped waves on the Galio, Predator roaming to bail him out. That's the only time, because the other 2 games in the series, it was really rough. And I feel like the thing with Volibear, in my eyes, really strong early ganking, really strong skirmishing, really good at like setting up side lanes to dive. Wei has lent more on things like the Viego, where it's more about, just farming up, being relevant in the later skirmishes. I just feel like he hasn't got it right. I feel like this Volibear works for players like the other junglers we've seen, Kanavi, for Tian, for Karsa. They can make it work. I don't think Wei can.
Also, just kind of having him as that like main engage tool doesn't really seem to be working out for them, right? That's why I don't think like things like Jarvan or anything like that would even fit into that wheelhouse either. I do agree. I think having him,
we're running out of champions.
Yeah, but that's why I think like the Viego.
Yeah,
I think Viego. I think maybe I know Hecarim can be part of an engage tool, but I think something that has that later scaling would actually do a lot better. Yeah.
All right, so we're looking late game jungles for Wei. The concern I have with that conversation though is that these early skirmishes, some of them almost went well for RNG. It felt like they're almost having those pieces together. If we take away some of that early strength, does it all just fall apart? Does top esports just completely take over then?
Sorry, if I don't know if top esports just takes over if like they don't get the early leads that they did. It felt like a lot of it was kind of like, hell, well, we've had Gala with this early lead, but then if you look at that first 5-minute fight down at the Dragon, Gala's actually kind of completely by himself, right? He ends up tanking up the Dragon, he's kind of left high and dry, you end up with Knight being able to roam down and kill him off, and when he's kind of the little bit of gold that you have already settled on your team, taking him out of the fight just kind of went a bit, wayward, for lack of a better word. But I think then coming into the later fights, I think if you end up not having these early skirmishes go the way of top esports, like Knight isn't picking up early kills, you end up not having this Trundle kind of being as strong as he was. I think you can have an easier time as RNG, but I think throughout playoffs, at least from our double elim brackets, like everything has been about these early skirmishes. Like, so much of these games is decided around these early objectives.
And I mean, there's that aspect of it. So like having something like Volibear is better than the early skirmishes, but the problem is they're opting into them because like we have the Volibear, and then the Volibear went 0-6, and he is a champion where he's gonna fall off anyway. But if you go 0-6, you will never be useful for the entire game, right? There's other picks where, I mean, even Jarvan, right, is something that at least if you're behind, you just ult in and then hope for the best for your team. But Volibear is just flat out zero value, and we've time and time again seen Wade just not able to find it. So I think they should re-examine the priorities, and what I will praise them for is RNG in their draft so far, in the top 4 in the double elimination, being very flexible, right? Really willing to shake things up when they're not working. So I expect they should be looking to bounce back in the second game.
So I want to shift the conversation away from the junglers because I feel like we've sort of
slammed away enough.
Up. Yeah, pretty much. I want to talk about the mid laners again because I think Xiaohu individually had a very good game despite the loss here. The LeBlanc, I mean, obviously we sort of pick on Jackie Love, like just popping off on the LeBlanc, but Knight as well, different style of good game.
Yeah,
right?
I actually disagree with the Xayah priority. I think Xayah is incredibly good at the moment, but I actually prefer the Ahri. I think Ahri should have been the higher priority in this matchup, especially when we're talking about like how big of an impact these two mid laners have. I think giving that much control tonight actually set up for a lot of these early skirmishes. It meant that Tien could have his run of the mill, and the Xayah, you could see, yes, put Jackie Love behind, but did it really matter in the grand scheme of things? Like, at the end of the day, it was the fact that you had this strong mid jungle that was working towards the skirmishes that actually made the bigger impact. So I think coming into game number 2, well, whatever side RNG decide, I'd rather see them prioritize the Ahri in this mid lane over something like the Xayah.
Because that's the thing with the way the draft went, right? You took Xayah, they got a Felios. They're mostly still happy with it, and even with that unique interaction with the Nautilus hook we had in the early levels, and the fact they got an advantage, it still wasn't really enough to think, you know, no one looked at that situation as being Xayah's deciding the game, right? And I feel like the priorities might be a bit different. I think jungle mid, we've highlighted again and again and again how important it is. At the end of the day, you can have a strong AD carry, but if it isn't Zeri, it's really going to come down to your team snowballing you rather than the individual pick itself.
I feel like this game as well kind of was quite a good representation of what Knight has become as a player, right? Where he's on this pick where you can carry on Ahri, but this wasn't like a hard carry performance necessarily. This is him being much more of a setup tool for his team, but still managing to finish the game on 25 stacks of his Magi's. We're going to jump into picks and bans here. We're going to take this picks and bans here on the cast couch. So let's talk things because Xayah that we talked about has been banned and that Viego's still taken off the board.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm a little bit concerned because I feel like RNG would struggle a bit on red side because a lot of things to ban. There's still Lee open, there's still Ryze open, there's still Aphelios, and the thing here is because Zeri and Xayah are off the cards, if you don't ban Aphelios, Top Esports could just take it here if they really want to prioritize it, and then RNG, they're going to drop in prio in terms of AD carries.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see now if RNG do decide to mix things up and go for like the Hecarim pick here that we're kind of highlighting. Like, you could just go back towards the Volibear if you wanted to default towards it. I also think like maybe taking something to the Ryze over a Jinx is probably your better option here, right? Like getting that priority in the mid lane, but looks like we're going to get the Jinx and there's that Hecarim.
Yeah, and I actually feel like this composition, right, you know you have the Hecarim diving into you. We've seen Mark be really good in the Renata. I could see them take that in this rotation. Likely going to pick up the jungler as well here. They could go for the Ryze though, right? I think
Ryze is just so strong.
Yeah, I mean, Ryze for Knight, I feel like they're probably locked into taking a jungler as well here. Looking at the Trundle, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Already with your Aphelios up against the Hecarim, the idea would be, you know, kiting backwards, and Trundle plays so well into that.
So the only thing I'd be worried about here is like if you end up taking something like the Ryze, that you end up in a situation where RNG decide to say take Jace, then you're able to ban away more of these counters that are coming out because Camille is already off the board. You can start to then look at this like kind of long range composition for RNG if you wanted to, but we'll have to see if what the plan is going to be. They may, as you say, just default back towards something like the Renata or a Leona here for Mark, and then kind of wait and see kind of how the rest of this pans out before they decide to commit. But yeah, the Ryze looks like it's going to be locked in.
Yeah, it makes sense. And then for RNG in this situation, they could just look to match mid if they want to take a pick here. Push out how the LeBlanc is still open and available, right? They could even take the Galio here if they really wanted to match pound for pound in their own potential.
Yeah.
A lot of options.
I think you take the Jace here. I think really like give a good matchup to Bane, ability to play a range. You can always go back towards something like the Galio after this if you want to, but looks like you're just going to take the Galio now. Again, maybe RNG just try to set themselves up for something like a Jace for being in the top side. I think Jace is just so strong at the moment, and when you're able to just ban away counters right now, it just feels like it could be so good.
Yeah, definitely a potential. I feel like here, RNG, though, we talked about the Renata, I think that's going to have to be a ban in this situation, just with how they want to play things around. They are going for the Graves first, and like you said, if they want to set the Jace for success, now is the time to do so.
Yeah, And again, like, you kind of got push-pull here as RNG, right? Like, you've got great engage with the Hecarim and the Galio. You've got the ability to play some range with the Jinx if you want to. So they've kind of got a ton of options, whereas when you look at top esports, you know that they're going to be trying to go for these big engage tools, trying to find some way to enable the Aphelios. So even looking at something like the Nara for Wayward could be one of the blind picks that they're going for. I think an Ornn actually could be a really solid pick here for top esports if they want to try and have that threat for the backline as well and move Wayward back over towards these tanks.
Yeah, I mean, it would put a lot of reliance on JackeyLove to be that damage carry on the Aphelios. But honestly, I think with how the draft is going so far, you know, RNG's composition is going to be one of diving into for the most part. So there's still very much a possibility to do so. I'd be very surprised not to see a Renata ban here. They do end up going for that. Top esports, they could look towards that Jace to take away from Bin if they expect that to come out. We'll have to see.
We'll have to see where they're going to go with this one. Final ban for top esports. And still quite a few different top laners available. It's likely RNG... I mean, do you expect RNG just to go for a support here and go for the counter pickup in the top lane? Or do you think support counter picks more valuable?
I think it depends what's available, in all honesty. I feel like, though, you're playing the Jinx. Like, I don't think it's too vitally important about the support matchup.
So Aatrox says to me that they're trying to set up for the Ornn pick, right? Aatrox, a really good matchup into the Ornn. But I think you've got the option actually here. Something I didn't consider was the Kennen that was banned away last game, right? I think Kennen could work really well for RNG's composition, especially if top esports have such short range. You've got great setup there if you want to, and just the opportunity to try and play back. But we'll have to see, is Leona going to be taken from Ming here? At least making sure that they've got the aggressive side of the support matchup if Mark goes towards the Nautilus here.
Yeah, and I feel like you have a lot of options for support. Like Thresh works if you want to play that more pure game, really good with the Aphelios. It's something we haven't seen as much, but I think this is a window it could be strong. But Mark could just go bog standard and go for like the Nautilus, which we've seen played a lot into Leona. I actually really like the Gragas again. If you're looking to kite backwards, you know, against the dive of RNG, Gragas makes complete sense in that regard. Really strong pick for Wayward. Really strong pick we've seen from all the top laners still left in the tournament.
Yeah, and then the Rakan hovered here. Set has been an answer into the Leona quite a bit, so I think I'm happy with either one, right? Especially if you take the set, you can always try and turn that engage around. Same with the Rakan, just means you've got a little bit more agency there, but either work. And now it's just a big question of what Bin wants to go for. I mean, you kind of have your pick in the litter against the Gragas. You're not under too much pressure. In theory, but we also saw what Rich was able to do with that yesterday.
Yeah,
so we'll
doesn't necessarily have to be a tank Gragas, remember.
Yeah.
In the LPL, they love an AP Gragas top.
Yeah, bit of the Everfrost, Fimbulwinter, Bramble Vest. They're perfectly happy with it, but yeah, I mean, looks like it's just going to be bog standard going for the Nara. So yeah, I mean, that could be spicy actually.
Yeah, I kind of like the Gwen, honestly. I feel like it's a big threat when you get the backline. Obviously, it did get nerfed, so the laning isn't as powerful, but you're not going to struggle to Gragas. I think that's why there's value for taking as his 5th pick. And this comp from RNG is fully committed to, we are going to dive onto top esports. And with the Gwen compared to the Gnar, I feel like you're an easier to execute flank threat. Because I feel like with Gnar, you have to set up the Mega, you have to be in the right position, easily to be discouraged.
I think one of the big things that Ox pointed out earlier on was as well that JackeyLove is kind of the main damage source now for this team. And when you got something like a Gwen who can go into the Hollowed Mist, it means that this Gwen can actually have a lot of threat and play very aggressive into the front line, because you know you're not going to have a ton of damage coming back at you. Now, obviously, Knight can kind of play a little bit more into the Hollowed Mist, because as we've seen, Knight likes to play this tank Rise. But I think still just the fact that you lack so much damage is actually going to play perfectly into the Gwen's hands.
So let's talk RNG's comp holistically then. How do they set this Gwen up for success? How do they get into a position where the Gwen can operate and can get in range of JackeyLove?
So, well, I was going to say, I think flanks is going to be really important. Whenever you have a comp that wants to engage on the enemy team, right, you want to find good angles of approach. So things like the Gragas aren't super effective. You want to set up early with like the Galio. We saw Xiao do a fantastic job game 5 against JDG, because if you get this Gwen ahead, if you get snowballing, then the damage is just going to lack. And even if sort of Aphelios is strong, it just might not be enough.
All right, well, we'll see if it's going to be enough for RNG, or whether top esports are going to be able to keep this ball rolling. I'm going to kick it up to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you for breaking that down, gents. Thank you for the big ban, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the casting room. Yeah.
The casting machines room?
Yeah. Welcome back to Ashin's room. We have amazing posters behind us and lovely artwork. And yes, Ashin likes anime, but props to him. So do I. Now, this is important because we're in an upper bracket final, and it's not time to talk about My Hero Academia. Instead, it's time to talk about top esports and RNG. Now, Lyric, they broke down pick ban on the desk before, and coming into this game, as we get a bit of skirmishing up between junglers, You were telling me that you like the adaptation of the Gwen coming through here as the RNG last pick.
Yeah, this is the patch where she did lose the 50 ranges. Gala and Mark.
Respect.
Big boy. Hey, they used to be the bot lane,
They
right?
did.
They used to be the bot lane. Sino Dragon, DMO. These were the boys.
Man, no love lost, I guess, as well. Like, Jackie Love and Ming been in the league for a while together
Where's
as well.
Twyla? Where's Xiaopeng?
True. You like the old DMO, the sword and shield.
I did.
2019. Bit of a throwback there.
I remember going into 2020, I predicted them to be top 6. Was completely wrong.
It's okay.
But I'll bring us back.
So,
yeah,
yeah.
I think the Gwen, right, despite the nerfs. I mean, not really having anyone who wants to play in that Hollowed Mist, I think it'd be quite tough. Knight, maybe, can get in there. Tien, depending on his early game, I think can be quite a nuisance to the opposing team. But RNG overall, very clear game plan. Go in, try and find access to Jackie Love, who's really going to be the sole damage dealer on this squad. And for top esports, it's all about kiting back. You have the disengage coming out from the Gragas. You have the pillar to keep space between the enemy team and Jackie Love. And then everything is going straight towards Mr. President Jackie Love.
Okay, so we're protecting the president here. Jackie Love going to have a lot of attention then as Ming already starting us off with a nice set of play, but kite back beginning with a cleanse from the man himself as well. But he's taking a lot of damage. Gala in extended range as well, but that's a heal burnt versus an ignite, and Jackie Love's health bar now relying on the Sephiroth for this lane.
Yeah, actually a cleanse and an ignite just up against the ignite
find.
on the opposite side. RNG, though, I mean, both of them taking some decent damage, so not a completely one trade on the side of RNG, despite the fact that we're able to get 2 summoners. One thing I want to highlight is also the mid matchup. Having Ryze against the Galio. I'm so happy to see the Ryze take the Conquer. I was so frustrated with JDG the other day when they had this exact same matchup and didn't go with it. You have Ryze up against Galio, a hard-winning lane, and then a bunch of champions that are short range and want to come into you other than the Jinx. So I feel like you can really get a ton of value out of the damage you can start stacking up with that rune. And now we're going to be seeing what Knight is able to do in this matchup. So far, just kind of holding the wave to his side. And yeah, maybe try and set up some sort of early ganks. You do have Tien, and we've talked about how much Knight and Tien love playing with each other. Tien as well, having the early pillar, can just zone Galio out, try and get that early flash.
And he had a really good game 1 on this run. We talked about how pivotal he was against Wei, who on the volley bear was very quiet in G1. So kind of hoping that Wei on the Hecker and the change of pace, the all-in we talked about from RNG, comes to a bit more success. And Tien, you're right, playing towards mid. What's new? Great pillar placement as well as Wayward has even roped down. Hang on a minute, that's not fair.
And that's just a nice setup coming out from the side of TES. Knight holding the wave, kind of letting Xiaohu get the push. I wonder if he maybe tried to pull it at level 1. Because as Ryze, you control when this lane pushes early on, pretty much the whole time. Typically, things like solo queue, you just stack waves on Galio endlessly to find the advantage. Knight pulls it, has Wayward come down, sets up for Tien. I'm surprised Xiaohu maybe not expecting it more.
Yeah, I know, it's rough, right? And especially since we've seen Galio's fall flat, right? You were talking to me when they were doing pick ban that how predictable it can be as we looked at the bottom lane. Wei is joining in as well. Jackie Love's already burnt the flash, but Tien, can he find his placement as Jackie Love's running for his life, but he's got the cavalry here. The president is already protected. And here in the White House, no one's getting through the front door. It's Xiaohu with the shield around, but it doesn't matter. He's come down to his death. They're chasing Mark. It's a flash forward. Xiaohu lives for now, but not for much longer. Knight has his way, and RNG can't stay. As Tien still chasing up a rune prison, a chomp, a spreading of the runes itself, and a double kill for Top Esports. They're on the board early again.
And I love to see Top Esports answering the play. Doesn't matter about the teleport changes because the Knight can just teleport to his turret. RNG are running them down, and they answer the play. We're going to go straight into the replay with what happens here. RNG looking for the aggression because Mark does walk away. They have Wei heading down. But again, look at the minimap. We see Knight TPing in. Tien is already here because he was naturally pathing down. And they're able to turn this play. Amazing pillar placement to be able to get Wei down. And then sure, Xiaohu's able to get in, but Gala being zoned away, not able to lay down the damage. Mark being forced to flash out from the taunt makes it so he does go down, but still you answer with so many more kills on Top Esports side.
I love it, Lyric. There's 3 bodyguards there, and they're like, get down, Mr. President. Jackie Love is safe, survives, even helping with the assist in the end there as well. All attention ran bot as RNG now down 1,000 gold.
3-0 and 1 Knight on Ryze.
And you talked about how big this Ryze could be within the laning phase. He has so many resources this early in the game.
And we were just about to ask about the Galio pick because yeah, me and you were talking about it. I'm like, I'm not a huge fan of the Galio pick, especially with Ryze in the meta. And RNG always using it as an answer to the Ryze, which is how much of a better time and lane it is for Ryze. And I feel like a lot of Galio's movements are just so telegraphed, right? Because Ryze should always be up in his face. Sure, you can give away waves or he can make plays off resets, but as top esports, you can anticipate those windows to be able to come through. So I think it is much harder to play for the Galio side. But RNG, they did have success with it up against JDG.
Yep.
So I can understand why they felt confident doing it here again today. But 0-2 so far for Xiaohu.
Yeah, a rough start. We'll have to see what he can do with the hero's entrance when we already looked at how the comp rotates around Galio, around the Hecarim, excuse me.
Following the all-in.
Yes. So there is that all-in potential still there, but the game has started off very shakily. And coming into the series, we talked about how even it felt like it could be.
We're just
right?
both losing our words today.
And
today's so much slower than yesterday.
I know. Yesterday was so speedy. As Mark's going to go for the all-in, but there's a jungler nearby. The all-in returned as Hero's Entrance finally used. JackeyLove knows he's dead. The President can't get out of this one. And the whole of RNG converge. Good response, and as we're saying it, Lyric, it happens.
The nice thing for RNG is, I mean, despite the fact that top esports do have a great amount of disengage, right? I mean, Leona Hecarim, there's almost no better duo at being able to find the target that you're looking for consistently every time, especially when they have no summoners. JackeyLove, no Flash. Flash is going to be a critical thing. We're going to have to keep our eyes on this game for JackeyLove, because if not, it just becomes so much easier for them to punish. TES, I have no idea what you're doing here. That's why I didn't talk about it.
Okay, well, Tien's level 6 at the very least. Mark has run out of escapes, but I guess so have RNG, playing a little bit close to the edge, but RNG do get the Dragon to start off the game.
Yeah, top esports playing with fire there. I mean, you could posture long enough to where maybe they chase you and you could see a pincer movement come from Knight if JackeyLove gets back, or you can just completely run it down. So thank God for top esports. Nothing ended up happening with that one. And now, kind of going back to a default setup, Tien, though, with the fact that he has so much pressure in mid lane, going to look for a bit of an evade, but look where RNG's bot lane is right now.
They're deep. I mean, Tien might spot them out or vice versa.
Oh, he's caught.
In the brush, Wei is going to be the receiving party. Tien stunned up and not expecting it. Knight's coming in with a Realm Warp though, but JackeyLove even slow too. As Wei's ulti's good, but Knight just does so much damage. Mark came in as well. Wei not expecting the full cavalry once again. And everyone converging around bot. JackeyLove takes too many turret shots for his death. But it is a trade-off in the end. Lyric, top esports always happy to match.
I mean, it's still huge for TS. You come out with more kills, you're going to be able to push in that bot wave, deny away from the side of RNG. And this game quickly snowballing out of control. 2K gold lead for TS. Me and Dagda were saying we smelled the 3-0 today. Ooh. And it's slowly looking more real as we see here. RNG, a little bit cerebral, looked like they were looking for a play on bot. Tien walking straight into them, but the Realm Warp, the key thing here with the fact that Knight is already so big, with all these kills, Lost Chapter already built out, they're able to finish off these kills. We see here, though, Knight drops aggro, JackeyLove still walking forward, Tank's turret does go down in the end.
He had to. It's like the last play. He accepts it, he knows that it's worth the trade-off kill, with the mentality is, hey, look, you're putting your hands in the air going, that man's big. Knight's 5-0-2. He has an Everfrost at 8 minutes. That's been completed for a little while, too.
And just going back to the fact that primarily RNG's comp is short range, right? Sure, you have the Jinx, but a lot of things can be right in front of you. You're going to find a lot of value being able to lock the key targets down, find the picks that you need. And for Knight, who is going to have control over this lane with the advantage he has, he's going to be able to constantly move. He's going to be able to move whenever he wants. Realm Warp on cooldown right now. A lot of times he will just be able to rotate over. Xiaohu doesn't have his ult up just yet, but does have the Predator, soon will have the TP up. Feels like a lot of time you're going to be forced into a choice. Do I drop waves and give Prio over to Knight or give him an opportunity to answer? Or do I just, always be the reactive one on the play?
And I think I got a question to ask you while we see this trading of lane happening, right? Like JackeyLove, Mark, Tien all sitting topside. JackeyLove committing for the turret plating here as well. Knight is so strong at this point. You talked about the damage source of top esports being JackeyLove, but because this Ryze is so elevated, it feels like they have to look in different directions, more so than they would have expected.
100%. I mean, the fact that Knight is so accelerated, right, he's now going to be the big damage dealer, at least in the early game. Like, sure, if this game goes 40 minutes, it's still going to be all about JackeyLove, but for now, having to worry about Knight, and now Mark.
Like this, I mean, the Justice Punch was used to hit Knight in the mid lane. Mark ulties immediately. And Xiao has to burn a flash straight to the mid lane. Look at the rotations here from Top Esports. Lyric, they're moving as a unit.
Yeah, and just beautiful transfer of pressure. We see them push out top, start rotating jungle and AD over. Mark already coming off his reset, comes from base, able to set this one up. And RNG are just constantly on the back foot from the fact that they're getting pushed in. The fact that the Top Esports get to move first, and RNG not really reading the plays quite well from TS on where they're looking to make their first moves.
I mean, they're scattered as well. I love this. Top Esports go from top to mid to bottom. In between as well. Mark hovering around, doing the same thing that Tien's doing, and pulling RNG in while the waves keep getting pushed in. Now the Herald gets played in the bottom lane, and Top Esports are completely enveloping Bin's position.
Oh, they get this one for sure, right? It's going to be a long side lane for them to be able to play through, keep Knight in, rotate him easily. He doesn't even have to worry about Bin either anymore, right? I mean, Bin pops a Hall of Mist, he gets in there. He should just be able to outright win with the advantage he has. Bin will get some items, and, you know, he will be nigh unkillable for anyone on the side of TES, but still going to be waiting a little bit for him to get to that point, considering, you know, no mythics really across the board on most members. Looks like Tien had picked up his, so, you know, now I can't see because there's just pictures of us.
Pictures of us.
Pictures of us.
We don't need pictures of us. I got to say, I'm the happiest photo of my life. I don't think I've ever looked
They
cool.
should use the picture from today.
True.
Of you choking me with the wire.
That's probably not PG, though. This is our duo. There are some serious problems in the studio. All right, Twitter reference, folks. Go check it. RNG at this point, Lyric, I've got to ask some serious questions. They're 3,000 gold down. It's 12 minutes into the game. Dragon's coming up in about 15 seconds, but they're a team that we talked about having a very simple to understand condition with the all-in with...
I think both teams kind of helped this out in terms of how they drafted. Like, it's just very like, okay, team right wants to go in, team left wants to kite back. You know, like it's...
And then
at least if you dumb it down that much, that's how it works.
And then how do you understand it from this point where RNG is so far behind that they're running out of options this early into the game?
I think it really becomes rough. You're probably going to start look for some early cross-mapping coming out rather than answering Top Esports on plays. You really can. It feels like it would just be such an uphill battle. So if you have vision, you know they're going for Dragon, your jungler's moving up towards top, maybe look for a gank on Wayward, try and find something there. Just set up to find some scaling as well, because even if you just have neutral vision and you can make sure they're not taking your camps away, you could spot out where they're looking to roam. I mean, you still do have the Jinx for late game, Gwen, which is going to outscale her counterpart as well, and Top Esports, who are just going to be relying on that Aphelios. The sad thing is, with the lead they have, Top Esports, it really feels like they actually can just brute force plays. But for RNG, even if you can just buy time, I mean, that's the best you're kind of hoping for right now. Buy time, try and scale up, cross map.
Okay, so steady the game up. RNG do have one Dragon, and to me that feels like that's at least something with how disastrously the game has been going. Knight is still 5-0-2, and we're going to be tracking this rise to see how they continue to brute force, how they use that Realm Warp aggressively. Because remember, we already talked about it, Xiaohu always has a response as well, depending on where he is in the map with the heroes in.
And, you know, that's something for both sides, right? When you have these mid laners that have globals and semi-globals... I'm going to pause.
Solar Flare, Mark needs to be careful, but he's out.
When you have these mid laners with globals and semi-globals, like as Knight right now, you can walk top, look for a two-man gank of Wayward and Knight, which might be unexpected, onto the enemy Galio. And then guess what? Even if the enemy goes for anything on the opposite side, both of you have TP. You have Realm Warp. Like, you guys have options to still be able to answer on the opposite side of the map. Same is true for RNG, but the fact that they're behind, it's not as relevant.
Yeah, a lot harder as well. They don't have much damage to Lyrics. Like, Bin's still without his first item, but you look at Top Esports,
they just finish it.
Mythics as, okay, I was really rough with the timing, seeing them in base. Top Esports invading top side in the meanwhile. But yeah, now we do have 4 Mythics. Now it is matched, but Top Esports have been sitting on those Mythics a while. They have components running into the second items. And they also picked up the last Dragon. So again, talking about the great story of TES and coming into the upper bracket. I mean, this is the team that's made the longest run. Just a reminder that RNG, you know, this is a team I put as my strongest team of the LPL 2022 spring, Lyric. But Top Esports came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and they've just ramped up ever since they made the roster change, bringing Tien back over Xiaopeng, putting Wayward in. And let's remind everyone, Wayward was like the 3rd string top laner. It was Zoom, they had Ching Tien, and then Wayward, the guy who was in LDL, they opted into bringing him in, and it really just felt like he fit the team mold the best. He was someone who can play these lane-dominant champions if you put resources into him like they used to do at 369, but he also can take a back seat, play the tanks, have no resources, as Mark...
Yeah, let's pause a second, because Mark is sticking around a little bit too long, but the quickness comes out, he flashes away as well.
Well, that was scary!
Bin. was real scary considering that RNG had members everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, luckily Wayward is there, and Wayward does have the explosive cast, so I guess it's not a big deal. But just I guess on our screen, seeing Khan flash right into a Gwen.
Yeah.
Scary stuff is now some trading coming out in bot side, but for TS now, it looks like they are just looking to control side waves. You can see on top, that one just getting pushed out by their side. Rift Herald up, so you can easily transfer to Rift Herald this top esports right now, take that free objective, and leave RNG just farming to their own devices.
And I want to point out that while we've been having a chat and no kills have gone down, gold's actually gone up by another 1,000. Top esports are taking more and more on the map. You can see deep vision on the top side, bottom side as well with the control ward. Lyric, they're taking a lot of camps, and gold is actually still progressing nicely for TES.
It also comes back to something we used to talk about in 2020 where, you know, I would talk to these LPL coaches, again, about, like, this concept of, like, hey, you're fighting here in the enemy jungle, no objectives are up, like, what's going on? You guys are fighting over nothing. Like, this is what you'd say in the West, right? But a lot of them, the concept of fighting over nothing made no sense to them. They thought there's always something to get. We're getting kill gold, we're getting experience, we're denying them time on the map, but we're able to take away camps. Like, pretty much there's always something to fight for was the mentality of the coaches that I was talking to.
Even the simplest things like vision control as well around neutrals in a minute time, and getting control over the map for RNG for top esports.
Let's say you fight like a minute before Dragon right now. You're able to blow Jackie Love's flash. He doesn't have that in the next Dragon
5
fight.
minutes.
You now have an easier engage as RNG.
I think it's something that it can be quite misleading for people who, again, you know, looking at other regions.
Just a different mindset, right? It's pretty interesting.
It's nice as well, especially because with 17 teams, like, let's be real, there are some teams who will fight and not really use anything with leads. But now that we're in double elimination, we're with our top 4 teams. Every fight has meaning. And coming through here in 40 seconds, this one especially because it's third Dragon, it's an Infernal Soul in this game. Top esports still have a massive lead with Knight picking up the Seraph's Embrace. Fully upgraded, by the way, folks. We've also got the Icebawns that have a Thornmail on top, or Bramble Vest before it gets built into the Thornmail. TES still strong. The second Herald we're talking about, they're going to use it to batter down mid right before the objective.
Yeah, nice by TS. Use it to batter down mid, walk into river. You already have vision down, and make it hard for RNG to find a way into you, because if Wei is able to find, you know, his way from a side to be able to get onto Jackulove, it feels like that is RNG's way of winning. Wei onto Jackulove, Shahu able to follow up, Bin maybe jumping in as well, zoning out some of the other members, and Gala just free hitting from behind.
Okay, well, if it comes across, if we get that all in, and if Gala's got the space, RNG, it's easy to see how they succeed. But for top esports, again, the strength is there as Wayward and Mark are zoning off. Min goes to the center lane, flashes on in. They're trying to get onto Jackulove again. The onslaught of shadows, but Jackulove is still so healthy. RNG have found Wayward, but look at the 80 carry. As Dragon goes to TES, TN is now running it front to back as Knight's doing the same. But they've taken a lot of poke on the return path. A 1-for-1 with the ejectors. Gala's going back in. He flashes away. And TN now in a bit of trouble as Realm Warp needs to get them out. RNG playing it close to the chest, but it's top esports who walk out with the objective.
RNG still going to be able to turn towards mid, but shouldn't be able to get anything off of this. At the end of the day, it just is an overall win for top esports, able to get the objective. 1-for-1 comes down, but again, it doesn't really change the state or the flavor of the game. Straight into the replay, we hit on the condition being you need to find a way onto Jackulove. Top esports are using this front line to dissuade them from being able to go forward. Yep. Explosive cast doesn't really do too much, but look, you don't hit Jackulove, instantly cleanses the initial knockup, and Hecarim not able to get on top of him. So now still, main damage dealer still there. Knight also huge, able to get away off to the side, and without one of those two targets being your initial pick, it just feels like you really don't have the damage or the lockdown to be able to follow up on that engage.
And so for RNG, the road goes on, right? Like,
yes.
We've got to see the next fight come through, and when's that going to be? How do you set up now for RNG now that there's no neutral?
For RNG, again, I still feel like you're just trying to slow the game down a bit. You're 4.5k gold behind. You don't really need to be forcing too much right now unless top esports go for something. Right now, it looks like their wave is solely pushing into TS, if I'm seeing the minimap correctly, so maybe you could try and utilize a factor where you have like numbers advantage to make something happen if top esports sends someone to answer or push out that wave.
Maybe something like this. Wayward flashing away from the Soul Flare, explosive cast used. Top esports now in a choke, though. Remember, Xiaohu's ulti is not available. They're running on in with Everfrost usage as well. Top esports are right in front of their eyes, but Wayward sacrificing himself. TES maybe looking a bit too desperately at what they can find next.
And I think Wayward just overcommitting there. I think you have no reason to continuously follow up if Knight's not in range to do damage. Knight, the one who's on 2.5 items right now, a whole item and a half up over his counterpart. Jackulove not in range to do damage either. I think the follow-up is fine if you're there, if Knight has the Realm Warp to be able to get in, but no one really able to follow up on Wayward's aggression. But them thinking RNG went too far forward, which I think is understandable, but without your members able to follow up, it's all for naught.
And that gives RNG time. We come back to what you just said moments ago, RNG trying to play the time game. Little mistakes like this, top esports, not as coordinated as we saw in the early game. We see Wayward die Lyric and RNG, a sigh of relief comes across as they get a bit more time to work with.
Yeah, and also we just seen the replay in our corner. Really nice job by RNG to shut out Mark from being able to find the engage. I think it was specifically Xiaohu's Everfrost, which stopped him from being able to get in. So overall, if Mark could have locked him up, I can actually understand what top esports were going for, but Xiaohu just having a nice job of shutting that one down.
All right, now, so in front of Baron, we continue on. Top esports still with the gold lead, but it's only 3,000 at this point, 5,000 moments ago. 2 minutes till the next dragon. Baron is being controlled. They're clearing out most of the vision here as Death Rocket has to be used to scout out as it hits TN. RNG now, no. Baron has not begun. And Lyric at this point as well, since we are talking a lot about RNG and how they progress in this game, I just want to point out, Bin is really getting to a good point. 40 CS ahead. We've got a Nash's Tooth up in the top lane. Even Gala, right? Considering how the early lane went, we do have a 2-item with a Phantom Dancer now complete.
And now you're at a point where, especially for Ben, he's going to be a huge threat. But top esports going straight onto the Baron, just looking to cheese it because look at the minimap, the vision they have. The bot lane pushing out aggressively, so hoping that RNG wouldn't expect this to happen. But guess what? You're not fooling RNG. They ain't no fools.
That's right. Gala's going to zap it down. Xiaohu almost getting caught out, but no pillar placement yet. Top esports, 4 members still moving towards as Wayward is going to catch bottom wave for now. They're going to clear the vision, and you know what? I don't think it's going to start again just yet.
And as top esports, I mean, you can like rotate back down to mid, push out that wave, send Knight back up the top, and then just look for these picks in the enemy jungle. I think you have more options from the fact you have the Realm Warp. So let's say someone does show top is actually they want to answer onto Bin with how far up he is in lane.
And they're fast as well. They've got a Realm Warp Lyric, and Knight knows how to use it. Bin running way back, but I guess they pivot around. They know that they're not going to find him in the end.
Yeah, I thought that one was a little bit overzealous. They do have the Realm Warp, so like maybe they could have made it work, but in the end, they decide they can't. He is able to get pretty far away, and now for RNG, they're going to be able to clear away some vision. Well, just looking to stop him for now, but Dragon's up in 30 seconds, so we know we're going to be pivoting back down towards that bottom half of the map.
Okay, again, see if top esports can find it. It'll be sole point for them here in game number 2. This series so far, you know, I said downstairs to Orcs, I said it felt like a bit of a stomp in game 1. Didn't feel so much like it. Game number 2, it's a bit more closer. That I'm excited for in 10 seconds.
And with us going into this team fight, one thing I really want to highlight is RNG having 3 stopwatches, Bin being one of them.
All right, well, we'll see. The Gwen with one Lyric pointing out Ming, Xiaohu with the others.
Yeah, 3 stopwatches, only one Zhonya's on the opposite side. Again, the game plan is still the same for RNG. Can Ming find the lockdown onto Jackie Love? Knight playing off to the side.
Soul Play needs to come through. It's a Dragon taken, though, and RNG off the back foot, starting it off, and you know what? Just like that, it's done.
Wayward uses his ultimate so, like, liberally. Just threw it out there for no reason, knocked Ming all the way back. And now RNG might have a chance to look for an engage with that disengage tool down.
Yeah, but they're over the wall once again. Top esports still sitting in river. RNG, the problem is they're on the wrong side. They're
both on the wrong side.
Realm Warp taken, and it's just like that. Top esports are on the left side of the battle.
Realm Warp giving you those options. So able to push this one out, pivot up towards top, keep your stranglehold of vision around Baron, and make RNG wonder. And look at top and bot right now, both pushing in favor of TF. So if RNG don't answer, they're going to be dropping waves, that's probably the last thing on RNG's mind right now with the fact that they have to answer this play. Bin does have TP, so he did start to roam down, but top esports.
Oh, it's a nice little bait because Wayward body slammed the Baron. Now the Ming thinks he has to go in as Hero's entrance being used. One of the stopwatch you talked about uses. Shielded around, beautiful, the onslaught of shadows. RNG's Wombo has finally come together. And top esports now left with Knight in a golden statue in the mid lane. But RNG in this series ain't going swiftly into that cold night.
That was absolutely huge from the side of RNG. The way that they staggered their CC made it so they could find it. And now they're the team who gets to take the Baron.
All it takes is one play where mentioning the conditions of RNG over and over in this game, and we see the plan come together. We love it. We want to see it again.
I absolutely love how RNG played this replay because we see Ming go in, instantly cleanse, popped by Jackie Love. Now look at the other members. They're all funneling in onto Jackie Love, and it's Xiaohu here. Locks him down, gets the taunt, and bam, he now has nothing to be able to escape. RNG seriously staggering their CC beautifully. Pop the summoner spells that they need to pop to be able to take down the key member and follow forward. So just great wombo combo coming out from the side of RNG. Not only locking down Jackie Love, right, but they locked down so many members.
Xiaohu's been bullied all game. He hasn't gotten to play too much here on the Galio. The hero's entrants have been few and far between, but we see one. We see that Everfrost hit a 3-man. Shielded around 3 or 4 members. and the mid laner pays dividends in a series we talked about experience and tenure in the LPL. Xiaohu has come alive in the second game, and the Galio makes or breaks. We watch internationals. The game number 2. We've got RNG with a 3K gold lead now.
And that's why, for RNG, I mean, you were talking earlier, we were like talking about the identities of these teams, and it's like, for RNG, this split specifically really has felt like the Xiaohu show.
Yep.
That's why when, we were in Corki meta, I felt like they looked so sloppy because you had them on a champion that couldn't really find agency or huge impact. Like, sure, you can have the huge package, but you're not moving from mid, impacting sides, like covering for bin, making this action happen. And ever since we've been in this meta where LeBlanc, where we've seen him playing a ton of Vex, this kind of stuff, it really feels like he's found his footing. Like you said, bullied heavily in that early game, 70 CS behind, finally able to make up for it, but Ming also setting it all up.
And he's had some really good, what I'd call crying games this split, or at least not this split, but playoffs, where he's facilitating a role here this game. Xiaohu with the all-in. Again, we can talk until it's a dead horse, but Wei is still alive from now on. I want to talk a little bit about what RNG do with this Baron. Lyric, gold has swung, as I said before. It's 3,000 in the lead for Royal Never Give Up. And they're sieging like there's no tomorrow.
And now it just becomes so much easier, right? Because now it's not necessarily top esports who are always going to be able to get on objectives first, be able to cut you out. RNG now will be able to dictate a lot of what happens on the map. So using this to expand their gold lead for now. But I think the most interesting thing is with the Baron, them finding the lead, how that impacts Next Dragon when top esports are on sole point, because now you can start pushing out, take away top esports vision on the bottom side, get your own deep wards down.
Yep.
And then for top esports, I think for your composition, it's much harder to force into RNG than vice versa. So we're going to have to see if top esports can be a little bit clever with the fact that they do still have that Realm Warp available, maybe find a way onto Gala to take him out of a fight early. But even the other members of RNG just bring so much damage. Bin even still not having to pop that stopwatch.
I mean, I'm so curious if they can protect President Jackie Love again. We talked about it in the early game. Now it feels like a conversational point to come back up. You're pointing towards what, Lyric? I see cleanse. It's almost there. Almost there in front of the dragon fight.
You can take the credit for seeing the cleanse yourself.
No. You pointed it. You deserve the credit. You always deserve the credit. I think top esports deserve credit in the early game, but RNG in this game are definitely going to be bringing it right back. Lyric, set me up.
Right here, we can see the struggle of being able to walk in, right? I mean, you're just walking into a ton of AoE CC and AoE damage able to come through from RNG. Even Gala being the highest range champion on the Rifts, who would just be taking free damage. They're trying to funnel in through bot where they don't even have prio in lane, but it's the only way for top esports to be able to get into this position in River.
Infernal Soul up for grabs, 15 seconds. Lyric, downstairs they're talking about a curse of the first game. And RNG versus top esports in this one is going to tell if it's true. Is over the wall. Blast code from Ming and Wei. Bin meanwhile getting a flank on top of Knight, but Wei's now out of the back with the hero's entrance. Xiaohu again, man! The tenure of this mid laner cannot be understated as TN now dies. Knight on the menu, boys. How did the Urukai know what a menu was? As Knight runs out, level 14 versus level 14. He knows it's done because RNG have finally come to play.
And now RNG 6K gold lead, get the dragon for themselves. They deny Soul from top esports. And you got 20-second death timer on Jackie Love. You can keep pushing, maybe take another turret.
This would be huge, opening up the bottom side and as well denying the Infernal Soul. Wei spending time in front of the Drake, and it all comes up. Royal Never Give Up. Lyric, a series on our hands is an understatement.
And now we're at a point where I just don't even know if top esports have the amount of damage to be able to take these fights. It looks like they don't. At 8K gold lead, they definitely don't have the damage to take these fights now. But even coming into this one, it was a bit scary because Ming initially will go in here, misses his Zenith Blade. They aren't able to get on top of Jackie Love, but still such a squishy front line. And we see once the Hecarim gets in, finds the fear, Xiaohu follows up with the knockup, they still get critical CC. And it goes back to what we hit on earlier. You just have so much CC tools. You have so many different ways to be able to get on top of him. For TS, I mean, they found the early snowball in the early game. They were pushing it forward, and sadly, I think with the comps, they kind of needed that to be able to run home. And without that, with the mistake that they made and gave it back to RNG, I mean, it just feels like RNG's game at this point. Rabadon's death cap on Bin. Bin still hasn't had to use that stopwatch.
He really hasn't. I mean, he's almost Flame Horizoning over Wayward, who had such a good early game. The GA you're pointing out is Galas, who is 50 CS ahead. And RNG, through multiple lanes, were not really going that well. But one single play in the mid lane, RNG have brought it all back. And now it's been fight after fight, looking better and better. 7,000 gold lead. It's 30 minutes into the game. They are channeling down mid. And you're right. I'm looking at the damage sources here. Knight has gone into a full damage source this game, but will it really be enough with RNG breaking another part of your base?
No, and it just feels so hard, right? You're kind of relying on a mistake to come out from the members of RNG. Gala having the confidence to just run forward since he does have that Guardian's Angel.
True. Just doesn't care anymore. Wayward at half HP. Top Esports looking for a play, but it's double inhibitors down now. They're on the chase, but Predator from Xiao, who is such a threat, they've got to keep their space. Well, okay, no. They're going to go in. Hero's entrance again, and you know what? That's a bit of a mistake. Mark goes down first as Knight kites back, but the center's played again. Great from Ming. A death rocket to fly through. RNG want to make it competitive. Keep the curse of the first game and make sure that this goes to 1 apiece. A quadra kill for Gala, and man, we weren't even talking about Gala in this second game of the day. As the Nexus turrets go on down, Royal never give up. Keep it competitive. Now upper bracket final.
RNG, they take advantage of the mid-game mistakes coming out from Top Esports after what was a beautiful early game, playing so well, once again capitalizing on the mistakes, Knight moving around the map, but at the end of the day, I mean, it was that one fight where they're able to find Jackulov, again, staggering the CC. Leona ult comes out, you pop the cleanse, instantly Hecarim follows up, Galio able to lock him down. I think you're right, it was 3-man Everfrost into a 3-man Shield of Durand, and from there, after bringing the game back to an even point, I mean, we just saw the amount of tools that RNG had to work with.
I mean, it's amazing that one play can define it all, especially when we talked about RNG not running out of options, but having to slow the game down. And then we got to that singular point before Infernal Soul. And RNG brought it all back. I mean, for Top Esports, you got to give them credit in the early game. It felt like we were going to a 2-0. It felt like it was going to be a bit of a stomp. But nice to see that RNG... I guess we're able to pivot in the series. I don't know what much more to say. The fact that, you know, Way having a better game as well is
They were able to, like, stick to their goal, know their win conditions, and, you know, again, be able to find that opportunity. They weren't really overforcing all too much, and they were able to punish or even just outplay when Top Esports were the ones overforcing, specifically when we saw Wayward going in and trying to link up with Mark. And a beautiful Everfrost by Xiaohu to be able to stop that aggression from coming through, and the other members weren't close enough. But yeah, they never really pushed too far, gave over too many picks in the mid-game, which I think a lot of LPL teams would. They waited for that right moment, and they found it. And luckily, when you have a comp like this, that is Galio, Leona, Hecarim, that's all you need. You just need that one right moment to work, and then you're instantly back in the game.
And it's good because now we have a series. We're not going to go down the fearful night knowing that Top Esports are 2-0 up. But importantly enough as well, like there's a lot of RNG fans out there that are tremoring a little bit considering watching Top Esports against V5 was so surprising. Game 3, 4, and 5. RNG might have reverse swept as well, but it's still a very impressive performance from Top Esports that made me predict them today. I mean, I think Top Esports for me were the favorite just because...
I mean, I think there's one thing that's easy to say after these first two games, and even just looking at how the series have gone so far in playoffs, is that Top Esports are the better early game team.
Yep.
They are much more proactive in terms of how they like to use their pressure, especially coming out from mid, and they're easily able to use that to start stacking massive advantages. We see in this game here, they were able to do the same thing, get up to about a 5k gold lead, but there at the 24-minute mark, just past, is when RNG were able to find that crucial engage onto the side of TS. I even got to say, right, we kept hitting on how TS should be looking for these picks in top side, have Rise push out, use the Realm Warp maybe on a side with the Gragas. And with the fact that he was the strong member, would have been nice to see Top Esports look for more of those plays.
Yeah.
And it sucks that when they did look for the plays, again, it was Wayward starting up or Mark starting up, but it has to be around your strong focal point who had like a 2-item advantage.
It was 5-0 and 4, and it stagnated from there, right? We saw the big play come out from RNG, and even before that, you're right. Using Knight more proactively would have been really nice. And I feel like here for Top Esports, maybe we see a bit of a pivot coming through because you're right, there's been better early game, but running out of options, running out of damage sources. We knew it was about Jackulov. And as soon as RNG found that fight, Jackulov didn't have a hope in the world of being defended with how many angles, with how much backlight access.
And on the opposite side for Gala, right? When Top Esports have to worry about Bid and Wei, Xiaohu, and Ming jumping on you,
True.
Gala is chilling. Gala is having the best time of his life.
Dude.
Like, They all have to worry about all your other members.
Yeah.
You are going to be fine. You don't have anyone really looking for backline access. Like, sure, maybe Rakan comes through, but your other members aren't really looking to run forward. They're looking to kill frontline, to peel off the engage coming through, and set up Gala to have that massive game with that huge damage.
I mean, speak of RNG, right? That's a very RNG-style win condition, right? Let your AD carry have freedom of roam, whether you're protecting him or whether there's so much else on the other angles to worry about. It feels really nice considering that we had some criticisms of RNG, and in the midpoint of that game, they nailed down, they stuck true to their identity, and they took us to a 1-1. Ladies and gentlemen, Lyric and myself are going to take a break, but when we return, we're going to the rest of the series, and that means it could go any way.
Over the gale force, but now you got to be even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of, and the Shy's on a flank.
Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the fact that now...
Oh, there it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening. The Shy finds his mark, and that's 2 more kills over the Weibo. They are taking control. Tries to find something here. I don't think RA are going to be able to find anything. As there's the subjugate. Leyen has no health bar, and he is taking him down. There's the hostile takeover. More of a CC than anything else. Green gets exhausted as he goes in with slicing melts from the Moonlight Vigil over the wall. Is good, but Cube trying to keep himself alive. Oh! Massive move from Strive. He doesn't get the
Doggo!
But Doggo is even bigger. Strive almost had the hero play, but Doggo shall not be denied. Important to note, Scout has double stopwatch. He's got a Zonya's and a stopwatch in hand, so he's going to be able to use both in potentially this fight. SOFM takes a little bit of a chunk. If the Shy and Angel go forward, they're trying to find Flandre, and they will be able to get him out. There's the Undying Rage coming out as Angel gets knocked up by the Dreadline. They've killed off Angel, as you can see there. Scout has been the focus, but they can't take him out. They will take 2 kills as Viper goes in. Scout trying to make this one work. He goes golden. Remember, he'll have another one to go if he should need it, but he doesn't right now because he's just doing the damage. He's just putting in the hurt, and Scout is keeping EDG in this. Hello, Tuan Fong. I'm JJ, and that's going to be sold.
I need to see it because the fight's going down. Elder's still standing. Mako's dead. Clit's now dead as well. EDG jungler going golden, and JJ is going to get a world of surprise. He comes out with Scout with the Emperor's Divide Glide in the back line. Sends him to Viper. That's express delivery. And Scout flushing away was so clutch. Elder on FPX's side though. Jello who's coming back in. No ulti. Care in front of the Elder. Scout does it. Everybody's dead except for Flandre.
EDG want to try and get some of these low health bars, but they're being corralled, herded away into the danger, into the darkness of Weibo Gaming's jungle. And Weibo, they know they can't let this one go. These 2 birds, he's trying to get one Scout, but no, not quite able to find one bomb. The flash is good. Angel is here as he tries to get a flash away, doesn't land the charm. Scout versus the world of Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one. They're doing it. The other, and Scout will stay alive, keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. SOFM, he's got ult again. He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't, and that's another one. Scout is popping off in this fight, and EDG won't go down.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL playoffs. We are in our upper bracket finals, and thank goodness we have a series on our hands. Just go with the most cliche phrase I can think of here.
I've never heard that one before. Thanks.
Very original, very original.
It's very astute.
Welcome back to the Camo Caster couch. We're not all wearing green. You took
I took it off to separate the green. Me and Ox were literally wearing the exact same top, so we've just been like, I mean, Cage was already roasting us. We didn't need to give him more ammo, you know.
I know. I can't believe it. Getting annihilated online. Let's talk about that game, though. We'll start straight off with the MVP, right? Xiaohu managing to pick that one up for himself. And I think fantastic game from not just him, but this felt like a full-on team effort. But Xiaohu following up on every single game.
Yeah, it was a rough start, right? I think everyone who looked at that game saw how much Knight really pulled ahead in the early skirmishes, how much Top Esports were able to deliver there, but it came down to executing team fights, and there's one in particular where Xiaohu found the perfect pick on a Jackie that made all the difference.
Yeah, it's not often that you see a nearly 2,000 goal difference at the end for the MVP, right? But obviously with Knight being so fed in the early stages, it ended up coming down to Xiaohu to try and find these opportunities to set up the fights. As you say, like following up on really good engages from Ming, following up on the engages from Wei, and as well just kind of providing the Everfrost that really kind of sealed the deal in that 17.5 minute fight in mid that actually got Jackie Love, that got Knight and turned this game back around.
I think that's the thing, like, you know, we saw that there were a lot of defensive tools for the Top Esports in fights. You know, they can kite back, the things like the Gragas, you know, the Trundle to keep them at bay. But at the end of the day, you know, if your carries are out of position and they die, it doesn't matter how many tools you have. And that's kind of what we saw in those fights. And then humongous gold swing. And it came in RNG's favor.
I mean, the way that these two compositions interacted later on, it felt like it was impossible for Knight and Jackie Love to be in position. It didn't feel like there was a position that was safe for them. But the game didn't all go that way, right? Top Esports starting off really strong. We've got some clips from this game number 2 of the series because Top Esports, I mean, they started partying. We literally had a party on the Rift at level 1. Everyone was dancing. But then straight off the bat, Top Esports really got the ball rolling. Wayward ganking mid at level 2 or level 3 just to get Knight rolling.
Yeah, I have to say, just on the dancing part, it's nice to see Gal and Mark, like, back from the Sino Dragons days. Like, these two made it into the LPL together, coming up from the LDL and Sino Dragons, then went their separate ways. So reunited is always nice, but as you say, like, it felt like even though we got a hell of a lot of partying and action in the early stages of the game, a lot of that was going Top Esports way, with, like, Knight having some pressure here, Wayward, as you said, roaming down to set up Knight in the early stages, make sure that they can take over against Xiaohu. They reacted really well on the spot side here to this gank, with Knight being able to just use the pressure he just found mid to TP into this bottom side. And from this point forward, like, all of us on the desk here were like, look, game's done, right? Like, Top Esports, they got full control, they're in a really good spot, but crucially, Gala in a lot of these plays is just solidly picking up these kills, right? He picks up one here, he gets a second one in a later fight. And it meant that even though RNG kind of lacked some of the damage from Xiaohu in the mid lane, when you got to those later points, Gala had a couple of kills so he could be strong. Bin as well had been free farming in the side lane the whole time, so he was a monster, and those were the two big difference makers once you found those engagements.
I think that's a critical thing for me, is despite the fact Top Esports were ahead, Wayward just fell further and further behind. It felt like RNG were catching side waves better than Top Esports, and then when it finally did come to that one fight, because Bin was already so far ahead up in CS, you can see here, 50 CS lead, they find this fight that came down to Xiaohu's big moment, right? He catches the Everfrost on a Jackie Love, and despite the fact that 3k gold down, after this fight in Secure and Baron, they were 6k gold up, and it's like when you already have a Gwen who's really farmed up, if you give her this big injection of gold, she just becomes unstoppable.
Yeah, and as you said, like, a lot of bounties that were picked up in that fight, getting the kill on Knight, getting the kill on some of these key carries, and getting the Baron, it just was that massive swing that we needed. And when it's RNG who are the ones who are able to engage, it becomes a hell of a lot easier for them to try and find that wombo combo, that dive potential that they really want to try and set up for. Gala is under absolutely no threat realistically on the back line, and you've got Bin, that who we highlighted at the start was like, hey, this Hollowed Mist is going to do work in these fights.
Yeah, and I feel like really for Top Esports, when they're ahead, if they can maintain that, if they can be on the objective first, that's fine, right? Because then you have the enemy team being forced to push into you, you can just kite backwards and use those tools. But as soon as RNG got control, you have so many engage options, and they really punish Jackie Love consistently. And at the end of the day, if you lose, we said at the start of it, Jackie Love needed to be a lion's share of the damage in those team fights.
And he basically couldn't function at all.
Yeah.
As much as things change for RNG, they stay the same regardless. Crown replaced for Xiaohu, but it's still the Galio show here in the LPL. We're going to go to game 3, so I'll pass it back up to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's Hysterics, it's Lyric, but which one are we? You'll find out shortly because we have production and we get a little lower third. Or we just go into ban pick and it leaves you guessing. Either way, I'm feeling a bit razzle-dazzle because game 3 comes to us at an even standpoint. RNG, you just said to me, how did RNG win that? Well, that was a bit of wombo combo.
Yeah, I mean, again, Xiaohu playing perfectly after getting shut out of the game. He was an item and a half, 2 items behind for a majority of it, but found the perfect pick. That's why we were saying in the game, RNG are a team who's pretty much rely on Xiaohu to be that big playmaker. Now, coming into draft, Top Esports, once again on blue side, changing it up a little bit, not taking away the Xayah this time, banning out the Aphelios, which RNG taking with the Xayah, so Jinx, the highest priority AD carry left. I wonder if Gala would want to pull a page out of someone like V5's book, go towards something like the Misfortune, which we've seen have a ton of success. You have early lane pressure in the bullet time, able to do so much in those team fights, especially when RNG just won off of a huge wombo combo.
That's very true. I mean, the all-in success was great, and even seeing things like the early,
this is open.
I was going to say the Hecarim. I'm losing my words, but yeah, you're right. Lee Sin, wide open.
And I feel like for both teams, this one is such a big pick, especially for Top Esports. RNG actually haven't leaned on this pick very heavily this split, which has been a bit surprising considering the fact that it was Wei's go-to pick in Summer Split. But they take it away from TN. They make sure they'll be able to have some semblance of early pressure in this game and maybe play more with Xiaohu. But no, they don't go towards something like the Misfortune like we were highlighting, bringing out something new.
But you said early pressure. It still hits true with the laning phase with the Tristana.
100%. So all-ins, the explosivity that she brings to that 2v2, especially if you're able to get to level 2 first, look for the all-in. Top Esports will know to expect it. And now looking at where they go, the Volley Bear is the expected lock-in 100%. Just matching early game pressure with early game pressure. And then Top Esports, I wonder if you have the confidence to just go back towards something like the Rise. Instantly going to lock in the Hecarim, though. The only other thing that I'd say maybe you can look towards is, again, like an early pick away of a Leona or a Nautilus if you want to try and keep Ming off of these high-impact champions. Could just end up in a trade, but so far, 80 jungle matching 80 jungle.
But I just love that you brought up the thing like the Rise, right? Because in the last game, Knight was great on it in the first part, but we never saw it develop into the mid-game. Once it was over, it stayed over. We don't even look at the mid lane. We look at the support you were hovering. Tahm Kench instead here up against Triss.
Yeah, and this is something we actually haven't been seeing all too much of in playoffs. Only 5 games played so far. It is 1-4. But it is going to give Jackie Love some more peel, especially after last game where he was really feeling the heat that RNG were putting on him. It's going to feel quite nice. But RNG, the team to get their hands on the Rise, so having the jungler who can win out in those early game duels and skirmishes, having the mid laner who should be able to get a first move. Now for RNG, I wonder if you look to ban away some of the counters, because at least if you care about early agency, we know Knight does play things like the Syndra.
Yeah.
If you're more concerned about the scaling that they are hovering towards, I mean, the Victor's there. The Orianna's still left on the board, but RNG not wanting to go over the Galio themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's curious, right? Matching here with the roaming. When I think about Xiaohu on the Rise, by the way, I think the fans will agree that this is one of Xiaohu's best champions over time, right? This is 2018 RNG feel when it was Uzi on the roster, when Xiaohu was all about moving and influencing the rest of the map. Kind of excited to see him on it here in the series after RNG's winners. We go through some of the other bans. Now, you already mentioned the Galio matching here Xiaohu. I'm more curious about the Aurelia ban, considering that things like the Jace aren't picked yet, and we still don't have top laner for either side.
That's always where my mind goes when you see the Aurelia ban. Also, theoretically, the Gnar, that was always a good matchup into it, but we haven't really seen it played all that much in the LPL. Really just coming out as a counter pick specifically to the Jace. It's something that Bin has already played twice this split, and RNG also going to opt into taking away another bit of a scaler who provides a lot of zone control, especially when you do have some short-range champions so far. A champion like Tristana as well, if you rocket jump in, bam, Event Horizon put down, could really just prevent those all-ins that you are looking for. Still leaves open all the other options we already hit on. Again, scaling Orianna with the Hecarim is there. You want more early pressure, something like the Syndra also on the board, LeBlanc as well. And yeah, banning away some of the good matchups against the Jace.
Okay, well, a couple out of the way. For RNG, opportunity to pick it up here. Remember, they still don't have a support either, so Lyric, you could just wait and see what the full hand of Top Esports is before you lock it in.
Yeah, for RNG, I think that's the expected way to go, right? No reason to lock in here, especially if they have an expected answer, like if they wanted to go towards one of those tanky tops that we've seen consistently come out, and they go towards the Rel. I mean, fits with the all-in play style. I typically love to see Rel when you're playing up against very short-range compositions because it sets up for a huge magnet storm to be able to come in and lock down multiple members. We're going to be seeing if Ming can find the engages. Top Esports, though, they put the 2 mans to be able to lock in the Jace. You would expect that one to come through, and then we're going to be looking at Knight for his answer into Xiaohu's Rise.
Okay, well, we'll see if something like the Syndra comes through. Remember, not banned away with the double mid lane ban, or count it triple from RNG. Knight also a great Orianna historically, but I think most of all, I just want to say that Knight is a great laner no matter what, so I'm hoping he pushes the envelope here against Xiaohu when, you know, so far, Knight has been really solid in this series, and Lyric, he called it before. Let's add a bit more range. Let's add the Knight speciality.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams would standardly go for the Orianna there. Again, will kind of win out in terms of the isolated 1v1, and you have the setup with the Hecarim. But this is Knight. Knight loves playing Syndra, has played 5 games on it so far this split. Will always have the memorable play in 2020 with the Scatter the Weak through the wall that's set up for their win up against JD Gaming. And now for RNG, your last pick to answer right now, just going to lock in the Kennen instantly. So setting up for the big 5v5, Rel and Kennen. You have tons of lockdown and tons of AoE damage to set it up. You have the Rise to move to sides to set up these lanes. I would expect it to be towards that bot side with how explosive it's going to be. And we're going to see if Top Esports are able to answer.
And strangely enough, I was going to ask you, Top Esports, we've got a bit of range here, but we also have some decent scaling, right? You and I often have this conversation offline that in the past people thought Jace was not really a scaler with the previous items. Now we've been in a new item set for quite a while. Jace does relatively well going into the late game too.
Of course. Eclipse, Serelda's Grudge, there's tons of things that make it so his damage doesn't really fall off a cliff. In late game, those Accelerated Shock Blasts, they hurt. They chunk you for 50, 60% of your HP.
Look at the comp we've got as well. I mean, who's the biggest frontline there? Maybe Lee Sin as a bruiser. Rel, we know, will tank up a little bit, but not the same as a hard
She can steal resistances.
She can indeed, though. So I'm curious about Top Esports. It feels like we have a composition that doesn't actually have to accelerate as fast as normally
it's really interesting, right? Because I think early in the game, they do also have skirmishing tools to be able to match. You have the Syndra, you have the Jace to go up for some of these. But, I mean, you have Hecarim, you have a late game scaling AD with the Jinx as well. And then if we get there, it's going to be all about the range advantage, which you just hit on. I mean, for RNG, if they're standing right in front of TS, you're set up for a Scatter of the Weak, which instantly chains into Jinx auto attacks and the Accelerated Shock Blast that we just hit on. So I think TS definitely do have options. I expect RNG to be the team that can and should win out in the early game laning phase. And use that pressure from the Rise. And then for TS, we're going to see how they want to match these skirmishes with the Syndra, because Syndra also a champion who typically does want to brawl in those early stages.
I'm just excited that we get Knight on the Syndra, right? Xiaohu on the Rise. The mid lane matchup was what was hyped up today, and we get some specialities here from some of our veterans / pros in their league. Now, when I say pros, everyone's a pro in the league, but Knight goes above and beyond. The man's only been to Worlds once, but he has dominated the LPL in the standings of best mid for a while. He's been in the top 3 and currently sits right there. People got mad at me, Lyric, because I said Rookie was the best mid in the league. They said, no, it's Knight right now. And I guess it's a hot debate.
I mean, the great thing is, I think our 3 mid laners left in the tournament are the 3 best mid laners in the LPL. Knight, Xiaohu, and Rookie. I mean, whichever way you go with the debate, I honestly don't think it's egregious to name any one of the 3 of them. They really have been that standout. Rookie all split long, Xiaohu being the pillar for his team that they've needed to find any wins, and Knight second half of the split especially stepping up and taking over.
And in the third game when we were 1-1, I like that you use the word pillar for Xiaohu, because this game on the Rise, it really feels like it's going to be the case. You talked about lanes leading to the bottom lane. When we have Gala on the Tristana, we have the Rel here for Ming, a lane that you wanted to see going, or get going, I should say, so that RNG can snowball this game.
Yeah, the only thing about it is Top Esports do have a decently defensive bottom lane, right? You do have the Tom Kench, he has the Guardian, Cleanse on your AD carry, so could be quite hard once we get to the post 6 points and he has that Devour available to try and get JackeyLove out of harm's way. But RNG should always be able to set up numbers advantage plays with the fact that you have the Lee Sin, you can look to bring him mid, you lock down the Syndra with an EW coming out from the Rise straight into the Sonic Wave, and then bam, she's dead, you move down to the bottom lane, or even look into the enemy jungle, right? Because you have Tristana, champion who is able to quite easily get pushed. Sure. You can just rotate your bottom lane to find picks onto TN himself.
Curious to see Gala and Ming going for a bit of a trade here in the bottom lane, and we always talk about 2v2 in the bottom lane because it is a rush to 2. It is a rush to get better trades here. There's so much action down here in the individuals. So we'll see how they go here. Jackie Love and Mark have a health bar advantage. But now pushing for 2, they have the wave management.
Yeah, so wave management and bot side, you expect it to be able to come through. The thing I want to highlight is junglers pathing towards the top side. Because even though we've been talking a lot about the bot lane, because of the all-in coming out from RNG, I mean, volatile top lane matchup as we see, right?
Yep.
Lots of aggression able to come through. Either jungler that can find a way to impact it first can really take over. I remember talking to one of my top laners back in like 2018 or something about top lane. They're like, whichever jungler comes top first wins. It's just that simple. It's that simple.
I mean, Wayward has been a focus. We talked about top esports, like how well he's been going to split, and it makes sense that, you know, there is going to be attention to the top side with how Bin has been performing too.
I also do want to clarify, it's obviously not that simple. The hyperbole was there, but you know the mindset. Top lane and island, that can be quite hard with how long the lane is, being an individual player. But you're right. I mean, just kind of the junglers and where they want to influence. Even mid lane, since Knight will have the pressure on the Syndra, you outrange, you can constantly look for those orbs, find the Scout of the Week. It feels like you have a bunch of volatile matchups that are just easily influenced. And obviously we'd hover towards RNG to have the advantage early since they do have the Lee Sin over the Hecarim. But Hecarim no slouch himself, especially with that Ghost, and he can find an E and a way into a lane behind someone like the Rise.
We're watching him right now on the minimap. You can see Tien just moving across mid lane. Good Scout of the Week here, but Knight simply trading as Tien spotted out. But look at the top side. Wei still sticking around with a very pushed out wave.
Yeah, he's going to be spotted right now, but Bin already running in. Hits the Q.
Yeah, a stun needs to come through. A flash available. Sonic wave to the left instead of down. And the stun after the fact here for Bin. So Wayward now without a flash, a good punish if he returns.
And now it's a place you can look to come back to, especially if you can start moving Xiaohu at some point. Ming gonna be able to get away, just jump over the wall. Does, you know, stop Tien's back for a few seconds.
How many horses are there in the game of League of Legends? That's a really good question. Might be 2. You got something more important to say?
I was just going to say, Tien, Wei, I'm sorry, still waiting up in this top side. Wayward, who does get the ward down, doesn't get punished, and instantly thumbs up Teemo comes out.
You have to because you're Wayward and you emote the most. Now, please answer my question. No, never mind. We're going to rocket jump on top of Jacula, the 2v2 Gala. Feeling real funky here in game number 3 with First Blood.
And they find the moment to look for the all-in. Ming looking to set it up. Wave was coming into them, so they knew, you know, the extent that they're pushing out this wave. They're able to find the kill. Now Gala and Ming can very easily push this out and find the reset of their own.
I mean, that's First Blood over to Gala, which means we are going to see a Tristana in the right place for RNG this game. Now, Ming's been slowed down. He has to crash down, but there's going to be a knock-up of Abyssal Voyage. That's a bit of anti-synergy, but still Tien gets the kill. So there is a trade lyric, but it is the support going down for RNG.
Yeah, Ming walking, you know, up, seeing Mark in the lane while Gala's pushing that one in. Could have just both backed off and gotten away. Does get punished, not expecting Tien to be there. And now both teams finding a kill. Even on different sides. Actually, I guess not on different sides of the map, just on different roles of the bottom lane. So more impactful, I'd say, that the fact you have that kill on Gala, already having the Noon Quiver and the Dagger. Jackie Love having a Noon Quiver zone, so it's not too bad. And again, you're getting closer to that level 6 point where Mark has to devour, and that 2v2 does become a bit harder to find.
And speaking of 6, we're getting to that point with Xiaohu as well. So we have to start accounting in the Realm Warp and see what happens with the bottom lane with Summoners all burnt. But Ming is bringing the bottom lane towards mid. Knight getting pressured out. Ming not in time, but still letting Xiaohu clean out so that he can start moving. And he's just hit 6 as well, Lyric. Great timing.
And so Ming roaming towards mid. Doesn't matter if you don't find a kill or burn any Summoners, right? You open up a window for Xiaohu to hover down, but Knight, with a nice ward, can spot out which side that Xiaohu is looking to lean towards and buy some safety for one of his laners to back off. Right now, TS being the ones to posture up towards topside. Wei, though, is here clearing out his Krugs.
They're fully aware. Again, the ward you pointed out from Knight, absolutely brilliant. Tien going behind enemy lines right now to clear out some of his own, but spots out that the camps are gone. So as we're hovering around, pacing around the top lane, both junglers have now been spotted way on that Tri-Brush ward too, as the wave is pushed out by top esports. So nothing going to happen here, Lyric, but again, both teams really looking to get the tempo moving.
Yeah, for TS, I mean, right, you had Prio in mid, you already Tien on that side, but leaning Knight up towards top doesn't do anything, because even if you push Xiaohu in, because he has the Realm Warp, he can actually get to the play faster than you. So I like the top esports don't over-aggress on that top side. It's actually RNG, the one looking to commit to make this top side play.
Wei's on the edge of it as well. Wayward spots him out. Remember, level 6 doesn't mean too much to Jace, but for Wei, he takes a Blast Cone as well. Might not be favorable. Wayward waiting for his cooldowns here. As the Shock Blast singular doesn't work out, the acceleration gate for a bit of movement speed.
Look at Xiaohu as well.
I mean, he's turning around. Wayward knows he's getting collapsed on his 1 versus 3, slicing Maelstrom, and they make it easy.
Top Esports going to answer, though, on the opposite side.
Okay, does it come into fruition, though, because it's slower than RNG's play?
Yeah, setting up right now. Tien taking blue buff. Maybe they can find Ming. Doesn't have flash.
But he has a Ferromancy Crashdown. Remember, there's a lot of distance to create, and he does it. Top Esports with no trade except opening up the turret for turret plating, which I guess Lyric is still something.
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports finds something. On the minimap, it looked like Tien was going to head down and just look for the wraparound, but instead, opting to take away the blue does give the time to come out. Maybe got a little bit too hypey there, hoping for a dive to be able to come through, but
LPL.
2 plates, they deny a bit of a wave. We're going to go straight into the replay here. Wade looking for this because, I mean, you see the cannon pushing up at top here. I don't know if this part was actually planned for Wei, but here's where it gets really nice for RNG because Rise able to just move after he does neutralize the wave, uses the Realm Warp. Wei just blocking off his path to be able to escape, and then RNG able to chain CC very nicely. Xiaohu just being there to cut off the escape path from the Jace.
So now after watching that, let me ask you, when you talk so heavily about RNG's bottom lane, does it matter that RNG sacrificed a little bit of time in the wave for Gala and Ming? Because Top Esports tried to make a response play. Jackulov was able to get a bit of turret plating. Jackulov does have a lead too.
I think for them, it's you know, fine that he's falling a little bit.
Maybe it doesn't
like,
matter.
no.
Maybe it doesn't matter because I've asked you the wrong time because Kick Flash
You
comes
did ask
through
me the wrong time.
Jackulov just goes down, but is there something in response? Tien comes flying through. Gala literally took an aeroplane all the way from Ireland to Scotland, and I've been on that trip. It was a quick one. Top Esports now know that RNG are in dead man's waters. Xiaohu has no Realm Warp. He has a flash and a heal. Can he help out? Wave with the Sonic Wave, a safeguard, a flash over. Lyric, it's a little bit messy, but we do see a nice little response from TES.
Yeah, and I think Wei tried to get to that side, so they can't just cut off one of them and isolate maybe Xiao, look for the all-in there. Sadly, though, having to commit the flash to get over the Raptor wall. And they're going to go straight in. They have the dive here. Really nice kick to be able to come through. And we see Mark still not level 6 with Ming able to chain the CC down. They're able to find the kill. Sadly for them, Top Esports were already on their way to be able to at least answer with 1.
And I guess my timing of the question again wasn't great there because I wanted to know if sacrificing the bottom lane a little bit for RNG would matter, but right back down again. Wei being very proactive here in the early game. 1-0-1 here on the Lee Sin, and he's made it work, giving Gala a bit more resources to bounce back.
I also feel like the key thing will still be the Rise, right? Because, I mean, mid and jungle can just set up for either side so well. Like, sure, there's only so much you can do as a Tristana or as a bot lane if Jackie Love and Mark are playing respectfully, not giving you the room to move. So I do think it's fine if, you know, that trade side comes through, if they're able to find a bit of an advantage bot, as long as we can see Xiaohu and Wei finding ways to influence the matchup itself. But right now, Jackie Love and Mark still hammering home. And once again, 4-man roam coming for the side of RNG.
Double down. Tien has the ulti once again. Knight the same too. RNG paying the respect, and it was off the back of the Rift Herald play. There's still a Dragon up here as well, so Top Esports looks like it still will be somewhat of a trade. But Wei now has the Herald, and look, Lyric, he's hightailing it right back to the bottom lane.
And we see Wei and Xiaohu just both splitting up. Xiaohu going to go answer his own wave, so not going to be able to find anything in response. And now Xiaohu, I mean, I guess you push out this wave, you can start leaning towards top, maybe look to find another kill onto Wayward. But Wayward playing pretty safe so far, not looking to go too far up in the wave and having some of his own vision down. But there is a bit of a window here for Xiaohu right now.
Okay, well, let's see. Xiaohu with the Realm Warp. You talked about it heading towards the top side. Not spotted out, but missing pings are going down. And you got to give some props to RNG. Great vision control in the Riverline when they're the ones running the Rise.
Yeah, and we saw Wayward's only ward did just get cleared out to spot out where he was. But look, Wayward still paying respect. Okay. Mark on his way up as well. Tien trying his best to get to the side of the map.
So the fish wants to get involved here. Sorry, catfish to be fair, or a frog, or a toad, or a tadpole. Whatever people call Tom Kench these days. Mark is level 6 with the Devour.
These days? What do they call Tom Kench back in your day?
There's unclog the frog, there's unload the toad, there's uninhibit the rivet, unclog the frog.
All of those are
the Kench.
all of those are frog references.
They are, but I guess they're different stages of life, right? Like a tadpole of baby
That's
frog.
true. That's true.
What else? Rivet is obviously the sound a frog makes.
I think you're right with catfish, though. So
I think he's a catfish.
Yeah.
He comes from Louisiana, doesn't he?
Comes from Bayou.
Yeah. Okay. I'm Australian.
Great place.
All I have is Uluru, but you have a lot going on down there.
No, we do. Mardi Gras.
Yeah. I was gonna say swamp Louisiana, but you know that's something too. Anyway, hey, we'll bring you back to the game because as we go down this path in playoffs, sometimes we don't get out of it. Lyric has to draw me out physically. We've got a 20 CS lead in the mid lane. And I need to mention it because Knight is on Syndra. And when Knight has a lead on Syndra, it gets very scary. And a lot of the fans will know that from personal experience. And I think it's worth mentioning considering that we do have the mid-game coming up, Lyric, and gold is even, but there are some strong individual members, I'd say, on both sides.
Yeah, top esports, though, trying to be the ones, and they find Ming. He does a flash.
Yeah, he's on a horse. He's going to crash down once again. You mentioned the flashy track.
Oh,
but he's devoured up. Mark, it tastes like plate mail. As Ming goes down, the response on the top side is to get the first turret blood for RNG. So it wasn't in vain here, Lyric. RNG even looking for a second push.
Yeah, RNG, with the fact that they have the Herald, are going to be able to get a ton off of this play. Huge gold injection into their side. Wayward trying to make his way over, but 3 members here, he can't walk up.
No way. So 2 turrets for the price of Ming. Very well worth it here. Jackulov trying to trade himself with turret plating still available, and at least he will be able to do so.
Look at Tien, though. Tien hovering, waiting in the wings.
Dive. Oh, Scout of the Week connects, but he's already out with the rocket jump. Nicely done here from Gala to buffer. Jackulov's going to get the turret, as mentioned before. So a lot of gold injection cross-map.
Yeah, and we've seen... Ooh, Knight's getting chased down.
Good Scout of the Week once again. Mark coming nearby. Remember, he used the Devour before. Thumbs in the air, and he just don't care about that Sonic Wave.
So I feel like the key thing we've seen so far is since it's been an isolated mid matchup with Wei not being able to get involved,
yep.
Knight's Prio is opening up for top esports to make the plays around the bot lane and force for RNG to have to cross map. If Wei could have found more activity in that mid lane, or like when Ming roamed up earlier on, that's what could set up for you to be the team to be able to play around the side of the map of your choice. But with the isolated 1v1, Syndra coming out ahead, 18 CS lead so far, and I think top esports pretty happy with, despite the fact that they're at a disadvantage because of the Herald play that we just saw.
That's true. I mean, a big open top side now as well. I wanted to ask you a little bit about how RNG play around that, because we still have turret plating up for another 15 seconds. Xiaohu we can see here pushing with the help of Wei, who is setting up for a dragon in a minute 30, getting a bit more deep vision. And I wanted to come back to that question of how RNG abused their lead, at least their open mapness, if that is a word, a little bit longer. Hello, way under turret. That's ambitious to say the least, but he just wants to bully him out and give Xiaohu a bit of space.
Yeah, so he's going to end up missing out on the whole wave, doesn't end up being able to get Krugs either.
True.
And if you look at his inventory, hasn't even been able to pick up the Eclipse yet. Because for RNG, they've at least been able to set him so far behind. Kind of feels like a 4v5 for the side of TS at this point. Sure, Gala has been getting abused, but look at the items. Gala at least has his Kraken Slayer to match Jackulov on the opposite side. In fact, that's where a lot of RNG's gold difference is, right? 2K, almost 2K gold difference, maybe a bit more even now with that turret going down. All of it being up in that top side. So it's going to be about team fights for Bin, right? Okay. That's going to be the difference between the Jace and the Ken and Jace. If he was even could try and bully out in that 1v1 or look for sides, but Bin looking for that huge AoE ultimate on top of Knight and Jackulov.
But are we going to be fighting around the next objective? 35 seconds for the Dragon, and that question coming full circle, Lyric. We do have full mythics coming through, and for RNG, still at a strong point.
Yeah, and I feel like a huge thing here is look at the vision in the bottom side jungle for RNG. They have these wards behind it. Top esports need to clear them out. It looks like they're doing that now because, sure, Bin is big and has the advantage, but as Kennen, it's quite hard to just run forward at the composition that TS has, especially with Knight. If you're just going to run into an easily set up Scout of the Week, can just dissuade any damage that comes out from him. So has the flash, could make it a bit easier if they can't find any kind of flank to be able to come from a side, but still, you're kind of leaving your fate in Knight's hands if he can set up something amazing. Yeah,
I mean, again, Knight on Syndra, you don't doubt it. At least now, we're not going to get a fight, though, in front of the Dragon. RNG taking it free-handedly, and top esports running through mid, trying to open up. This turret has a bit of a slither, but there's a Realm Warp on the backside. We begin, but Xiaohu interrupted here. Realm Warp means nothing. Bin jumps on the one member. It's Tien who's without the rest of his team. Top esports now with a numbers disadvantage, and Tien was just off the beaten path somewhere else.
I was going to say, I don't even know like where Tien came from or why he was there, just getting caught off and giving a free kill to RNG.
Poke, though.
The poke coming out, that's the range advantage that we were hitting on. If they can keep RNG at arm's length, I mean, they will be able to swindle them down and take these fights.
But at the very least, they find Tien here, RNG do. And you got the Dragon as well, so a successful move here. So we're going to look again. What was this horse doing?
He just runs in. I don't know if he expected other members to follow through with the Realm Warp, but having the wraparound. Also, I mean, Control Ward was cutting off some of the vision that they had. Maybe not expecting other members to be there, but it's just like a mistake coming out from Tien.
Important tangent. Kled, does it count as a horse or not? Oh, I said the two horses in
not.
League of Legends. Okay, Skarl is some kind of other beast. We'll continue on with the game. If there's any other pressing questions, I'll let you know. Hey, after that kill, Wei now on 2, by the way. This is a big Lee Sin, who's coming to bully down Wayward. Bin ulting immediately. Wayward with a great flash. There's the defensive teleport as well. Tien is getting revenge, wants to roll on in. This is the main horse attraction now, as the Death Rocket as well helps out. A shutdown over to Knight Syndra. Oh no, Knight got the kill, and Now they want a little bit more. They're chasing after Bin. How far can he go? Tien runs him down. They want to give it to Knight. Scat of the Week was close, but Tien secures. And Top Esports are with a big punish in the bottom lane.
Great to see them punish the overextend. Also not in a position for RNG to try to punish elsewhere, right? Their bot lane not overextended. Maybe give an angle for Xiaohu to make a play or anything like that. Their bot lane's playing under turret. They now push out, get this. They're able to pressure down on that bot side as well. And I feel like the key thing here for Wayward is the fact that the wave's coming. So he jumps in with the To the Skies, able to flash out. Minion wave right next to him as well. The Sonic wave doesn't hit. Buys time for the Cavalry to show up. And then Knight, amazing Scout of the Week to get that first one. Like you said, looks like they were hoping to give it over to him with this one as well. But Tien's going to secure it down. Top Esports, just great punish.
It's a big one as well, right? We saw at the start of the play, Knight got the shutdown. 2-0 now with a bounty. And we're looking at Way on the screen. Now we're looking at we have TikTok. That's cool. Well, I'll tell you about the items in a little second. Gala dodging away from Scat of the Week. Go and visit the TikTok. Maybe I'll do a dance on there and do something trendy with all the Zoomers. But for now, I'll tell you what I want to talk about. And Lyric, I want to talk a little bit about Top Esports and what we mentioned in draft. The range was brought up. Things as well, like how this comp can play as the game goes on. Top Esports in a decent enough position, and Gold's just about even after RNG moments ago had a 2K gold lead and looked pretty in control themselves.
Yeah, for TES, I mean, it's huge. The way they want to approach objectives, right? Group up mid, you win the contest over midway because of the poke and range you have. 4RNG play through sides.
We just don't get a moment to talk, do we? Everfrost usage great again. Bin with the slicing maelstrom. Wayward getting bullied. Welcome to town. Again, high school's a rough time.
And this is the play that we were talking about in the last game with the Realm Warp, right? Just committing both of your soul laners down to that one side to find the pick. Then being able to answer elsewhere. This time around, it's not that because you were just cross-mapping, but still just showing the potency of this. And even highlighting the point of, for TS, again, a lot of it, in my opinion, is grouping up towards mid to take your pressure. Because Syndra, not a champion who really feels safe sitting in sides. You would need people like Mark and Tien hovering with you to safely do that. For RNG, Ryze completely fine in the side lane. Bin, much safer than the Syndra on the opposing side. You can both walk forward. You could both constantly look for those plays. Find pressure through there to be able to take fights.
All right, well, we're going to get to another one at least soon, though. 1:10 till Dragon. There's a Herald in the back pocket of Tien as well. Lyric, we're getting towards 20 minutes, and let's talk a little bit more about RNG because with the Ryze, with the Cannon, with the teamfight prowess we already mentioned, it feels like Xiaohu is really trying to abuse more of the side lane, picks that you were just talking about, and more about how RNG can get to the map first.
Yeah, and for them now, they're going to keep doing that with him pushing out that top side now, try and get some of your vision line down.
Oh.
They need to be careful.
Okay. I always on the edge. When I see Knight get a Scout of the Week, a big one as well, especially with Mark. Jack, you love. Bit of movement speed to add on there as well. Top Esports clear out the mid wave. Now it looks like they're going bot towards a Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, so they have control of bot. These are the windows they need to be careful for, so it's good that they're playing around their bottom side because this is where Xiaohu push out the wave, could have moved down, could have collapsed on mid. You have numbers advantage, but with them hovering down, he's just going to commit to this top side, but Wayward luckily is here to answer.
Yeah, still has a decent amount of wave clear as well. Knight close to the chest in the mid lane too, so he can always move over as Xiaohu backs away. Way doing the same thing as well. There's a couple of pings on Baron. There's no wards on Baron as well, so RNG heading in that direction, but still nowhere nearby to take it away. Dragon's coming up, and this is the third one, but Top Esports are here, and it's clear that RNG have no intent of fighting this yet.
No, you even look at Xiao, who's still pushing aggressively up in that top side, kind of defaulting to the gold trade, just picking up camps for now, keeping their vision going forward. I would expect them to want to look for that top side scuttle in a second, just cement your vision control even further, and yeah, just look to go into the mid-game strong and set up for that big AoE damage. The big AoE setup come out from the Rel plus the Cannon.
It's such an interesting game because we're heading towards the Grand Final, right? The winner of this goes to the Grand Final. We're in the upper bracket. Top Esports or RNG, one of these teams are going to that final stepping point before another domestic championship. And it's such an interesting game of, I guess, intelligent players coming through Top Esports. Okay, now we're going to all commit, but double Everfrost, a Scout of the Week in response. Bin takes so much damage. That's what Knight's putting out at the moment. RNG now responding as well, Lyric. They don't want to lose it in the turret.
Of course, RNG able to get those resets off because of how early they made them. Of course, Top Esports playing for that Drake in the bottom side. Kind of took them more time to get the setup to push in that bottom lane. And I mean, in circumstances like this, their comp does pretty well since they do have the long-range poke and siege able to go off. But the longer you sit here, the more you set up for the potential engage to come up from RNG. That's why Bin was starting to hover towards this bottom side. But look at Top Esports, having Wayward push in mid to pull Bin away from the play and have to answer this wave.
Very coordinated, just pulling back as well. Wayward not overstaying his mark, and RNG do manage to successfully defend, but there's still poke damage that goes onto the turret as well. So, Lyric, I guess we're playing a little bit slower this time around. 5 kills each, making 10 in total. I love how I say this is a slow game. I know we have a lot of LCK, LEC, LCS fans who are waiting to get towards MSI. For the LPL, this is slow for us.
I mean, oh wait, it's so slow. A kill just almost happened out of nowhere.
All right,
you looked away for 1 second.
I was saying it was slow. That's my problem, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, jigs do exist.
Hey, yesterday, I'm not sure if every game did, but I'm pretty sure 3 out of the 4 games had more than a kill per minute.
Oh yeah,
so
by far.
Yesterday was absolutely insane in terms of rate of play. This one again, both teams I think a bit more collected. Is
they get
Mark.
the zap on. They get the zap on away. There's a flash tongue lash from Mark. How aggressive is that with the Sonic Wave as well? Knight wants to scatter the weak through the wall. Way has to flash. Man, Top Esports pulled the trigger, and just like that, they're fully committed.
Yeah, Way must not have had the safeguard available to be able to get on top of Bin. Having to get away, nice summoner blown for them. The TES playing this one slow, considering they do have that siege, considering they have the Jinx, the Jace, who are going to be able to put up this huge damage. Rift Herald going down now should be able to cement themselves a mid-turret.
Jackie Love helping push that one as well. Down it goes. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, hello. Xiaohu dealing with 2 members, and Wayward finally getting revenge. Tien helping out. That feels nice for Top Esports.
Top Esports being cheeky with that one.
Yeah.
We saw Xiaohu, I guess, feeling confident because so many key Top Esports members are showing in mid, not expecting the pick to come through. Okay. And Knight says no, takes away the blue buff, and Ben and RNG just going to have to walk away feeling pretty depressed.
I love how Mark's being so aggressive this game. But we're going to look at the bottom lane, what happened here in the 1v2.
Oh,
backing.
Yeah, it was such sad timing, right? Going for the back, not expecting them to be able to make it down here this quickly. Nice read by TS to expect him to still be in that brush and be able to find the pick. So they not only guarantee themselves a mid-turret with a Rift Herald, guaranteeing themselves a kill off that, they don't lose the blue buff, covering themselves and winning on all sides of the map in that play.
Gold is still even. They've got 2 Dragon Zone for Top Esports again. This game was in RNG's favor by 3,000 gold. It looked pretty nice to how the game started out, but for Top Esports, these really aggressive plays, bringing it back here. Realm Warp, speak of the Devil, Tien once again caught out here. Ult has to be used, but look, on the wrong side is Wayward teleporting away, just out of vision. The emote comes down as well. You gotta respect Wayward's usage.
It's great, but I just want to say, I feel like the gold is a good representation of the game state because, I mean, RNG, despite the fact that they lost like the last rotation of map play, still do have great ways to play out this game. We've seen Xiaohu consistently being an annoyance in that side lane, and we still having those huge AoE tools available that we've been talking about, the Slicing Maelstrom coming out, the Magnet Storm as well. If they can find access onto the immobile Jinx and Syndra, they will just be dead.
It feels like both mid laners are having their own impact this game, right? Knight in a very aggressive way. Thank you for the red buff, sir. He's going to give it over to Jackie Love as well, which feels really good here. As Top Esports go in a little bit deep, take some resources, back away. No one really being egregious at this point, Lyric. It feels like paying a bit of respect, looking for the picks, but outside of that, not really hard forcing when it looks more like a 50-50.
No, especially with the fact that Dragon's coming up in about 40 seconds.
True,
Top Esports is going to opt in for some recalls, maybe buy some more items. We see LDR now finished on Jackie Love to be able to take down some of this front line. Rabadon's death cap has been done for a little bit for Knight, and especially with how squishy, some of the key members on RNG are. It was like a decent pickup of Xiaohu, actually getting decently tanky. And once again, RNG just loving these stopwatches, really finding the value in this item, and just being able to survive one more rotation of spells, come back, reposition, win out through a fight.
Especially for Ming, right, to be aggressive here on the Rel. The Magnet Storm is up but available, and waiting for those kinematics to keep Top Esports at bay. One fun mechanic in League of Legends that Rel only has. For Top Esports, grouping up towards mid now. Dragon up in 1, now live. And RNG can do this uncontested, just like the last Dragon for Top Esports. It is the first, 2 apiece, nothing happens. We're going to be waiting a little bit longer, or are we? Xiaohu taking it to half HP, the Shock Blast as well, poking them down. How egregious is this? I just said nothing was egregious. Realm Walk going to be taken, Zap dodged away from, and out Xiaohu goes, but actually he got hit with the Zap. He's lucky to be alive.
Yeah, and Way still in here, Wayward!
Flashes over the wall! Hello, Wayward, with the Sonic Wave connecting, though. Now we got a question, Top Esports go forward, but of course, it's Tien. He runs forward, Attractor Repel stops him. Bin with the zone, though, but he's left out to dry. It looked like a great ulti if RNG were there.
And we just saw the scatter of the week. This is why just running head first as Kennen into a Syndra can be so rough. Pings coming out for the Baron.
Oh, yeah.
Top Esports are going to look for this.
All right, 5 members. Look how healthy they are as well, Lyric. Xiaohu doesn't have the Realm Warp. Way is coming in with Smite on a cooldown as well. How do you steal this?
Oh, it's going to be rough. I mean, Wei can try and find his way in. Like you said, no smite available. Just going to have to do their best, maybe find burst, find some kind of team fight to win. Since Top Esports are taking the Baron, taking the damage. But Tien, they don't even care about the Baron. They're looking for the fight.
Xiaohu's already flashed away. Look at Tien, the angle as well. The onslaught of shadows into the fake horse. Yeah! We're going straight on in as Top Esports take a bit of damage on the return, but Ming is out there. You can always spot a fake.
Yeah, RNG. I mean, they're still able to get away, though. That is the key thing for them. No Baron play for the side of TES. No more Australians going yeehaw. And now RNG will have tempo on the map, as we're going to get to see the replay of what happens in the last fight. As, again, I do believe Bin got hit by the Scatter of the Week. Goes in, gets knocked back, so not able to find a ton of value. Was able to get a bit of damage out and force some members back, but Knight, the crucial spell.
Well, Lyric has come back, and as we see so many skirmishes, that's right, a breath out. I have to, because after the past couple of days, I honestly think our gameplay's been so much fun, right? A lot of criticism yesterday, and I'm sure people will have their criticisms today as well. But we've had a lot of risk-taking, which I always love. Like this, that's a risk to me.
And look at where Bin's position, waiting off in the wings, has a control ward. If Top Esports overcommit, he's trying to set up for a huge slicing Maelstrom.
Tien without an ult. Scout of the Week is a little bit short, and just as I say we need to take a breath, we can actually take a breath.
Let's also remember that for TES, they don't really have to overcommit to get a lot of their damage down. So RNG will be on the Baron, they'll be taking Baron damage, and then you just have, bam, Accelerated Shock Blast fly out. You have a Rapid Fire Cannon Jinx able to get some of those autos off and get some damage down. So RNG, committing for the play, hoping that Top Esports overcommit. Top Esports don't. RNG are just forced back. And once again, kind of in a state of ping-ponging waves right now as Wayward pushing that one in. Someone's going to have to answer bot wave on the side of RNG. And we're going to see if RNG maybe look for a bit of a cheeky pick themselves, look for a bit of a cheeky play, because they are the ones who've been trying to utilize those tools, right? The Realm Warps, the Vision to get Kennen in to our Top Esports. It feels like they have been punishing more for the past, let's say, like 10 minutes, and taking advantage of windows where RNG are showing on waves overextended and really just taking advantage of those moments.
But again, the right way to explain this game, it feels like when we're one apiece here in the series in the upper bracket final, no one's really like hard committing. We're not getting crazy play, right?
Oh, Wade's looking for a crazy play.
Well, as I say that again, I've already cast and cursed it enough. Maybe one more is the perfect amount. At the very least, when all's on the line to move to match point in the upper bracket final, it's tense to say the least. Whether I'm correct or not, it is true to say that both teams are not overstepping their mark right now. Hovering around the Baron, Dragon's not up in a minute 30. It is only a Cloud Salt, and it is Salt Point for teams. So we start the Baron again, and we look to lure.
And the fact that Top Esports doing this on Vision means that they want to force a fight. They want action. They still have Tien waiting in the wings, trying to find a good angle onto Gala and Xiaohu instead of the damage. Knight stacking up his orbs now.
Wei has Flash, Ghost available for Tien. Jungler spells worth mentioning here as the poke starts coming through, but Top Esports, as you said, are not committing to the melee range.
And I feel like critically, the Scout of the Week didn't land there for Knight, so not able to find the CC lockdown to commit an all-in 4. You have to back off and get the honey fruits. And Bin, I like that Bin hasn't gotten scared and RNG haven't gotten scared and had him pull the trigger too early on the TP, because that would have been a win for the side of TS as well. Just get Bin's TP, back off from the play. Now he can't pressure you out inside. So RNG were very calm, very patient in that play.
But 30 seconds, we'll see, because Bin now on the bottom side. Dragon is spawning. Top Esports have priority in the mid lane here, Lyric, and I know you like talking about sides. I'll quickly mention top side pushing. Bottom is pushing for RNG, so an even bit of map state here, as we've got 20 seconds until that neutral spawn.
And it's always pretty nice, especially for RNG's comp. You can try and find to bring away, way to bring Kennen, I'm sorry. The damage coming out from TES, RNG having to be scared and backing out. This is the setup where we talked about their composition thriving. You're the ones who want to force in mid. RNG are the ones who need to try to find your avenue. If you have this push in bot side river, trying to make your way around, maybe through tri-brush, clear out the ward, wait in the bot lane, brush in river, but they don't feel comfortable going for that. Instead, just trying to pull TES up to Baron.
Just getting close. A moment ago, we saw Gala tag a little bit, but a rocket jump over the wall. Now, Dragon's going to be done here. RNG moving towards Baron. Death Rocket spots him out, though. Baron has not even started here, so RNG aren't able to sneak it away. Now on Soul Point for TES. And the game still with an even gold lead after 31 minutes. Again, we're in for a slow barn burner here, but to be fair, barns, if they're made out of anything but wood, will burn slow.
That's true.
That
is actually just factually correct.
There you
Steel
go.
barns, maybe they don't burn at all. As, like you're saying, scaling, Top Esports completely happy with it. you know, we remember the Jinx nerfs coming through, but a lot of those were just early game nerfs to things like mana. Her late game, completely the same in terms of the damage numbers you're still able to put out. So Jackie Love still going strong, and now the key carriers of Top Esports also having those stopwatches as well for the past few minutes. So they're feeling decently comfortable. The fact that they're also stacking up Cloud Drakes and they have a Hecarim feels pretty good for their side. So keeping it nice and slow. Gold still even. RNG still not out of it, but they've been trying desperately to set up a way to find plays, and or at least just pulling them to sides, right? We've seen them consistently going for these deep pushes in top and bot, trying to pull a member there and see if you can find something. But Top Esports never over-aggressing and always walking as a unit.
And as well, you mentioning stopwatch, I just want to point out Top Esports with their own. Jackie Love having one there. You can see Knight the same here. 6 stacks on the Darksteel on top of that too. We're getting towards 3-item territory for this Syndra. 3 items for Wayward, who was behind this game. Let's just pull out that Wayward was bullied. And we've seen a lot of bullying in the LPL. Okay, Baron's going to be started when Tien was backing right in front of it. Wei regrets that, backs away himself, and Tien resumes the back. So,
I mean, Wei doesn't regret it. He got a free control ward and gets to get out of there.
All right.
Wei's happy as could be.
Wei regrets that he didn't regret
And if we had an audience, they'd be happy as could be as well,
That's
cheering
true.
that a ward went down.
Well, we do. We have a Twitch audience. I don't know if they're cheering right now. They're saying, we want that final fight. We want the moment. RNG Top Esports fans would be sweating alike. Again, you get another chance in the lower bracket, but as you said earlier, no one really wants to face V5 because they are unpredictable. They are scary. Even though Top Esports reverse swept them, still, to get here was hard. And even RNG against JDG, the same can be said. They want a smooth berth into the grand final, and wouldn't it be great to see either of these teams move back into the grand final after, you know, quite a while of seeing them there. RNG more recently, but Top Esports.
I mean, RNG just last year, right, again. I mean, Xiao, who known as the Tiger King of Spring for a reason, feels like this is his domain. This is his chance to get back there. RNG's chance to get back to MSI and defend that title as well. Top Esports, only one LPL championship.
Yep.
Didn't win in spring 2020. 2020 was their year, but fell to JDG in Game 5. Then went on to win MSC, which is pretty confusing. But if that's the equivalent of MSI in 2020...
Do they have a title?
You know what I mean?
Do they have an international title? It's like when you win group rivals.
So in UFC, you have interim belts, which is, you know, like not the actual belt, right? You beat a guy because the champion's like out, maybe injured or something.
Right.
So maybe we count MSC as an interim belt.
They have an interim belt.
Yeah.
Cool.
So they need the true belt.
And to be fair, they also had the unofficial world title for quite a while. Now, if you don't know what that is the title belt if you beat the champion through Worlds, starting from Fnatic Season 1 as well. It's landed in the LPL for quite a while. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, unofficial world champion, go and look at that up in LoL Fandom. You'll see what I'm talking about. But for Top Esports, right now, they're looking for their own title. They're looking for another chance to hit into a finals. This is what the series is all about, and we're talking about this in the lull moment because it is quite tense. Top Esports now in front of the Baron. RNG are grouping back out as well, but as this war gets cleared, it begins again.
Yeah, they're just going for it, right? Both teams have been happy to handshake so far. We're going to be looking at Bin. We're going to be looking at Ming to find a way. Going to look for the steal. It's all on Wei.
I mean, Wei's in. He goes for the kick. The spike comes down. An easy steal. Top Esports. Why did you 50-50? Tien's out with the back of the pit. It's a devour coming through from Mark as well, but Xiao, who is running them down, the Tiger King, continues his onslaught. Scout of the week not connecting, and Tien in no man's land. Why did this game come down to a massive burger flip? K-Droll, stop feeding our players McDonald's. RNG getting tagged though with the Gala Rocket, but it still might not be enough. RNG still at the Health Bar Gully, running through the Tristana, getting resets. RNG given to them on a beautiful silver platter.
I'm just still at a loss for words that Top Esports weren't just trying to angle for the pick, trying to angle for the fight itself. You know Wei's going to have to come in. You even had some word spotting that all the key members who I was listing off weren't there. The Kennen, the Ming, the Rel, not there. You could just look to try and turn on something like the Lee Sin, look for the pick, but no! This game might just be over!
I mean, RNG are going to move to match point from what was such a tense back and forth. Top Esports were sick of waiting, and RNG pulled out their pocket watch and said it's time. Match point. RNG going forward with a massive grin on their face. What the hell?
I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't know how the game ends like that. What was that? Top Esports, both teams kind of handshaking, chilling, waiting, giving the scaling over. No. Top Esports having a lot of these ranged tools, and we're speculating, right? Okay, RNG, how do they win? It has to come from this AoE. We keep highlighting the Kennen. We keep highlighting the Rel. But Lee Sin gets in the pit. I think Scout of the Week did land, but still able to get the smite off. And my God, that is just
LPL.
I don't have words. You talk.
How many? It's like we're watching FPX all over again, man. I mean, the amount of times in the regular season we have seen Baron flips. This split especially, Lyric. And against the Lee Sin, I mean, Sonic Resonating Strike, it's an execute. So
I think he just smited it.
He did.
Yeah.
He was stunned up. He was stunned. And he pressed smite.
It was
so.
I'm pretty sure it was the only one in. I don't think Mingen made it in the into the pit yet. But who knows? We need to replay. The AD will break all that stuff down.
You know what breaks my heart about that game is it was so back and forth. It looked very calculated. It looked very concrete.
Both teams were we're not gonna make a mistake. We're not gonna make a mistake.
The top esports. I mean, on a ward was Way. Way was on a ward in the back behind the Baron, but they knew he was there, and they're like, we're gonna try and flip it.
I don't know.
That's championship material right there.
I don't know. Well, Top Esports on the verge of being knocked down to the lower bracket to face V5 again, who they have beaten before. They have beaten V5. Let's keep that in mind. But that was a 5-game series. You don't want to gamble, flip a coin once again on being able to take it. You have the prep there, but man, RNG, 2 games in a row. I mean, game 2, last game, they were 5K gold behind this game, taking Baron.
Why is the first game such a curse? In the past 4 series, winning the first game in our double elimination bracket means you lose the series. Top Esports won convincingly in the first game. And again, we're getting the same curse. A match point for RNG. And look, we can look at the positives there. It was never a point where RNG were really out of that game. It was always so close. It was always neck and neck. Even after the picks, Xiaohu was bringing his own attention down to Wayward. Excuse me. And
They were pulling them off the sides. They were always answering somewhere
else. Concrete play.
They still always had tools, which is why, TES never over-aggressed either, right? Because they had to be afraid of the tools that RNG had. The fact that they can just traverse terrain so quickly with the Realm Warp. The fact of the cannon, who was getting so big. 80 carry as well. Like, Gala scaling up, getting huge on his own. And it's like, man, just look at that. That's ridiculous.
Oh, man. It spells out a giant M.
Look at the damage differences on this side. Again, top esports are the comp that outranges. They were always going to have higher damage numbers than what RNG had, unless this was just like insane Wombo teamfight after insane teamfight. But my God, it feels like top esports dropping the ball today massively. I mean, game 2, ball was in their court, should have been a win. This game, I'm not going to say it was theirs because again, RNG had the tools, but top esports kind of springboarded the ball into RNG's. No, they springboarded the ball onto their own side of the court into RNG's hands, and RNG, they took it.
You ever seen someone like a failed dunk, on the trampoline, and they go up with the ball, and they go over or they miss it? They completely go off right field. It felt kind of like that, like the fail compilation. And it's sad, right? Again, to give Top Esports their credit, it was competitive. They felt like they were in a decent position that game, but as we go to the break, guys, it's match point for RNG. Somehow, some way, that's how Game 3 ends.
Yep.
RNG with grins on their face need only one more to once again move into familiar position of a grand final.
Now you got to be even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of, and the Shy's on a flank.
Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the fact that now.
Oh, there it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening.
Kinda full of hoodies out, circle full of actors. Y'all should put a movie out. Night Rider, King Kong showed us I'm a monster.
Going down here, this game still has the flash, still has the ult. Target from the wild, goes to himself. Yankos looking for it. Yankos gets it!
Yankos will always find a way, and he steals the Baron.
They do not know that Selfmade's their control ward now going down as the Dragon is started up. They're going to start it on it. Yankos looking for the steal. No! F***ing way does Cap steal that from over the wall. He gets the Hextech Soul for G2.
First it's Yankos, and then it's the mid lane man, Caps.
To the top of that mountain, I was everything that they wanted. Been loyal, a rider, Viking, a fighter, but I've been further with my own.
These two birds, he's trying to get one scout, but no, not quite able to find one bomb. The flash is good. Angel is here as he tried to get a flash away. Doesn't land the charm. Scout versus the world is Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one. They're doing it! The other, and Scout will stay alive, keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't, and that's another one. Scout is popping off, and they fight it. EDG won't go down.
Let it stop drowning. Let it stop drowning.
reinos chegando, não veio com ninguém. Ficou pra trás agora o Jojo, a pela lateral. O Gui vai saindo também. O Barão foi abandonado por enquanto. Matos gastou. Que belo ultimate! O combo! E Matilha foi a caça!
And Blabber just gets cold from the Freljord, and he's still frozen solid. We're going to find a bit more now as Fudge walks away. Just barely staying alive and in the win some. It's going to be closer. Diving in for more. Kill number 2. Kill number 3. 100 Thieves is walking over Cloud9. Chovy takes 2 of them out. There's a 3v2 fight on the top side that T1 are getting close on, but it's not quite enough. Gumayusi, though, he's looking to angle over. He might be able to get some damage in. Ruler is in a bit of trouble, has to flash away. The snap gets him on the backside. Gumayusi gets excited, and he's going to be the one that carries the fight in the end. That should be enough for T1, that they will clean up the fight just like that.
You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me.
I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 You're spinning round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little?
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. It's a bit of a wild one to finish out game number 3 there. RNG, I'm just going to say it, kind of gifted a game with a silver platter there by Top Esports. I don't know what that decision was to go for Baron, but my God.
It really felt like RNG were trying to, find an opportunity, but were struggling, right? The Syndra, the Tom Kench make it harder getting the Jinx. And I feel like Top Esports had a bit more control, so it went very slowly, right? And then Top Esports went, yeah, screw it, and just decided to flip it at Baron. And I was kind of perplexed because I felt like as the game went on, they were really comfortable.
Yeah.
And I guess someone just went, I'm bored, or maybe they need the toilet or something, and they were just done with the game. And then it's perplexing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's where we are now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much else to add. It just seemed really strange. They just decided to just flip it at Baron. Like the entire, especially like we're all kind of sitting here going, you know, oh yeah, they're trying to move this, they're trying to do that. Maybe we can move Knight to a side lane because he can win against Wayward, and then you can start to move the pieces in. And they're just like, nah, screw it. We'll just toss it into the wind, see what happens.
And the thing is, like, they can start Baron for sure. They can turn off Baron and look for engages. They can look for picks off the back of it, right? If they have good control, and they can like start Baron, zone away. Way, none of that, right? Yeah. Way was literally over the wall. Yeah. They had no plan to engage. We actually saw Chan ult over the wall at like 20% HP to get away. It's like, you know, I feel like it was the lowest point of the game.
It was a comedy of errors.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Comedy of errors, the whole play. And off the back of it, Way does grab himself an MVP. So at least he's doing well off the back of everything. But that's kind of the only silver lining out of that play. 3-1 and 3. Wasn't exactly an action-packed game for him. But hey, performed when it mattered. Got that smite.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to get the smite. Also, a nice kick onto Tien right in the pit as well to make sure that Tien couldn't have a smite himself. But like, even if we are looking at like the super late game, like even in the early point of the game, you can see Wei putting a ton of pressure up towards that top side. You know, getting those advantages for Bin, working with Xiaohu as well. Like at least even when you look at the early stages, Wei was actually having that impact, which is what was really missing in game number 2 from RNG's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Way managing to control the game a little bit better. Let's take a look at some of the replays of the game, because we've got a couple of clips from the early game as well, which I think everyone at this point has forgotten what happened in the early game. It feels like there was a huge gap between a relatively chaotic early game and then this really quiet mid game. So huge play up top towards Wayward, but then plays happening opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and that was the big thing for me looking at this. It's like, all right, cool, you got the play into Bin, but in the middle of that, Gala's lost 3 waves, which is why in this clip you can see him 10 CS behind, because Top Esports make the cross map. Then Gala ends up dropping a kill here as well. So even though he has 2 kills, Jinx is actually still keeping it relatively in touch with them. And then it meant that this is why we kind of end up with the stalemate in the mid game, where no one actually really has this big lead they can play.
Yeah, I just find it hilarious that we have those clips from like 10.
Yeah.
Like,
This is genuinely the next
boom.
fight.
Yeah, straight to 35 minutes. And you know, there's a point where you can see even with RNG having the advantage of taking down the jungler, with the fact that Bin just solos out Wayward, they're still hesitant, right? Because they're still cautiously approaching Jackie-Love, and there is a moment where it looks like Jackie-Love might pop off, but ultimately just a mismanagement of the approach to the Baron, they ended up completely flopping there. I feel like this is a really hard game to go from onto the next one, right? I
love Jake so much.
I feel like it's
just peace.
It's a situation where, you know, the early game was kind of back and forth, you were comfortable with it, and you know, sure, you can definitely argue that you didn't get as much pressure in the mid game, but how do you adjust from this game, and how do you look at this and go, oh, you know, what went wrong? Well, we shouldn't have done that Baron play. Like,
but apart from that,
yeah, it's like you're now 2-1 down. You can't drop into the game as top esports. You put yourself in a bit of a hole.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, I think the thing for me is like kind of going back again to this conversation of junglers. I felt like the Hecarim didn't really bring too much to the table, even in those late game points. There was like some moments where he had an opportunity to like find plays. I think just having something that can match a little bit earlier is going to be better. Like, especially when you look at like the way that these early plays were going, it felt like RNG were slowly getting an early lead. But if Top Esports were actually able to match them at points, well, then maybe we don't end up in a situation where there's just this long drawn out stalemate.
All right, well, we're jumping into picks and bans. We're going to take this one on the desk once. I keep saying desk. We're not on a desk. We're on a sofa. We're going to take the picks and bans here. And I'm curious on what you guys are wanting to see, because RNG moving back over to the blue side as Top Esports have selected red side this time. How do you feel things should go for Top Esports? What do they need to change to get a win? Or do they not need to change anything?
I think ultimately, I want to see Chan on something with a bit more early pressure. We talked a lot about how Wei was a jungler who tended to lean in the late stages. You know, as much as he was making impact early, he wasn't really able to snowball things too heavily, whereas Chan has had like the monstrous Lee Sin games. Interestingly enough, you know, we had blue side for RNG in game 1. They had very similar bans, but they actually opted to ban Lee, and this time they're banning the Viego, which means Top Esports, who banned Viego last time, took with the Akali, and they're going to secure the
I really like this from Top Esports though, because I think they were hoping, oh, well, Gallo take the Xayah again, and then we can get our hands on the Lee Sin. But either way, now they're getting their hands on one of the big power picks, right? And Akali, I don't think going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things. So at least now you're guaranteed to get yourself one of these picks. And We'll have to see if they can just probably go with the Volibear jungle for TN. But as well, like when you look at how impactful, like still things like the mid lane has been, maybe you just want to try and grab yourself like the Rise again for Ignite and see if you can make things happen.
Yeah, you could go Rise here and then Volibear on third pick. You could also take Volibear here and then Rakan on third pick. You could take. There's a lot of options I feel like for top esports, but I think they're pretty comfortable having the Zyra as well.
Yeah, we'll see how it's going to continue. Obviously, Rakan available too if they wanted to go for that as a duo, but deciding they want to focus on a jungle first, even though they don't need to blind pick anything, right? So they can go for the counter picks and go for this Volibear. And Tien has done well on the Volibear. We criticized the Volibear earlier from Wei, not necessarily the same story for top esports.
Yeah, so I think Aphelios no-brainer. We saw them trade off. Rise as well. Rise Lee Sin really good. I think very obvious pickups there. Could be interesting if we have a mid, so obviously we wanted to match the Rise, and we saw this matchup earlier with the Galio. So things are flowing fast, but again, roaming mid's looking to impact the sides. We have the AD carry trade-off that we've seen throughout playoffs, and then we have two strong early junglers. And top esports will actually ban away the Renata, which, although it's more for mark pick, it syncs so well with the Aphelios.
It is interesting to see though the like swap of the mid lane matchup, right? Traditionally we've seen Knight, who's the one who's playing in the mid lane, and like he's kind of been one of the big carries, but now he's going to take that step back and kind of take the more supportive role, taking the Galio for himself this time around, which has been more kind of the Xiaohu pick into the Rise. So I'm kind of curious to see now how things step up for top esports, because not even just in this series, when we think about top esports as a whole over the course of the split, it's very much has been Knight being the key carry, the key factor that makes that difference for them. So now you really are relying on Wayward and Jackie to kind of step up and take that mantle.
We'll see where RNG are going to go with their last ban. I'm looking at this top esports composition, and I feel like they're trying to build a very similar thing to what RNG had in game number 2, right? Where it's this massive AoE CC, plenty of engage options, and protection for Jackulov to be able to be the big carry on that Xayah.
Yeah, interesting we see the Gwen come out as a ban. Obviously, it's something that Bin took as that 5th pick, and they know top esports can't the counter pick. I feel like here, if you want to play it safe, you just go for either the Leona and the Nautilus. We've typically seen Mark and the Leona, and it helps cement that engage with the Galio to follow up. Here for RNG, Nautilus is a no-brainer for Ming. He's comfortable in that matchup. And I'll be interested to see what Bin takes in this situation. I feel like, you know, we've seen a range of options throughout this series coming out from the top laners. I guess we'll see what he wants to opt for, but could see the Thresh maybe if you got a more defensive tool.
I think the Gragas could work really well here for Bin, because when you actually, there it is, yeah, because I was going to say, you don't actually have a huge amount of engage tools in top esports, right? Volibear wants to run into you, Galio kind of the same idea, so you're heavily reliant on this Leona to be your go button, and if you have the Gragas then to either separate that or knock the key carries back away, I think this could work wonders. And same idea if you want to go for the Thresh, just kind of like play that disengage for top esports.
Well, I think we saw a similar composition to this earlier in the series, right, where it was like that kite back with the Rise of Aphelios that came out from top esports, and they actually had a problem keeping Jackulov alive, so they opt to go for an enchanter here, the Lulu, to offer a bit more defensive peeling and also buffing for that Aphelios, so hopefully some tools that'll help them survive. But top esports, I think you take the Jace here, perfectly comfortable matchup into the Gragas, and also something that's really strong is you have the double lethality spikes that come in the mid game between that and the Xayah.
The one question I have for you guys on this RNG composition we've got, how do you face check? If they fall behind with a Lulu in the support, like we often talk about hard engaged supports in the LPL because they help you get that vision. Feels like RNG might lack the tools to find their way into River if they fall behind.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the big worry for them in a certain sense, but I think they do have the tools to kind of keep that lead, right? You've got Xiao, who should have general control over the mid lane just with his ability to push. You've got the opportunity as well to try and like get that CC set up with Xiao for a way to try and play towards, and then you just lean into bot side or you lean up towards top lane and you're able to get these early advantages for yourself. But I do agree, I think if top esports start to be the ones that take over and get control in the early stages and they can set up on objectives, you have so many ways to engage onto RNG and such good CC.
And I think for me, the composition from RNG is going to be like a blender, right? You're against 4 melee champions. You have Aphelios, Lulu. You have Rise as well. We saw Knight go the Conqueror on Rise early in the AP build. If you don't kill them, they will just absolutely massacre you, right? It's a red-white game for Aphelios. So I really feel like, although there are tools in favor of top esports, if they miss the mark at any point, if they make a mistake, which, you know, we saw last game, you'll just lose.
All right, we'll see if top esports can hold it together and push us to silver scrapes, whether RNG are going to make it through the winners bracket. I'm going to pass it up to the casters upstairs once more.
Thank you very much, gents, for doing the pick ban, our AD couch, our caster couch. I forgot to No, maybe not. My name's Steph.
Please move on, please.
This is Lyric. And look, we're in jovial spirits after watching what was a crazy end to game number 3. And after going through
we have to take a second and just say that game was egregious.
Yep.
That game 2, that game 3, those were egregious games from Top Esports.
Agreed.
I'm not a fan. Has to be called out. What did we just watch?
I mean,
hopefully we get a better showing in this game from either team.
You really hope so. People out there, they want to hear the silver scrapes. Now, it ain't Rafa Cast on the guitar for game number 5, but I might do a Mark Z impression maybe later on if we get to that point. Lyric,
harmonize.
We could. The most important thing is we are going into a game 4 where RNG have match point. Now, this is our upper bracket final. If you are just tuning in, remember that RNG, our defending MSI champion, want to be there to defend their title, and the only way they can do that is getting into the grand final itself, which here, with a win, would secure it.
And I think RNG have a great chance. Looking at these drafts, again, very similar to drafts we saw, I believe it was in Game 2 with the Rise versus Galio, but I think RNG actually having a bigger draft win this game than Top Esports did in that last one, because you look at Top Esports composition, you have less guaranteed all-in threats because you don't have the Hecarim, they have the Volibear this time around. You have the Gnar, who once again not really like guaranteed on getting on the back line, setting up some kind of big play. You are relying on stacking up that Mega Gnar and playing around it accordingly. RNG as well, having the Lulu this time around.
True.
So if they find their way onto Gala, having that wild growth to get him big, try and get him out of there, you have the speed up as well. Still having the disengage tools in the Gragas, but I'll pause. Way.
Yeah, because this invade is going through Top Esports, are converging on top of the RNG jungler. They're a little bit mad with the shield is ran. That's all they have to do. Wayward, the emote, of course, has to come out. It's first blood over tonight, and Lyric, if Top Esports are running a bit of a riskier composition, at least that's a good way to start with it.
I just love that Wayward always doubles down. It doesn't matter if he's getting gapped or falling behind. He always will just keep going with the emotes.
True.
And when we were just hitting on, how the drafts interact, and at least how I'm personally more of a fan of what RNG have put together, this is a great start because, again, you want to be finding ways to influence the map. You already know you're going to be falling behind early as the Galio, and we've seen, despite being 2K gold behind in that previous match, was still able to find huge impact. So if you can get off an early start like this, find your way into setups first, it's going to be great. Here, just not expecting this pincer movement coming from behind. Just huge damage and huge lockdown. Taunt straight into the Sky Splitter. It's bursted out and Way not off to the start that he had hoped for.
No, definitely not. And again, him on this Lee Sin has been a success story, so a bit of a rough time, especially when he's only just hit level 2. It is a bottom side start now on Raptors. And it looks like Tien, level 3 Lyric, he's taken quite a lot of those top side camps.
Yeah, and we see Way trying to answer on the bottom side, going straight to the blue buff. But look, Tien not going to do his topside camps. He's going to make his way over. And Top Esports don't have Prio in mid or bot, but you can see much easier for Mark to come and join the play rather than members on the opposite side. But Xiaohu's here.
Well, Way sticking around. This is pretty risky here. Tien has the Sky Splitter available. The shielding and blue buff goes down. Was it worth it, Tien? He flashes away as the shielded round is chasing after him. Gets the smite to heal up, a safeguard away, but the winds of war are exactly that. War on RNG in Game 4. They get a response, which is nice, but Top Esports still with the kill lead.
Yeah, they're able to answer one, but I think the most crucial thing of this play is Way died. Way is still only at 4 CS, one camp down for him. You pushed him out of the jungle, and that's kind of the problem with plays like this, right? Is that it's easy for Tien to join in, and sure, you have Prio, so your members can follow through, but since you're in Top Esports jungle, it's very easy for some of them to get here faster, like Mark Knight already able to follow up, and Way being chunked down so early, still able to get on top of him as Knight, even with the safeguard to try to escape. But Ming here, able to guarantee this one. I mean, the Hate Picks damage coming through, you had the Ignite down, and 1-0 Lulu.
But the problem is, look again, we come back to live and Way's getting tracked. They're all converging in on the position again. This jungler is so far behind as he gets safeguarded, and Top Esports are making it their mission in this Game 4 to keep him behind.
And at least this time around, the Galio off to a great start. He was the one who picked up 2 of the early kills. You're still going to be falling behind in CS, as it looks like. Should have a bit of a wave to answer, but still going to be relevant in this game is Xiaohu with a really good trade.
Yeah, really nice. But there is a red buff on Knight worth mentioning, so should be able to heal that one up as Xiaohu pushes forward. 2-0 is what you were mentioning on Knight here on the Galio. Was able to pick up early boots, and that's what he started with, getting the Predator there. So we're going to see what happens when he gets to level 6, especially with the lead Lyric, because for Top Esports, they are 1,000 gold up. Again, we just talked about junglers too. Way only hit level 3 moments ago on the Krugs. Thankfully, Tien has made his back though and has a full clear to go.
Yeah, still has his topside camps up. I mean, wouldn't even be surprised if you were a team who wanted to once again look for the aggression, considering Knight has already TP'd back to lane.
Sure.
So, you know, you're going to be able to hit that wave once it comes back. Xiaohu, I'm sorry, does have TP if he did opt to match. Wayward having push out in topside, and Tien knowing he can go for this aggression up in this topside.
But a nice piece of timing there from Wei. Yeah, a bit of a moat game, obviously, when you're going up against Wayward. We are going to flourish a bit more. But Wei being able to trade well, Tien's like, well, if I didn't get Scuttle, I want to go in deeper.
I mean, it's exactly what we just set up, right? You have push and top. Your mid laner TP'd back. Xiaohu didn't opt into answering, so Tien can still just opt out of doing his own camps to keep setting Tien behind. Tien's never going to have a chance to invade. Wei's never going to have a chance, to invade Tien's topside jungle. And just keep looking to brutalize this Lee Sin and make it a 5v4.
I mean, again, Gromp going down. We'll just keep tracking these junglers, playing it out. And, you know, Lyric, because of that as well, we often talk about what jungler impacts, but how it sets up the rest of the map, right? And how much this hurts the rest of RNG's lanes when Wei doesn't have time to really be anywhere, except for his own jungle. Look at this, walking in, Sky Splitter range. Tien is brutalizing him. A bit more damage, he safeguards away, but once again, Wei is getting bullied.
It also kind of nullifies the fact that the Rise does push in the Galio and mid wins out in that 1v1 because Rise constantly...
Hang on, even bot's a bit of an issue. Ming goes in really deep for this one. A good blade call back here, but Jackie heals up. Forward he goes with the flash. Double summoners down, but he doesn't care. Still into Gala. A Zenith Blade to follow through. Mark is tearing him apart as Jackie survives. The minions helping out. He doesn't die, Lyric. Top Esports want us to go the distance.
Massive 2v2 kill coming out from them. Gala and Ming playing too far forward. Mark finds the Zenith Blade. And right, when you have Enchanter versus, tank support matchup, typically it's about whittling them down with that range advantage. But Mark and Jackie still healthy, find the avenue to all in. And are able to take that one, transition it straight into the Dragon.
It's crazy how this game has started out in game number 4 when Top Esports back against the wall. It's all going right here and defensively against the turret, I should say.
Yeah, and we see here Mark finding the Zenith Blade is huge, able to get a nice bit of damage off. Jackie does get rooted down by Gala, but still not really able to follow up. Jackie under his turret, and they are able to guarantee this first kill with the fact that, tank supports, engage support just provide more in early 2v2s. You have quite high base damages as well, and the CC meaning so much. Nice to see Jackie and Mark taking advantage of RNG.
Yeah, Serrated Dirk down in the bottom lane, but he picks up the kill. Gonna have a bit of a gold lead over Gala. Look towards mid. Now we have Knight with his ulti 2 Lyrics, so feels like the play will only get heavier here from Top Esports side. And I'm kind of curious to see how RNG mitigate, because this early game, let's be real, has been a bit of a disaster starting from the jungle. I need you to tell me a little bit more about what RNG should be doing to work their way back into game.
For RNG, they need to be defending their bottom lane. You have a very fragile bot lane, but Top Esports already going in.
Great timing, Lyric. How do you defend bot if it's already dead?
Yeah, Knight finds the window to move. I don't think he even needed to pop his Predator, just walks halfway down through mid, already having the heroic entrance available to go down. Because you look, Bin on the Gragas, he's fine up in topside, but you have an Enchanter support. They're going to be pushing out in this lane. They're going to be far forward. They need vision. They need cover.
Yep.
And you've invested so much in your comp, into your AD carry,
Mark. But response play. Mark is trying to Hex Flash over the wall. He gets there, but Xiaohu with the chase. Sonic Wave a little bit short. Xiaohu flashing for the Rune Prism, but Mark has his own. Heading back towards mid. He will not die. There will not be a trade-off, and Tien's doing the Herald in the meantime, so still net positive here for TES.
With the fact that RNG tried to answer, it opened up Knight to be able to walk back to mid first, push in that wave, and Wayward's had pressure in this topside matchup the whole time, so pretty easy Herald. We see Bin hovering on the minimap towards it now, but Jackie might be dead. Has
but
ultimate.
He has ult. Yeah, you're right. No summoners available, though. Worth mentioning, his kick comes through. The ult from Gala missing. Wei takes 2 bits of turret shot as well. Now Mark with the Zenith Blade. Oh, no. This is not Wei's game. Lyric, it's a disaster.
Everything is going horribly wrong for the side of RNG. To be fair, right? Everyone out there, RNG have pretty much lost every early game.
That's true.
And they have won those games, so maybe the magic's there.
Not this hard, though.
Not this hard.
This is insane.
This is absolute, utter destruction.
They're going in. They're going in 2v3. Yeah, Xiaohu is here, so you know what? As we say that, Mark may be feeling it. Maybe.
What is this game?
Going a bit too deep. Top set too.
Yeah.
I don't know. A lot of questions.
Action. I was going to say maybe we need to calm down, but maybe we don't calm down because neither of these teams stopping with both their feet slammed on the gas pedal. Nice by them to punish Bin right now. I'm
going to take my asthma inhaler so we can keep doing this. Xiaohu looking for a dive.
Okay, you do that, and I'll go for the play. We see Xiaohu right now going for the dive. Jackie gets locked down, and Gala finds the kill. I don't know if I needed to go that hype, but it was awesome.
That doesn't matter, dude. You're play by play, and we're here for it. and we got 10 kills in 9 minutes. You're right, this game has been massive. As now I have a bit more oxygen, Lyric, I'll get you to tell me about this.
Yeah, we see TN coming up towards the side because they already know that RNG's committed down towards the bottom lane. Ultimate comes out from TN. Just very easy setup. Wayward been in control of the wave the whole time. Your, range versus melee. Even Gragas not really having the best opportunities to look for all-ins on you since you do also have that hop to be able to get out from harm's way. And nice to see Wayward kind of defaulting to comfort and finding a good time in this matchup.
1-0 and 1, by the way, as well. So getting towards that first item that this time won't be the more about Mortius in this game. I note that we are getting towards that point closer here for Top Esports because they are still the team with 2,000 gold in the lead. A minute 20 till Dragon as well, Lyric. It just feels like right now objectives are more or less uncontested by RNG with the way the game is.
Feels great for TES, right?
Yep.
They've stacked up way more advantages than, I feel like they realistically should, but they've been so good at just hammering it home. Ever since they shut Way down, they have not allowed him back in the game. That's been a coordinated effort from Top Esports across the board.
Good point.
RNG do still have scaling on their side, but Top Esports, I don't feel like they're going to let up. They're just going to be able to keep looking for these plays. Predator's still available for Knight. TP is there, his ultimate up. And he's going to be looking for an opportunity to move, especially having an item advantage in that mid lane.
True, getting close, so close here for a Galio versus a Rise. Dragon up in 35 seconds. Note that we have the Eclipse here for Jackie Love. I'm also going to point out that Gala with the Gale Force is a bit of a shining light for RNG in these dark times. And even though the night is dark and full of terrors, Xiaohu unfortunately doesn't follow the Lord of Light as the turret turns off and Tien comes on down. They're all in a massive sandwich of Xiaohu.
And it's great because one thing about knowing you're against a Lulu in the bottom lane is they don't really have the greatest opportunity of looking for an all-in onto the Xayah. So it opens up Mark a lot of freedom to look for these movements, to set up for this dive in mid. Instantly Herald goes down, and Top Esports still hammering home with this gold lead. Way better be careful.
Oh yeah, he can't be anywhere near. Knight is so strong at this point. Smite's down for the Herald, but Knight is looking for the fourth piece of turret plating. And man, that's the strongest Galio I've seen in so damn long.
Yeah, and we're going to see here, looks like TS going to look for an engage in bot.
Okay, well, Zenith Blade not in range. We look at a bit of a replay in the bottom right. Thank you, Mr. Observer.
I also want to highlight in terms of mid and how that's going right now is maybe I need to pause because Pink's coming out on the mini-map. Looks like Wade might be looking for Gnar.
Can he find anything, Lyric? You tell me.
He's pretty far forward.
Okay, well, Megan's just
makes it back to his turret.
Wayward did flash as well. I'm not sure if I've missed that with all the action going on, but still. Way takes the Sonic Wave up on the top side. Wants Wayward now. Way dove this, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that he picked this. And once again, as the Sonic Wave connects, it's the Galio. Nice defensive move from Knight. Stops the play and Way, again, just looking for a way into the map, but it's not going right.
I also think they were hoping to chase him down, but they're actually pinging out Xiaohu right now because Xiaohu was leaning up towards the top lane. So they know, even if you're Knight and you see that they're low, you overchase too far, that can be a 3v2 very quickly. Top Esports don't opt into it. They do temper their aggression and back off. But going back to mid and seeing the state of the game, even though Galio does lose out early in the laning phase, and the goal of Rise is pretty much to just bully him out hard enough to where you'll always have that set advantage. It does get to a point where Galio can just walk up to the wave, throw out a Q, use his passive, and the wave's gone. And with how far accelerated Knight's been, and now we're even closing in on mid-game, you really never are just isolated to that lane. Q, passive, walk away, constantly look for these plays on sides.
I feel like it's so easy at this point. Knight is 4-0. Again, we've just been harping on him this game.
Maybe not even plays on sides when mid-lane turret's this low.
Is that free, right? Xiaohu, again, wins a 4, doing enough damage at this point. And another wave should be able to batter it down, especially with Tien being so deep once again in Way's face. Is a level lead for Tien, and he's finding whoever he wants to find first. As here we go, chased up Way one more time. He does get his camp, but it is an effort to get every single piece of his minion.
And once again, it's a coordinated effort. Mark was waiting in the wings the whole time. They saw Lulu walk back down towards that bottom lane, showed on the wave.
Flash from Big in the top side, and Nat's explosive cast kick against the wall. Wayward is going to be a pick here, and it goes to Way, at the very least, finding something.
You get a bit of breathing room. And, as RNG right now, you will take all the breathing room that you can get.
Oh, yeah.
Get a kill onto Tien, who has been, again, just so far behind, 20 CS down still. Mythic on the side of Tien compared to Way's counterpart. I guess finally does finish up the Gore Drinker, so nice for him to be able to find a semblance of stability. And we're going to go straight into the replay of that one. Wayward going far forward. We see the E to the explosive cast come out. Sets up for the kick, and just a pretty easy cleanup coming out for the side of RNG.
Yeah, nicely done from Bin as well. Timed flash there. So we get RNG with something on the board, considering that gold is still 3,000 in Top Esports' favor. It was a little bit more before that kill came across, but You still look at what Top Esports have taken this game. First Turret Blood picked up on our screen moments ago by Knight, who is a ginormous Galio, as big as he is in the Warriors cinematic. 2 Dragons already there too in 2.5 minutes. Feels like that other one will go to them. We've got a Herald Lyric that is going to be picked up quite shortly by TN himself. And it is a good news story for Top Esports fans in game number 4. But again, we want to see how they bring it home. Remind me, Lyric, as these turrets are getting beaten up with Knight taking down a second one. Remind me as to what the mid-game looks like for Top Esports with such a magnificent lead like this.
I mean, for Top Esports, you can just see, right, they're just constantly trying to hover the Scalio 2 sides and make these plays. RNG been trying to cross map. Mark might be caught out.
Well, it's turning into a kick here as a safeguard there, but Mark is positioning himself well. Wei now thinking about it. Xiao who gets him out of dodge. He was on the wrong side of the map, but it is lucky he survives.
Yeah, and again, RNG, knowing they can't look to counter that play on top, that's why we saw Wei hovering around Xiaohu pushing out this bottom side. And looks like right now they're setting up for a bit of a cheeky kill in bot. Ooh. Both of them waiting in a brush, Wayward walking forward.
That Hero's entrance, here we go.
Yeah,
Wayward.
Knight and Tien are both here.
Wayward has no Mega Nava. He's trying to build that up. Xiaohu does the bit of damage despite not picking up the early kills, but Tien, as he drops the Herald, Wayward's going to be by himself. There's the Everfrost usage as well. Remember the kicks there, but the Hero's entrance to bring him back in, but the Mega Nava coming through in the nick of time, or at least to build a tiny bit more time, but he's dead. It's a 1-for-1 with the Hero's entrance, the shield of Duran, and the wham bam. Xiaohu with the Winds of War against him. The turret turns off, the bear slaps down, and Top Esports always know that they have the higher ground.
And we had Knight close by, ready with the ultimate. Tien showing in lane for RNG, thinking and hoping they could burst Wayward quick enough, which they did, but still with 2 members there, with a lot of your key abilities down after fighting that pick, it leads to nothing but death, and now Top Esports able to keep pushing out this bottom lane. Doesn't matter what Krog is seeing top, but he's TPing in. We can't go into a replay now!
Save us! Come back! Alright, bottom left. I'm going to cast the bottom left. Everyone ignore the rest of the screen. We're going to Sonya's down there. A very small screen indeed. Knight is surviving against 3 different people, but he does go down. A big shutdown as something happens on the rest of the screen, Lyric. The Herald. Yeah. Anyway, bottom left was important.
Bottom left.
You know what that means? If we saw a replay in the bottom left, we are now going to get a full replay.
Inception replay!
Dude, we're going too deep.
This should be replayception as RNG walking in, clearing out vision. Because Dragon's coming back up. We need to focus. Knight's down, but does have TP. So for Top Esports, they can posture, they can buy time. He comes in. So RNG need to be the decisive one. Start this and try and force the fight while they have numbers.
Especially with Mega Nard not being up and available. Wayward is
too late. It's too late. Knight able to come in now. RNG have to back off.
Okay, well, there you go. Top Esports. This is going to be themselves a Mountain Dragon. Mountain Soul? No, I think the time is a little bit off, actually. So, Mountain Dragon, hang on, that's a bit scripted. We've had the Mountain Dragon there since before it was even taken, so... yeah, good question.
I feel like game 3, we looked into the eyes of the abyss.
True.
And maybe we haven't exactly come back, but maybe there is no coming back after that game 3.
It is not. If you flip it that hard, there's no way we can recover from that because it was crazy. It was a crazy end of game 3.
This game is not slowed down. We are not at a kill per minute, sadly, but we are pretty close. And I guess by the time we get the next team fight, we will be.
Yep.
As now Top Esports still 4K gold ahead. They're on Soul Point. Wayward having so much pressure in the side lane, even going for the Triforce, which better in those extended 1v1s and skirmishes. The attack speed, you're getting the movement speed, you're able to be able to follow up and chase Finn down in this lane. Just across the board, we've already talked about how strong Knight is with his item advantage. Whole item up, even sitting on the needlessly large rod now.
So much damage. Second item for Jackulov. I want to come to the other side, though, because I think it's fair to talk about RNG here. Well, Xiaohu's not in the conversation. Gala is. Gala has a bounty. He's got a CS advantage over Jackulov. If there's anyone that can bring this back for RNG with a Lulu by his side, that man is Ming alongside Gala. If I made that confusing, I am talking about the AD of RNG. 2 items strong here with the Bloodthirster second.
Yeah, for RNG, as we need to pause. It doesn't stop.
I never get to ask you questions in this series. Bin with the flash once again. The body slam used the explosive cast at the ready. Wayward trying to cut around. He's going into Mega Nard, but the kick backwards. The Everfrost, hang on. He's surviving. He emotes as he always does. But Wayward will surely drop. RNG Lyric. They're using this Rise, and they are getting pissed.
They committed so much, but look at the mini-map. We see Knight pushing in topside. Bot lane already ready to hover over. They're going to pick up a turret for this play. Reset should be able to come out in time to answer the Rise push on the opposite side of the map as well.
And remember that tier 2 turrets give you so much gold. 325 shared there between 2 people. So Jackulov going to get a massive gold injection after that one, and map opens up a little bit. Top Esports never really trading down.
Another needlessly large rod also picked up for Knight,
wow.
making his way towards that Rabadons, and I mean, when we look at this comp and, again, think about the damage coming through, like, we always knew Knight would do damage in the early game, but now he's just so far ahead of the opposing side. I mean, he gets in on top of the enemy team. I don't know what they do, because you were trying to ask, what do RNG look for now? I mean, for RNG, it's going to be hard, because as top esports, I feel like if you're smart and sure you play out through sides now, but come next Dragon, kind of drop sides early, get on objective first. RNG now don't get to be there, use their disengage, use the fact that they can try and kite you out. So now this composition's walking into you, and I feel like a lot of it then just kind of comes down to being able to dodge out on things like the solar flare, not giving them the setup for Knight to get on top of you, and just hoping Gala gets as much time free hitting onto the enemy composition as possible.
Well, how hard it's going to be, you already explained to me just moments there. I feel like for top esports, you know, this game from the start has been in their basket, and to take us to a game number 5, if you're not keeping up with LPL, the only game in our double elimination that hasn't gone to a game 5 was yesterday with V5 versus JDG, where game 4, V5 took it away handedly. Every other match, it was a reverse sweep. RNG reversed swept JDG. Top esports reverse sweeping V5. They really earned their place here, and I feel like in this series as well, in individual games, these teams are earning their potential placement in the grand final, which is where this road leads.
Look, top esports advantage, not as big as the advantage they had in, I believe it was their Galio game. I believe they were like 4.9 or 5,000 gold. So still doable. We're gonna keep our hearts and our minds open to the thought of RNG winning, as RNG have already won 2 games where it looked like they weren't going to be able to.
That's true.
But top esports, like we pointed out, been very relentless with keeping up this pressure. They are the ones on Soul Point, which means there's no pressure on them. Even if this Dragon, let's say somehow RNG did manage to get set up on Drake, had vision down, as TS you can always try and pull in the Baron or do something else, you know, make side map plays, looking to steal jungle camps, get gold advantages, like whatever it is. Sure. They have so many options.
I mean, especially with vision control they have as well right now around the Dragon, right? RNG have to move in, but they're under full sight. Zenithblade goes in, Mark wants to start the engage, but he doesn't fully commit with the solar flare. You're talking about it before, Dragon's up in 30 seconds. And now, Knight is coming down as well. Remember, this guy is the absolute god carry at this point. He is a massive, not fridge, he's a massive unit.
Top esports, they know that they have the advantage here, so they just keep clearing this vision. They can just look to fight for soul. They don't need to, you know, opt into any shenanigans on Baron. RNG may be going to be the team to do it. They have the Realm Warp available.
Oh, and they've gone. I mean, there's pings going down. Top esports know this is happening, but for RNG, trying to spike it, trying to take it so damn fast. 7, 6, 5, 4, not getting down to 3 because top esports are now here. 2, 1, the flip. Who does it go down to? It's Way. RNG get the Baron. Right in front of them is top esports now. Turn for the play, but can RNG survive? Gala and Ming on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift as top esports are chasing them. Run! Run away! RNG don't want to be here at all. Top esports still getting the health bars down low. Gala in a great position, but he's got no mana. Freak, he has no mana.
Wayward killed Cho!
RNG's running the other way, and you're right, Wayward has already done the dirty work. Ming slows him down with the glitter lance. Gala as well. Still trying to run out of here. The Baron enhanced recall in the brush. Oh no, he can't do it. Jackie Love got him. And now Gala will die too. That Baron lyric, not worth.
You just flipped the game. You got Baron on Lulu, and top esports still going to be able to pick up the soul.
Somehow, top esports still come away with it. A nice play from Xiaohu, a nice attempt, but RNG losing everyone but Ming in the process. Soul you mentioned, top esports, they're starting to think that they need Mark C's number to lead us.
I have
into
no
game
idea
5.
what happened in this fight. Every member going everywhere. We see, again, I think RNG, they know it's a desperate situation. They go for the flip. I think it's not as egregious as last game where top esports were in the lead. Here, they completely commit. We see lockdown onto Gala, but he has cleanse. So Wei still able to secure the Baron, but not in a good position. Top esports obviously having the stats advantage because they have more items. And then the members get separated. So top esports, very easy for them to all in this 4v3. I'd actually rather see how Wayward solo kills Rise, but bottom left-hand corner, RNG are being caught out again.
Yeah, again, wrong side of Summoner's Rift. How did Wei get here? We'll never know. But we do know, ladies and gentlemen, that Silver Scrapes is definitely coming up.
Yeah, 100% gonna get the 5 games. I think it is impossible for Top Esports to throw this game. I
Okay.
think they can't do it. Having Soul, they're much stronger at this point. Rabadon's now finished for Knight in that mid lane. You have a Randuin's coming out for the Gnar as well. Going to be able to mitigate a lot of the damage coming out from the main carry, which is going to be the Aphelios. In Top Esports now, I mean, they could brute force, right?
Yep.
If RNG are under their turrets trying to protect, you can just dive as TS with how burly, with how tanky, with how bursty you are.
And there's no Baron to defend here as well. Bin trying to do it himself with the Everfrost and the barrel roll, but Top Esports happy to tank it up with the Mountain Soul. This comes down to one final game as the Hero's entrance flies through on top of Gala. He's swung about and sent packing here. Meanwhile, Xiao wants a turret, but Top Esports are channeled into one direction. Everfrost not connecting, Jackie Love ulting away, and at least there's a defense from RNG.
Winds of War just did, what, 25-30% of Gala's HP when he just walked by him? Like, my goodness. So massive right now for TS. And again, the brute force can just come out. They can walk forward. They can posture for this. We see Wei trying to find a flank.
Yeah, look, meanwhile, dealing with Wei Wood. And Wei running for the hills while the rest of Top Esports here sitting and pivoting in front of this turret. This game, I mean, it's from the early game that Top Esports have had control, and this has just been such a way to bring us into game number 4.
Yeah, and you can see them being more patient right now because of some of those ultimates being down, right? Jackie Love and Knight, both not having their ultimates makes it a bit harder.
Yeah.
Gala having the confidence, huge damage.
A lot onto TM, but remember as well, Top Esports have their own set of damage. Jackie Love and Knight healthy enough as Root comes down and Xiaohu is rooted into the ground. It is a base defense though, Lyric. RNG still alive for now.
It does seem like those ultimates being gone is the kind of deciding factor of Top Esports not being able to just maybe try and flip that fight and come out with the win with how tanky they are. But yeah, you're right. Aphelios right now, actually pretty huge. 3 items, Infinity Edge now done. We saw him, you know, getting the speed boost from the Lulu to be able to run in and put down that damage. So this game now, all going to be on Gala. It's all going to come down to that moment. Dagda and Oshin, the Gala call. Maybe you'll get your own today.
Maybe well, Gala backwards is a log. And I've always wanted to be shouting a log. So, you never know, Lyric. Got to change it up. Can't copy the call, but we can reinvent it. But of course, look, if it's all down to Gala, there's a lot of faith from fans in Gala in the past. He's also been able to flip games in a negative way. So, all up to chance here for RNG. A game 4 that was their match point. They're not going to have that safety net. Top Esports to take us to a game number 5 means it all comes down to one moment, one single game. And RNG still on their last legs in this one, but hey, there's an Elder coming up, there's a Baron soon, and Top Esports are still so damn strong.
Yeah, and I mean, even though Armor Pen coming out, looks like he finally just did buy the last Whisper coming out from base. That one's going to be critical. Again, having those 2 Mountain Drakes, having Shield as well. We see a lot of armor stacking coming out, especially for Tien in that jungle. And Top Esports right now just trying to choke them out. They have a nice through line of vision across the bottom side jungle. And if it gets to a point where they need to force for that Elder, they should be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Okay, well, here we go. In the base, they've actually gone over the wall. Top Esports by themselves. They've found Gala, the Hero's entrance as well. Lyric, they are forcing. Top Esports want to take us to a game number 5, but RNG have used the wild growth, and Gala still lives. Top Esports now are on the wrong side of dodge, and the all-in occurs as Xiao gets the first kill. Jackie Love with the ulti as well. RNG are healthy enough though. Lyric, you said Top Esports couldn't throw this one, but Top Esports are all dying. A Realm Warp on top of Wayward. Royal never give up. Let me say it one more time. It's in the name.
And it's all once again on Gala. He is able to go forward. This is what you want.
Okay, never mind. Knight's still here. A good Everfrost as well, but he's out, and no one from RNG once again dies. Sonic Wave connects. RNG still chasing.
Remember, this composition thrives when you are running into them. When the Lulu can give the Aphelios a speed boost, he kites back. You have the explosive cast to be able to keep them at arm's length. And RNG seeing an opportunity, 24 seconds on Wayward, 15 seconds on Jackie Love, and they want to try and secure this Baron.
I mean, it's only a 3K gold lead, but Top Esports looked like this game was taking us to a B-woo-woo kind of moment. But RNG now in front of the Baron, there's going to be no contention.
They got it.
Lyric. The game is moving back to a weirdly stable point.
No, I mean, we have Elder 30 seconds. We are getting a team fight right now. As
weirdly
we have to go to the replay. We're probably going to come out and have an Elder Dragon fight. As we see, they think they find the opportunity to burst out Gala. Sadly, Had Knight been able to be there, or, you know, even Jackie live over the wall, Gala is dead. You now win this fight outright. Wild Growth comes through, the speed up comes out, and then the rest of RNG's members, their job is just to pretty much buy space, buy time, be these meat shields. Grog is amazing at it. You even have the Realm Warp to keep following up on these chase downs to keep guaranteeing these kills.
I mean, Gala with the fancy footwork there was huge as well. Like, you're right, if Gala dies, maybe it's a situation
I told
where we
you,
have a
right
break.
into an Elder fight.
That's why I said it was weirdly contested here, because right now gold is near even. This is all for the grand final. RNG on match point, and this game, we thought it was over. We thought it was going to a game 5 as Elder starts up here. It all comes down to this moment.
Yeah, and now LDR built by Gala. He absolutely shreds everyone. Mark waiting in the wings for a
Gala running
flank.
into flash immediately. They found him. Gala's right in the middle of it as well. The hero's entrance, a massive knockdown.
They got him!
Top Esports got Gala. President down. Top Esports continuing the fight here as RNG are split up. Xiaohu a breath away from getting knocked down by the golden left hand.
And huge by Mark, waiting in the wings, finds his way onto Gala to set up for Knight. They get the kills. They don't even care about the Elder. They're looking to bring us to the 5th game.
The 5th game would be beautiful, but it needs to come through now. RNG without Gala for another 20 seconds. Xiaohu in 40 seconds time. Baron is helping the defense here, Lyric, but how much can it help at this point?
I don't think much at all. Top Esports actually not going to look for the end. The Lulu maybe dissuading so much, but now RNG able to buy time. They don't have to overcommit to an engage as long as they're able to make sure that the Elder doesn't go down. Gala's already up. Xiaohu's up soon, and he has TP.
Ming can speed him up as soon as he's there. RNG have 3 members with Baron buff right in front of it. Top Esports with 4 Lyric. Mark is walking back down. Top Esports will have numbers advantage.
Yeah, we're going to see still no key ultimates up for TES.
Yeah, a throwing of a rock over to Wei. He's the one who has to steal it at 3K. We're going to flip this one as well over into the pit a little bit early. Here from Wei he goes. Golden Explosive Cask as well. Everybody's in. It's taken by Jackie Love. Elder for Top Esports, but RNG, more members. All of a sudden the explosion coming through from Xiaohu. RNG against Elder Lyric. They're still killing him.
And RNG keep finding ways to come back. Top Esports didn't have those key ultimates that we were just hitting on to be able to take a fight. RNG now are able to answer these waves. They bought the time, and the scaling's here.
Elder's only available here on Night. The scaling you just talked about, I saw it. RNG should have lost this game. But ladies and gentlemen, we continue on as we look at this replay. Take me through it.
Now we're going to go straight in. Look at Mark's positioning. It is so crucial. He gets right past the members, straight onto Gala. We see it able to chain up with the ultimate coming out from Galio, and he's their big damage dealer. He's the one shredding through the tanks. He's the one making it so this Mountain Soul doesn't matter at all. Without that, you just don't have the consistent DPS available. Knight's still huge in terms of the burst that he provides. They're just able to bring it home through there. But at this point, look, Galio, no ultimate on the Volley Bear, no Xayah ultimate as well. So RNG, if they can buy time to get the Aphelios here, they're able to do it. We see Wei go in, goes golden, and TS kind of scrambling, kind of afraid to look for the flip once again. Sets up for a huge Moonlight visual from Gala, and it felt like that was the deciding moment of the fight. Those ultimates not there really does mean so much, and the fact that since Gala's not up run and part of the play yet anyway, you don't have a way of taking down that massive damage dealer once again.
I mean, Top Esports, they're the ones that pick up the Elder, and it's really rare in League of Legends that you see teams pick up the Elder and then immediately lose a fight, but beautiful pick up there. Xiaohu getting the kills as well.
And remember, this all comes from the read that they thought they could end. They thought that they had the ability to force. And, I mean, right, in the moment, it's hard to call. You're like, hey, we have this beefy front line there. 2 carries are dead. We can overforce. We can find the dive. We can end. Had they gone straight to the Elder, could have been a situation where maybe they find it. You would still be flipping against Wei, but Top Esports should have enough like peel and zone control to keep him out of the pit. And just, sadly, one wrong read kind of led to this situation.
So what now, Lyric? Because it's Elder only available here on Night. RNG still playing defensive. I want to know what happens next and what we're waiting for.
I feel like we're just waiting for a fight at this point.
Okay.
Like, we could talk about side lanes, but since Xiaohu has no TP, I feel like he can't put too much threat down in that bot side. He can push out the wave back. And then it's going to be, once again, we're going to come to the posturing. Top Esports going to continuously try to find these fights because they know there's a timer. They know there's a clock despite them having, you know, Soul. I mean, look at Gala. He's almost full build.
He's got a stopwatch. I mean, stopwatch there on Xiaohu as well. A 4-item rise. That man is definitely the fridge. While he backs away, and for Top Esports, they have to respond to this wave as well. The game goes on, and in a minute, we do the Baron dance again. A game that we talked about was like Top Esports from the get-go. were sealing the deal for a game number 5. But I've said it so many times, they never give up.
Top Esports have been the better team in the early game throughout the series. They have just won consistently in the first 15 minutes of the game. But always it comes to this mid game, and they give windows for RNG to be able to come back. Gala finishing the Guardian Angels. You're pointing out, you give me credit, I'll give you credit.
Okay.
And now, I mean, heck, even if you kill him once, let's say other members, Ming, Bin survive, he comes back, they just re-peel, he heals back up with the lifesteal, with the Bloodthirster available, and my god, it's going to be hard to take down Gala.
I mean, look at how confident he is. He runs into Mark, he runs into Jack Levy, doesn't care, and that splash damage was at 1k. Gala absolutely massive, and Royal never give up. Can taste the grand final opportunity, the comeback potential. Xiao running forward, but remember, he's the tank. Gala gets rooted up. Everfrost as well, targeting down Top Esports. But Lyric, look at the bottom lane. Top Esports have Knight, and they have Wayward on the side.
Yeah, looks like they're going to try and get this one in, maybe take a turret. They should have to back off. I don't think TS can posture aggressively to look to stop backs, but no, they're going to keep going. Doesn't matter to them.
Realm Warp.
Okay, they should be able to get out.
Turret doesn't go down as well. So another part of the base that's not open is good news here from RNG, but the rest of Top Esports, this gives them time to head towards Baron.
And remember, the Top Esports soul laners do have TPs available.
Yeah.
So that's why they feel comfortable looking for a play like this, because RNG can't really just commit to Baron and have a numbers advantage fight. Top Esports will always be able to answer, and that's why they're still kind of waiting in the wings. But Xiaohu going to do his due diligence of answering. It doesn't look like he's going to overextend too far forward to open himself up to be picked off by Top Esports.
Okay, so time is again. Remember that Baron is live. A minute 30 till the Elder as well. And Lyric, if we're talking about fights, we forget the Baron for now. Chat, don't forget, Wayward's ulti is on nothing of a timer whatsoever. Look at it. That's literally 10, 15 seconds.
Yeah, that is just, my goodness, that is just coming up right away.
It doesn't matter. So, again, it's all about the Meganar. We talked a lot about how RNG want to function here in front of the Baron. Lyric, I guess we're starting with this one first.
Yeah, RNG wanting to start this one off. I mean, we see Wayward still pushing down in the bottom side. Is it going to come down to this again?
I mean, are we really going to flip it? A 2k, 1k over the wall. Way gets in. They're just taking it. Look at how fast Gala did the Baron. Now Top Esports are pressured in. They've got the bottom side. They've got 2 members there. Lyric, it's Baron enhanced recalls for the inhibitor. Baron's still taken.
Yeah, so Top Esports, I mean, they at least get an inhibitor. They buy some pressure, but still, doesn't feel like it means too much. Elder Dragon coming up once again. Yeah. That is an objective you both have to fight over. You don't want to give that one up. So RNG now can look to use the Baron minions, get push in mid, start trying to make their way into River. Kind of sucks they don't have a wave to do that right now, so Top Esports will be able to keep vision control for now, but, I mean, it's going to be hard. Once again, we're going to see Mark find that hero play that he was able to before. RNG know, though. RNG know that's the only way Top Esports win this game, and the fact that he still has the GA up, the fact that Lulu, I mean, still the Wild Growth available, the Mikhail's Crucible, everything is there.
Make Gala president again, because Gala is level 18 and is going to be shredding through these fights. 1,078 damage there from a crit. RNG pivoting around the bot side. Lyric, Elder has now spawned. Make or break.
Top Esports don't want to fight. Look at mid. Look at mid right now. Wayward and Knight are pushing. Just seems like they're trying to buy time. Maybe find a pick on the bin. Try and have a numbers advantage so you can then take the fight. But Xiaohu recalled.
I mean, it's a little bit janky, but Gala is staying here for now. Gala heading forward to 3 versus 3. Tien getting tagged up. He goes golden. Look at the bottom left as well. I'm focused on this fight on my screen. It's Tien. Backs away. Ming zoning as well. It's a little bit janky as the flash away from Bin. In the meantime, you can see the Xiaohu keeping them at bay.
And they don't win the 2v2 or the 3v3.
I mean, Gala's so strong on top of Mark. Nobody's saying hey to him. RNG with the numbers advantage as Top Esports all over the place. Gala flexing on in. That's what you expect out of the best AD carry. Tien, Jaculov getting low, burning down. Xiaohu's here. Royal never give up.
And they're smashing on all fronts of the fight. They were winning the 3v3. They were winning the 2v2. And they're still going.
Top Esports had this game in the palm of their hands. This was theirs. But RNG decided it was time. Another date with the grand final.
RNG gonna look to go back, try and defend their MSI title. Wayward, there's nothing you can do as they're gonna find the kill and keep pushing.
The Tiger King of Spring returns. Wayward is just a rookie, and in his eyes means nothing. RNG on the Nexus. They have a date with the grand finals. A date to return to their defending of the title. Returning to MSI. That's what they want to do.
He's called the Tiger King of Spring for a reason. RNG able to pull it through this time around. Once again, critical moment, clutch series. Everything is put into the Gala basket. and he delivered. Top Esports, mistakes galore throughout this series.
Yep.
An early game lead in every game. We had numerous 4 or 5K gold leads and them not able to close, but RNG kept their composure despite wayward Z-Buds. They kept their confidence, and they were able to pull through.
I mean, RNG out of left field, again, surprise galore. Game number 2, the same deal. RNG were behind, but one big fight brings it forward. RNG bide their time in this final game as well. Their match point, and make it so Top Esports can't take us to a Game 5 after Way was so behind at the start of that game, and it felt over.
Yeah, and, just for stakes real quick, if people haven't been following, Top Esports are not out. They fall to the lower bracket where they will play against V5, a team that they have already beaten. But still, I mean, V5 looked scary yesterday. Top Esports looking shaky today. I'm not saying it's impossible, but this was the win that you really wanted. RNG able to bring it through, and it's kind of funny because RNG have been shaky. RNG's games have not been dominant whatsoever. 5 games against JDG, falling behind every game this series. But, I mean, just the fact that they have that it factor, they have that clutch factor, it was so nice to see them bring it home.
I mean, such great team fighters as well, like RNG. We know historically have been that team that are so great in the 5v5s. And, this time around, decision-making was crucial. RNG knew their 3 was stronger. They knew that Gala was an absolute
And
unit.
their 2.
Yeah.
They were winning in both fights. Their 2v2 was winning in base. Their 3v3 was winning.
Yeah.
I do want to quickly, since we're still focused on this game, give a shout-out to Mark for that one fight where they were able to find Jackie Love. Just sadly got to a point, once we got the GA out, once Lulu was picking up more items, it's just so hard. How are you going to kill this guy? You need to burst him out instantly, but now he has revives. He has cleanses. He has cleanse from his support. He has absolutely all the tools necessary.
I mean, we talked about the comms quite a lot here in Top Esports on their timer, ran out of time essentially as well. So RNG now move to the grand finals. They will await Top Esports or V5 depending on who wins in the lower bracket. Again, defending their title for spring, defending potentially their MSI title. I mean, I was saying there in the end, a little bit flustered with how that game's gone, but they have the chance now to defend that MSI title that they won so surprisingly from international fans. And RNG just like a different beast with a different top laner that's somehow coming together.
This might be silver lining. This might be some copium going on here. But for RNG at least, I think it's much harder to play out from behind than it is from ahead, right? I mean, just you have way more options if you're playing from ahead. Typically, you don't FF in scrims if you're winning, things like that. So we're playing from behind, I think, does take a different skill set, does take experience. And once again, the LPL gold graphs never get old. The damage numbers are exactly what you'd expect.
Never disappoint.
And my God, I don't know. This series was a weird one. Our last series casting,
it was.
But it delivered. It delivered.
It's a nice way for you and I to go out, right? For spring, doing back-to-back yesterday and today. We got some real big games, and it's a pleasure to cast this one with you because I think a lot of people thought we're going to a Game 5, probably disappointed in that fact, but not disappointed with the way that RNG held their own and brought that game back out of the brink of nothing.
No, I mean, they just knew. And for TS, I've had some things been differently. When they were posturing around mid, and again, they were thinking they could brute force because of their advantage, but they just didn't have those ultimates available. Things like that. If you have your ultimates there, maybe then you're able to force the play because you have the Galio ultimate to follow up with something like the Leona. You can force home from there, but just always small things like this, making it so you couldn't do that, and you're setting up Gala to get more items, buy time, running into the Aphelios, and RNG. I don't know what else to say.
I don't know. I mean, getting support from Ming. I think Ming deserves a lot of credit there, playing the Lulu game as well. There was a lot to highlight in that game too, Game 4. But I want to say thank you to all the fans. It's been a pleasure casting this split. Pleasure casting with you. That was a great way for us to lead into our lower bracket finals and to our grand finals. To everyone else out there, I hope you enjoyed it, and we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk couch.
Coffee table.
To finish up.
What a banger! That was so good. That was
what
so
a game.
good. Even as someone who predicted Top Esports, who's a Top Esports enjoyer, that was just pure banger.
Hey, we're here for good League of Legends.
Exactly.
Who wins doesn't matter as long as you get games
Get away
like
with that. I'm the one who predicted correctly. You don't just get to give me crap after game
Always
one.
humble, always
And then
humble,
come
always
in.
humble.
Just come through. Hell no. RNG
That's the
always
power
knew it.
mojo.
But we knew. We all called it
Wait,
downstairs.
who are Orange G?
It's Orange E, dude. It's Orange E. Didn't even get the meme right. Can't predict, can't meme.
When you come into this, when you look at it, like we all do, the second that Jordan said on the broadcast, as soon as Lyric said, you know what, there's no way Top Esports can lose this, we all knew it was done.
And
that's exactly what happened. RNG with an absolute banger of a comeback. And unfortunate for Top Esports, they just couldn't get it across the line.
And it has to be said, this was not a clean series for either team. Like, both teams going into finals, it's like, whew, there's plenty to be worked on. Let's take Let's take a look at a couple of the clips from that game, because there was a lot to break down, a lot to digest from this series.
Yeah, and we had a lot of early aggression coming out from Top Esports, right? They had a composition which really allowed them to flourish. They have, the typical melee supports in the LPL, like the Leona that can aggress early. Knight on this Galio, absolutely massive, basically everywhere. The problem is they were on a timer, and they also struggled to close the game out.
Yeah, and it felt like it was going to be Top Esports from the get-go, right? You look at how well they controlled Way in the early stages, him getting super far behind, but then you start to see the Galas having time to get into the game, you get Way with some crucial steals, and even them...
where the investment paid off, right? You go for the Lulu support, not so you're going to win lane, not so you're going to have the early presence of Ming roaming. You go for Lulu support so that you can buff up your Aphelios. And, I was talking about for the game, turn things into a blender against 4 melee champions and a short-range AD carry. Particularly that Elder Dragon fight where they were all in the pit and they couldn't reach Gala. He just absolutely massacred them.
And you can feel the longer it went on, the more desperate Top Esports got. So that was what happened in the early game, and it felt very Top Esports favored for the early game once again in the series. And then the longer it went, the more RNG favored it felt.
Yeah, and it felt like that desperation really came to it. You saw a little bit at the Dragon fight, but even taking a step back, right? You look at when we went for that dive in the base with Top Esports, where they tried to hop in over the wall, tried to get the pick onto Gala, and it couldn't quite get there. They basically threw everything that they had at Gala, but then Ming gets in with the wall growth. Gala stays up. And then it only becomes even more difficult when that Guardian Angel gets completed. That means that now you've got to, well, as you rightly put off camera, it was like, you got to throw everything in the kitchen sink and then go find the washing machine, because after that you got to do it all again, It just felt like they didn't have enough in the tank to really deal with Gala at that stage.
And speaking of Gala, he is going to be the MVP coming out of that one. I think everyone knew that was coming, because Gala, as you say, in those fights, just annihilating anyone that came near, and with the help of his support, just surviving absolutely everything.
I was going to say, I love he has the cut down as well. Like, I feel like it was at that point we were talking about when he got Lord Dominic's completed and he just started to absolutely massacre everyone. And it literally came down to, can they instantly kill Gala, or he will just massacre everyone? And the problem was, once you got GA with the Lulu protection as well, there was Mikhail's in the Lulu, he had Cleanse, it just became too much.
I mean, look at the damage. Nearly 46% of the team's damage. That is absolutely absurd. Gala was absolutely destroying people, and as you can see the difference. The second the Lord Dominic's got completed, as soon as they got the GA, it was just like, this is lights out. You just can't deal with him anymore.
And this is a player they've trusted time and time again, right? You don't take a composition like this unless you absolutely trust your AD carry to be that carry, and he delivered.
And it feels so good to see that as well, because if you think back to last year in spring, he was a player that was seen as a detriment for the team for a lot of it.
Yeah, and I think his team fighting has really improved, and I think the biggest criticism of Gala was more so like his champion pool, right? And I'm not going to sit here and try and say, oh, well, Gala can play every champion under the sun, right? I think, like, even in the last game we were saying, hey, look, Miss Fortune probably would have been better here than the Tristana, but either way, once he's back on things like the Jinx, like the Aphelios, the hyper carries, where RNG rely on him in these late game fights, that's where Gala is comfortable, especially when you have Ming here to try and help him out with the whimsies, the wall growths, and it just makes things 10 times easier.
Yeah, and I mean, this was an example of the point in the game where Top Esports still had some control and could catch out Gala, right? There was pre-Mikhails, there was pre-GA, and they just felt like they were on a timer. And the struggle was, they weren't managing the sideways pretty effectively, so they were just relying on forcing fights at these neutrals. And I think ultimately this was the big one that I'm talking about, where Gala is able to free fire over the wall, and the damage is obscene.
Yeah, it's absolutely absurd. But I think that's the thing, right? Like, I think RNG, like, fair due to them to get back into this game, but I think a lot of the conversation that we were having was like, hey, look, I mean, there's ways for top esports to try and play this out, right? You can try and play through side lanes. You can try and set up with, like, Nar being able to push on the bin. You have Knight who's going to be able to follow up. And we saw a little bit of that when Baron was up, and Knight and Wayward tried to work together on this bottom side to see if they could get some pressure, and they got some turrets, but it just felt like you could have done this so much sooner if you're on top esports side. It felt like consistently playing into these team fights were just playing into the hands of RNG.
I will say, though, what a treat this game was. Like, watching these clips back to back, these are all from the same game, just time and time again fighting over Elder and Baron. So many 50-50s, which, let's be honest, not necessarily immaculate play from the two teams, but just so much fun to watch the pure chaos that ensued here in the game.
And now you've got RNG in our grand finals. Like, they've actually made it. They have succeeded now. Again, that means the top esports aren't out of it. They will go up against V5, who they've already beaten, but it was the reverse sweep from top esports to beat Victory 5. So now we've got to see what top esports can bring to the table against them.
Yeah, that lower bracket game is going to be interesting.
I feel like we have so many good ones. Like, we hyped up the double elimination stage, and even though, you know, we haven't had the 5-game series in the past 2, it's just like every single one's been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, even though, like you say, they've been 3 once, they've been such close games. And like this one specifically, I think that last game makes up for no game 5, right? That last game was worth 2 games anyway, so it still felt like a 5-game series.
Once we didn't get game 3 repeated, we were all going to be happy, all right? But yeah, I got to say, look, an absolute banger of a game. But I think the big thing and the major takeaway for me again in this series is RNG's early game. It feels like RNG throughout not only this series, but their last playoff series as well, have been exposed in their early game, where against JDG, at least 2 games they did get the early lead, and then mid-game they faltered, but at least games 3 to 5, their early game was super lacking. Pretty much across the board here, they didn't really get the ball rolling in the early stages. We had big criticisms away. It still feels like there are ways to punish RNG, and when you're coming into a grand finals where teams are able to prepare properly for that, I'm still a bit worried about RNG.
It's interesting as well, because I feel like that's been the opposite tale for top esports, right? Where their early game's been really good, they've been finding advantages for themselves, but then once you get to that mid game and you get to the late game decisions and their objective play, that's where
top
you really
esports know
start
how
to
to
see
fight,
things lack.
right? When there's too much thinking involved, that's where it gets a little bit tricky, and we kind of saw that a bit. But I feel like, you know, despite the fact we've had spectacular gameplay from a top 3 still in the tournament, all of them have had their weaknesses, right? And I feel like it comes down to how well you can exploit them.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's a very LPL playoffs this time around, right? Where we've got 3 teams that have very clear things that they are strong at and very clear things that they are weak at, and that's almost always the way with our top LPL teams.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, whenever we come into international events, I feel like we're one of the regions that goes, yeah, look, don't get me wrong. Like, RNG coming into MSI 2021, really strong. But here's the laundry list of things that go wrong, and you just, like, unfurl the parchment that rolls off into the distance.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the charm, right? All this stuff goes wrong, but, you know, somehow we managed to work it out,
Yeah, absolutely insane. Fantastic stuff coming out from RNG. Let's take a look at our bracket. I believe I just heard in my ear as we start to round things out for today. Insane series and RNG. I think making a statement here crucially as well with the 3-2 over JDG, now a 3-1 over Top Esports, making it into the finals. Like we said, last year when they made it to MSI, they lost in their first round 4 game. Had to battle through the lower bracket. This time around, they're not messing around.
I think it's so sick, though, how close these games have been, right?
Yeah.
Like, we've seen V5 take Top Esports the distance, and Top Esports just picked them at the finish line. RNG here, realistically, game 4, I think Top Esports should have won that. So we should have had, realistically, a game 5 there. And now we got to see V5 and go Top Esports go up against each other once more. The winner of that will have to face up against RNG. It feels like, really, any of these 3 teams could take it the distance.
And critically, we saw Top Esports' long run undefeated in playoffs and finally getting ended by RNG, so needing to bounce back from that one.
Top Esports, if they go to the finals, I hope they get some kind of bonus, because that'll be like what 4, 5, 6 best of 5s in playoffs if they go to the finals. That is an obscene run.
The fact you see some of them go the distance as well, it's not even like you're getting an easy way through.
That's why they lost, so they got the extra series.
Getting the practice in, I like it. But V5 as well, no slouch down there in the bottom. I mean, I love that we already are going to have a rematch from one of our reverse sweeps as well. Like, it's just so exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be so sick. Like, I'm super excited. And I think, again, as I said, like, it doesn't feel like there's one definitive winner here. And I think even when you look at like the way we have split desks pretty much every single time we go into predictions, says exactly that these games are so difficult to try and figure out what way they're going to go. And even when you look at like the series from yesterday, like, yes, I didn't vote for JDG, but I was like, you know, we can still see why JDG are super, super strong. And there are many ways that they could have taken the series. It didn't quite go their way, but I still firmly believe that there's a ton of outcomes where any one of these three teams could take it across the finish line.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I feel like even within the series, there's been games that could have gone the other direction, and there's pivotal moments you can point out where, like, this was a mistake that, you know, I guarantee they look back and it'll go, we hadn't done this. This game goes differently, the series goes differently. And that's always the way, right? It is in League of Legends.
Well, with all of that said, with our games done, that means we now just have 2 series remaining in our LPL playoffs. We're going to close things out for today. Make sure you're tuning in a few days. Lyrics here, he cursed it for top esports. We're going to get out of here, and we'll see you guys next time.